There once was a little corner of medieval Europe where ancient woodland gods still reigned, while all surrounding nations had long embraced the cross. In the late 14th century, as Gothic cathedrals rose across Europe and Latin prayers echoed from Ireland to Russia, the people of Lithuania still kindled sacred fires in oak groves and honored ancient pagan deities. Lithuania was the last pagan kingdom in Europe, a remarkable holdout against the sweeping tide of Christianity. This is a story of how that last pagan realm finally converted, a tale of war, diplomacy, kings and missionaries, and a very complex, centuries-long struggle between old gods and the new. The very term Lithuania appears in recorded history at a very telling time. In the year 1009, the annals of Gutenburg note that a Christian missionary, St. Bruno of Kierfur, was beheaded by pagans on the border of Lithuania. From its earliest mention, it was known as a pagan land, fiercely resisting Christian incursion. Over the next 4 centuries, while Europe's other tribes and kingdoms gradually came into the fold, the Franks by the 6th century, the Poles by 966, Kievan Rus by 988, the Scandinavians by the 11th and 12th centuries, the Lithuanians held fast to their ancestral religion. By the 14th century, they stood virtually alone, an island of paganism in a Christian sea. But why did Lithuania remain pagan for so long? And what finally brought about the change? The answer lies in a pretty unique mix of political pressures and internal pragmatism. For generations, Lithuanian Grand Dukes deftly balanced between the Christian East and West, using the very fact of their paganism as a political tool. Meanwhile, crusading knights from Western Europe mounted relentless campaigns to Christianize or conquer the Baltic holdouts by force. The eventual conversion of Lithuania in 1387 and the related baptism of its last pagan region, Samogitia, by 1413, ended the last chapter of Europe's pagan era. A conversion that was not a simple spiritual awakening, but a calculated state decision that reshaped Eastern Europe. A story today that we tell from start to finish, from the earliest encounters to the final days, when those last heads were dipped under the water. But let me welcome you to the channel first. I've been looking forward to doing this video for a while, I will admit. I do have some videos that I look forward to doing more than others. After all, we all have our own personal interests, right? If you've not subscribed yet, I would like to politely invite you to do so. Of course, only if you feel inclined to. Perhaps you'd like to leave your thoughts in the comments too. I always appreciate a spirited discussion. Now, what I'm sure you appreciate is the lack of ads not only on this video, but on every single video I make. In a time where ads are absolutely everywhere, it's quite a point of personal pride that we keep this channel 100% ad-free. We can only do so due to the generous contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, it's got lots of goodies on there, and the occasional donation. It all helps. Links to all of that are available in the pinned comment and the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, introduction said and done, we may begin. Long before any formal state religion, the Lithuanians had a rich pagan belief system rooted in nature and ancestral tradition. As a Baltic people, they worshipped a pantheon of gods and spirits. The supreme deity was Dievas, the sky god, and especially important was Perkunas, the thunder god, that bringer of storms, much like Thor or Zeus in other mythologies. There were earth goddesses tied to fertility, and a host of lesser deities inhabiting forests, rivers, homes, things like that. In Lithuanian lands, sacred groves of oak trees served as open-air temples, and fire was a holy element. Chronicles describe that the pagan priests, Vaidelotes, kept a perpetual sacred fire burning in the honor of their gods. An enduring image is that of communities gathering in forest clearings round an oak altar and an eternal flame, offering animal sacrifices and prayers to ensure the fertility of their fields, and in less fortunate times, success in war. Some of these practices survived long enough to be observed, albeit disapprovingly, by outsiders. It was also said that grass snakes were kept and fed with milk as household guardian spirits, so revered that the Grand Duke Jogaila later had to order these holy serpents killed when he introduced Christianity. Holy groves were strictly protected in pagan Lithuania. Cutting an oak in a sacred grove was a grave sin before the old gods. Which brings us to the Teutonic Knights. A little parable about them. A German crusading order. They later reported finding and destroying wooden idols and altars in the Lithuanian forests, which is a terrible shame. Do you imagine if they had just taken them so we could put them into a museum? I suppose it doesn't always work like that. Either way, these accounts are a little bit biased. We have to remember that, but they do give us a glimpse of a deeply rooted spiritual culture tied to the rhythm of nature. Christianity had made a few tentative inroads to this world before the 13th century, but often with fatal results for the missionaries. It was a very dangerous undertaking. Let's look at the case of St. Bruno in 1009. That was one early encounter that we know quite well. Bruno was a zealous missionary and bishop, and he attempted to convert the border peoples near Lithuania. Big mistake. According to the Gutenburg Chronicle, he baptized a pagan leader of a neighboring Baltic tribe. But when he pressed on toward Lithuania proper, he and his entourage were killed, reportedly on the orders of a local pagan prince. Well, this violent welcome both showed Lithuania's determination to resist foreign religion and, ironically, immortalized Lithuania's name in the European records. A popular saying notes that Columbus discovered America and St. Bruno discovered Lithuania, meaning that Bruno's ill-fated mission was how Europe discovered the existence of this pagan land beyond Poland. Throughout the 11th and 12th centuries, Lithuania was still an emerging collection of tribes rather than a centralized kingdom. During this time, indirect Christian influences did manage to shuffle their way in. To the east and south, the Kievan Rus and other Slavic principalities had adopted Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Through trade and intermarriage, Orthodox Ruthenian, that is, East Slavic culture, began to touch Lithuania. Some Lithuanian nobles took Orthodox Christian wives or entered alliances with Rus princes. In fact, archaeological and linguistic evidence suggests that many Lithuanian nobles adopted Slavic Christian names for use alongside their own pagan ones. Either way, by the 12th century, Orthodox missionaries had reached some of the Baltic lands. For example, nearby Latgale, that is eastern Latvia, but they did have limited success among the Lithuanians themselves. But still, the influence was enough that many Old Church Slavonic loanwords for religious concepts, likely the word for church, basnikia for baptism, Krikstas, that is, entered Lithuanian language at this time, showing that Lithuanians were aware of Christianity. Even if they were not converting en masse, they certainly knew what it was. Now, from the west came Latin Christian influence, and that's a bit different to the Orthodox tradition. And, of course, this time it came at the pointy end of a sword. The Northern Crusades. They began in the early 13th century, as the Catholic Church sanctioned crusading knights to subdue and convert the last pagan peoples around the Baltic. The Livonian Order, a branch of the Knights of the Sword, established itself in what is now Latvia and Estonia, while the Teutonic Order launched a crusade against the Prussian tribes, Western Baltic cousins of the Lithuanians, by the way. These military monastic orders founded fortress cities like Riga and Königsberg. That's right, they go all the way back. And they justified their conquest as a holy war against the barbaric pagans. By the mid-1200s, the pagan Prussians were largely conquered and forcibly converted, and the crusading orders set their gaze upon Lithuania next. Faced with aggressive Christian neighbors on multiple fronts, the Lithuanians were under growing pressure in the 13th century. This was the crucible in which the Lithuanian state coalesced, and religion, that was the central question. Would Lithuania go the way of its neighbors and accept baptism, whether by choice or force, or could it maintain its old ways and independence? Well, the first major answer to that question came with the reign of a certain ambitious duke, who briefly took Lithuania into the Christian fold, only for the country to slide right back into the old ways. That leader was King Mindaugas, and his story shows how fraught the issue of conversion really was. So let's talk about Mindaugas. By the 1240s, he had risen as the most popular Lithuanian duke, effectively a first ruler of a united Lithuanian state. Mindaugas was a shrewd and ruthless leader who expanded his influence not only over ethnic Lithuanian lands, but parts of neighboring Baltic tribes. However, his rise was challenged by rivals and the encroaching military orders. Surrounded by Christian powers, the Livonian Order to the north, the Teutonic Knights in the west, and Catholic Poland and Orthodox Rus in the south, Mindaugas recognized that Lithuania's survival might require a diplomatic as well as a military strategy. According to the chronicles of the time, around 1250 Mindaugas made a pretty bold political gamble. You see, he agreed to accept Christian baptism in exchange for peace and recognition. The Livonian Order, then fighting some of Mindaugas's internal rivals, offered him up a deal. Mindaugas would be baptized as a Roman Catholic, and in return the order and its allies in the church would acknowledge him as the king of Lithuania and cease their crusade against him. And so in 1251, Mindaugas was baptized, reportedly along with his wife and close family. In the following year, Pope Innocent IV issued a papal bull proclaiming Mindaugas as rightful king, a significant moment because up to that point all the Lithuanian leaders were pagan grand dukes, and none of them had any international recognition of kingship, that's for sure. On July the 6th, 1253, Mindaugas was crowned the King of Lithuania, with a crown sent from the Pope, signifying that Lithuania had, at least at the top, joined the family of Christian kingdoms. For a time, this seemed like the breakthrough that might Christianize the entire nation. Mindaugas allowed Catholic clergy into his domains. The first church was built in the capital region, and Latin prayers were translated for use in Lithuania. By aligning with the Catholic Church, Mindaugas gained a powerful ally. He could call himself a king, quote, by the grace of God, and the Teutonic and Livonian knights were, in theory, obligated to stop attacking a baptized ruler. Indeed, a short-lived peace did take hold. One of Mindaugas's own letters, whose text survives in later documents, proudly recalls that, quote, our predecessor, King Mindaugas, with his whole kingdom, was converted to the faith of Christ. However, the reality is a little bit more limited. It is likely that only a small circle around the king actually converted at this time, while the vast majority of the Lithuanian people and lesser nobles continue their pagan practices, just as before. Mindaugas' conversion was thus a top-down, politically driven affair, and it faced an uphill battle. Many Lithuanian nobles resented the new alliance with the very Crusaders who had been their enemies. And what's more, is that Mindaugas' own power was very far from secure. In the year 1260, a rebellion, a major one at that, flared among the Samogitians, that is the northwestern Lithuanians, who inflicted a crushing defeat on the Teutonic knights at the Battle of Durbe. This victory emboldened anti-Christian sentiment. Mindaugas' nephew, Treniota, a staunch pagan at that, emerged as a leader of the Samogitians and convinced Mindaugas to abandon his new faith, joining the uprising against the Crusaders. Mindaugas, seeing the shifting winds, broke his peace with the Livonian order in 1261, and it is possible that he did renounce Christianity too, as the later chronicles claim. If that is so, then it would mean that after about a decade of being a Christian king, Mindaugas reverted to the pagan camp. An extraordinary reversal, but one in keeping with Lithuania's pragmatic approach to religion. I'm sure you can imagine that the fallout was pretty swift. In 1263, Mindaugas was assassinated by Treniota and other rivals, and with his death, the fragile, short-lived Christian kingdom of Lithuania fell to pieces. The nascent Catholic Church structure set up under Mindaugas vanished, and his successors returned openly to the old religion. For the next 120 years, Lithuania would have no baptized ruler and no official church. Mindaugas' experiment showed both the promise and peril of conversion. It brought international legitimacy, but at the cost of internal dissent and dependency on Crusader goodwill. This was a lesson that was not lost on the later Grand Dukes, by the way. After Mindaugas, Lithuania's leaders became very cautious about conversion. They understood that declaring themselves Christian could be a double-edged sword. It might stop the Crusades, but it could also undermine their authority at home, or even invite domination by powerful Christian neighbors. Thus Lithuania entered the 14th century firmly and proudly pagan, yet fully aware of the Christian world around it, and always that option of conversion that perpetually sat on the table. In the 14th century, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania rose to its apex of power, all while remaining officially pagan. Now, that was a unique situation. A large and expanding European state ruled by pagan Grand Dukes that controlled vast Christian populations. By 1350, Lithuania had absorbed much of the former Kievan Rus territories in today's Belarus and Ukraine. The irony was striking. This pagan Lithuanian empire now governed millions of Orthodox Christians in its eastern lands, even as it battled Catholic Crusaders on its western frontiers. Religion in Lithuania became not only a matter of personal faith, but a diplomatic chess piece in a high-stakes game for survival. And the leaders skillfully vacillated between Eastern Orthodox and Western Catholic Christian influences, without really committing to either one of them. You see, they realized that by retaining their pagan status, it gave them a form of leverage. Well, for the Grand Dukes, particularly for the Grand Dukes Gediminas, ruling 1316 to 41, and Algirdas, 1345 to 77, retention of this paganism gave them a kind of useful diplomatic tool. You see, they could promise to convert as a bargaining chip, while preserving their independence. This period saw multiple false starts and negotiations of a Lithuanian conversion, none of which fully materialized, of course. Consider Grand Duke Gediminas, one of Lithuania's most famous rulers. Gediminas was a pragmatic and tolerant leader who corresponded widely with Christian Europe. In 1322 to 1324, he penned a series of remarkable letters to the Pope and to cities of the Hanseatic League in Germany. In these letters, which luckily we have them surviving to this day, Gediminas portrayed himself not as a barbarous infidel, but as an enlightened ruler, rather interested in Christianity under the right conditions. He complained bitterly to Pope John XXII that the Teutonic Knights, far from spreading true faith, were rather brutal invaders who, quote, devastated the land with sword and fire. Gediminas even claimed that a previous Lithuanian duke, perhaps an allusion to his predecessor, had invited Franciscans to build a church in Vilnius, but the Knights had actually burned it down, using this story to argue that the Knights were obstructing, not aiding, the conversion of Lithuania. In a masterful touch, Gediminas' letters vaguely promised that he was ready to accept baptism and place himself under the Pope's protection only, and only if the aggression ceased. Pretty clever, right? You see how this bargaining chip is certainly one they want to hold on to for a while. Not quite a get-out-of-jail-free card, but certainly better than nothing, that's for sure. Now, at the same time, Gediminas invited merchants, craftsmen, and clergy of all faiths to come and live in Lithuania. In a 1323 letter to the cities of Lübeck, Bremen, Magdeburg, and others, he famously announced that we worship God, and would allow Franciscans and Dominicans to preach freely. He listed that Lithuania already had Catholic churches operating in his realm, serving foreign merchants and the wives of German knights captured in battle, and he offered land and tax exemptions to any Europeans who would settle in his cities. Not a bad deal, right? But this was essentially a public relations campaign to show that Lithuania was not hostile to Christianity itself. No, they were only hostile to the violent Crusaders, which they were trying to put across as not purveyors of real Christianity at all, but just brutal bullies. Gediminas' savvy correspondence won him a short-lived truce. The Pope sent legates to negotiate, and in 1324 the Teutonic Order was pressured temporarily to suspend its crusade. Many in Europe had believed that Lithuania was just about to convert, and indeed, Franciscan friars did arrive, all dressed up and ready to go in Vilnius to begin the instruction. But in the end, Gediminas never actually underwent baptism. When the Teutonic Knights resumed attacks a few years later, under dubious pretexts, any plans for conversion were shelved. It seems Gediminas had achieved what he wanted, a breathing spell of peace and some positive diplomacy, without giving up his pagan independence. He died, still an unbaptized worshipper of Perkunas, but having shown Europe that Lithuania could not be easily cowed. Now, as for Gediminas' successors, they continued this rather delicate balancing act. His son, Algirdas, and Algirdas's brother, Kęstutis, ruled jointly over different parts of Lithuania, and relentlessly fought off the Teutonic Knights throughout the mid-14th century. Both men kind of flirted around with the idea of conversion when it suited them. Algirdas, whose wives were Orthodox princesses, was rumored at times to consider converting to Orthodoxy, especially as a counterweight to the Latin Crusaders. One Russian chronicle even claims he was baptized Orthodox in his youth, though he later performed pagan rites openly, so, well, didn't really work that well, didn't it? Meanwhile, Algirdas's co-ruler, Kęstutis, handled relations with the West. In 1349, Kęstutis entered into talks with Pope Clement VI about a possible conversion to Catholicism. The idea of this was that Kęstutis and his sons would be baptized, and even receive royal crowns, much like Mindaugas had, thereby nullifying the Crusader threat. The negotiation got pretty far, too. One chronicle notes that Kęstutis agreed to be baptized if certain lands were recognized as his. But the plan was derailed when the King of Poland, a supposed mediator, suddenly grabbed some disputed territories for himself, making the Lithuanians suspect a trap. The deal fell apart. Kęstutis remained pagan. A couple of years later, in 1351, Kęstutis was captured during a clash with Hungarian forces allied to the Crusaders. The Hungarians tried the conversion gambit again. King Louis of Hungary offered to release Kęstutis and grant him the crown if he would accept Christianity. Of course, he outwardly agreed to be baptized, and even swore an oath in the Christian camp. But guess what? I'm sure you can see what's going to happen. He insisted on swearing by his own pagan gods and not the Christian god. And, well, that's not really how it works. Well, the Christians weren't very happy about that. According to one account, he performed a pagan ritual of sacrifice, reportedly killing a bull with a thrown knife to seal the pact. Well, the gesture might have offered some reassurance to the Christians at the time, but it was likely a ruse. Kęstutis knew an oath to pagan gods meant nothing to his captors. Sure enough, as soon as he was set free, Kęstutis simply slipped away and returned home, well and truly unbaptized. And when he got there, he resumed the fight. It's a bit cheeky, don't you think? It's an example of how Lithuania's leaders were willing to play along, feign their conversion, just humoring the Christians for a while, only to maintain their freedom of action later on, sort of skulking away, giggling to themselves. Meanwhile, on the home front, Lithuania's ruling family was slowly absorbing aspects of both Christian cultures. Many princes of the Gediminid dynasty took Orthodox baptisms when it was politically convenient, often if they married into Slavic royalty or ruled over Orthodox lands. For example, Vaishelga, also known as Voselka, Mindaugas' son, he became an Orthodox monk and even founded a monastery. Svitrigela, a son of Algirdas, was baptized Orthodox as a child too. But these individual conversions did not change the official state stance. They did mean, however, that the Lithuanian court was not ignorant of Christian customs. By the late 14th century, one could find Orthodox and Catholic Christians at the pagan Grand Duke's court, whether as in-laws, advisors, or perhaps even just foreign guests. Notably, there was no policy of persecuting Christians in Lithuania, unlike some earlier pagan societies, even Rome at one point. The Lithuanians generally tolerated Christian presence among foreigners or subject peoples, and this tolerance was another reason why the Grand Dukes did not feel an urgent need to convert. You see, they could allow faiths to coexist, while they themselves continued to honor the old gods. However, the common Lithuanian people, especially the peasants in the heartland and Samogitia, remained staunchly attached to their traditional religion through the 14th century. Pagan priests continued to conduct ceremonies, and the populace saw the Christian god as the god of the foreigners, not their own god. I mean, that doesn't mean that they were looking down on it. They were just saying that this is just not our thing. You can understand that, I suppose. There are recorded instances of extreme resistance when knights or missionaries were captured by Lithuanians in war. Sometimes they met a gruesome fate as human sacrifices to the pagan gods, but these are quite rare. The general picture was one of pretty broad tolerance, but we need to mention these ones. So the chroniclers of the Teutonic Order describe with horror how Lithuanian warriors would, on rare occasions, sacrifice a captured crusader in thanks for victory. There was actually a famous incident in 1320 after a battle at Mendininkai. The Samogitian Lithuanians took a high-ranking Teutonic knight, tied him to a wooden frame with his horse, and buried him alive as an offering to their gods of war. Decades later, even as late as 1389, just before the official conversion, a chronicler records that Samogitian pagans sacrificed a captured German commander by tying him to trees and stabbing him to death in a ritualistic execution. But we have to be said, these brutal acts were not everyday occurrences. They were exceptional, even in the 14th century. But they did make a strong impression on Christian Europe. And of course, it reinforced the image of Lithuanians as ferocious pagans. It is worth noting, too, that some Lithuanian leaders themselves began to see such practices as barbaric. The same Kęstutis who tricked the Hungarians was also said to have forbidden his followers from killing an important captive as a sacrifice in 1378, deeming it inappropriate to knights. It suggests that by the late 14th century that Lithuania had absorbed a bit of that Christian chivalric ethos, even if they weren't baptized. The society was certainly in a transitional state, politically and militarily pagan, but gradually learning the languages and norms of Christianity. By the 1380s, the stalemate was reaching a turning point. The Teutonic Knights, frustrated that Lithuania remained heathen, continued to wage yearly war, crusading raids, referred to as Racen in their chronicles. Samogitia, the northwestern region, was especially crucial. As long as Samogitia stayed in Lithuanian and pagan hands, it separated the Teutonic Knights in Prussia from their brethren in Livonia to the north. The order desperately wanted to conquer Samogitia and unite their territories, and Lithuania desperately wanted to hold on to it. Of course, this tug of war led to constant conflict. At the same time, another threat was looming: the growing power of Muscovy to the east. Recognize the name? Yes, it's Moscow, but we'll call them Muscovy today. Muscovy was an Orthodox Christian city, and had designs on uniting all Eastern Slavs under his rule. A pagan Lithuania controlling many Orthodox lands was an anathema to their ambitions. By 1380, Muscovy had defeated the Mongols at Kulikovo and was on the rise, offering itself as the protector of all Orthodox Christians, including those under Lithuanian rule, by the way. In this situation, the ruling Grand Duke, a young man named Jogaila, grandson of Gedimas, had to make the fateful choice. Jogaila inherited the throne amid civil strife and external peril. At first, he tried to play east against west. His mother was a Russian Orthodox princess, and one proposal in the early 1380s was for Jogaila to marry a daughter of the Grand Duke of Moscow and convert Lithuania to Orthodoxy, making Lithuania a sort of junior partner to Moscow. On the other side, the Polish nobility offered Jogaila a different deal. Marry the young Queen Jadwiga of Poland, convert to Catholicism, and become the King of Poland, thereby allying Catholic Poland with Lithuania against the Crusaders. Of course, each option had pretty big implications. Converting to Orthodoxy might have eased relations in the East, but done nothing to stop the Teutonic Knights, who wouldn't recognize an Orthodox conversion as ending their crusade, but it also risked making Lithuania subordinate to Muscovy. Converting to Catholicism and joining with Poland, on the other hand, would immediately pit Jogaila against the Knights in a united front and give him a royal title. But it meant a profound shift westward, and an abandoning any tolerance for orthodoxy at the state level, potentially upsetting his Orthodox subjects, and there were plenty of them. After careful deliberation, Jogaila chose the Polish option. It was arguably the greatest strategic decision in Lithuanian history, one that would create a new European powerhouse and alter the region's fate for centuries. In 1385, the Union of Creo was agreed. Jogaila would accept baptism in the Latin Rite, marry a Queen Jadwiga, who was 12 years old at the time, by the way. Why don't you take a seat over there, Jogaila, and be crowned King of Poland? But in return, he pledged to Christianize his entire Lithuanian realm, and united with Poland in a personal union. Of course, to sweeten the deal for Lithuania's nobility, Jogaila, who would take the name Vladislav II Jagiello after baptism, also agreed to release Polish captives and pay compensation for war damage. But importantly, he did not cede political control of Lithuania. It was to remain a Grand Duchy, ruled by his family, only now fraternal with Poland and sharing the Catholic faith. The dawn of a new Lithuania. Jogaila moved quickly to fulfill his promises. In early 1386 he travelled to Krakow, the capital of Poland, and on February 15, 1386, he was baptized, emerging from the baptismal font as a Christian monarch named Ladislaus or Vladislav. Not sure about the pronunciation. It might be Ladislaus, actually. Correct me in the comments, I'm sure you will. Later that month, he married Queen Jadwiga and was crowned the King of Poland. These events were watched with amazement from across Europe. The conversion of the Lithuanian prince was hailed by the Pope and many leaders as the great victory for Christendom. But the hard part was still to come, converting the people of Lithuania themselves, many of whom had never even seen a priest, and had, fought Christians all their lives. It was going to be a hard sell. In 1387, now as a fully empowered king, Jogaila returned to his native land at the head of a sort of Christian mission. He brought with him priests, many of them from Polish and Czech lands, and a contingent of Polish knights for protection and influence. According to the Polish chronicler Jan Lugosi, who later described the event in detail, Jogaila began in his capital, Vilnius, which is still the capital of Lithuania, by the way, by summoning the Lithuanian nobles and explaining the benefits of the Christian faith. Many of the higher boyars, or nobles, seeing which way the wind was blowing and influenced by their leader's example, agreed to baptism. The operation had a both spiritual and pragmatic side. Jogaila granted privileges and land incentives to those nobles who converted, effectively tying their political loyalty to the new faith. In February of 1387, he issued edicts that formally freed many noble families from certain taxes and corvée labor, on the condition, of course, that they were baptized Catholics. It was a shrewd move. It made conversion not just a matter of piety, but also one of social advancement and economic benefit. But for the common folk, large-scale baptism ceremonies were organized. Contemporary accounts tell of how priests fanned out from Vilnius into the surrounding regions of Lithuania proper. Villagers were gathered, often by the hundreds, to the nearest river or lake to be baptized en masse. There is a famous, though apocryphal, perhaps, scene describing by later writers. Jogaila himself, it is said, went down with priests from village to village, destroying the old wooden idols, chopping down the sacred groves, and personally pouring holy water over the heads of peasants who knelt before him to receive baptism. Now, whether or not the Grand Duke literally baptized people with his own hands, he certainly took symbolic actions to demonstrate the end of the old era. Jogaila ordered the sacred fires extinguished and the holy oak groves cut down, and he commanded that all serpents and grisly snakes kept in houses as household gods to be killed, a dramatic public repudiation of pagan beliefs. Well, that certainly marks the sharp break with the past, if anything. The altars of Perkunas were torn down, and a Christian cross was put up in their place. Under Jogaila's guidance, the foundations of the church in Lithuania were quickly laid. A new bishopric of Vilnius was established in 1387 with the Pope's approval. The first bishop of Vilnius set up his cathedral in the very heart of the capital. Interestingly, the site chosen for the Vilnius Cathedral was said to be the location of an old pagan temple, possibly one dedicated to Perkunas. By building the cathedral there, the Lithuanians sent a clear message that the old religion is gone and the new one was here to stay. Churches were also founded in other key towns. It is claimed by Dlugosi, the historian we mentioned before, that the first batch of churches were built in places that had been important pagan centers or estates of the Grand Dukes. Towns like Creva, Masiagala, Mendininkai. Many of these early churches were so modest wooden structures, but they signified a permanent change in the spiritual landscape. Also, it's important to note that the conversion process, while enforced from above, was not described as excessively bloody or coercive, at least not by the standards of the time. Unlike some earlier forced conversions in Europe, there were no reports of mass slaughter or martyrdom in Lithuania's baptism. This was partly because Jogaila and his cousin, Vytautas, who soon became the Grand Duke of Lithuania under Jogaila's overlordship, were careful to persuade and reward the population, and partly because decades of pressure had perhaps made many Lithuanians resign to eventual conversion. As for the pagan priests, they seem to have lost their influence quite quickly once the political leadership tossed them aside. We hear of no large-scale rebellions in 1387 against Christianization either. It certainly helped that people were not required to learn a new language for worship immediately. Many priests likely preached in the local language, or in Ruthenian, which was understood by some, and Christian concepts were slowly introduced. and when they were introduced they were on more familiar terms. Of course, conversion didn't magically transform everyone overnight. Many peasants went through the motions of baptism, accepting the sign of the cross and new Christian names, but quietly continued some pagan customs in their daily lives. Seems to be a Lithuanian tradition that we've learned in this video. Now, realizing this, Jogaila and Vytautas did not engage in any brutal inquisitions. Instead, they tolerated a gradual blending of cultures. No one was executed for secretly keeping a talisman or honoring the harvest in the old way. The approach was more carrot than stick, I suppose. The rulers genuinely wanted their people to accept Catholicism, but they understood that it would take time for the old beliefs to fade away. In the interim, having the official label of Christian was what really mattered, at least on an international stage. Certainly helped remove that excuse for crusades. And indeed, the international impact was immediate. The Pope in Rome was overjoyed to welcome Lithuania into Christendom. In 1388, Pope Urban VI issued a bull recognizing Lithuania as a Catholic country and confirming the establishment of a bishopric in Vilnius. That same year, the Pope explicitly ordered the Teutonic Knights to cease all of their attacks on Lithuania. After all, one couldn't crusade legitimately against baptized fellow Christians, right? The Knights, stubborn and unconvinced of Lithuania's sincerity, tried to continue their war for some years, but their moral authority to do so was greatly undermined. By formally converting Lithuania, effectively pulled the rug out from under the Crusaders' justification for war. However, there was one unresolved issue: the Samogitians. The Samogitians, inhabiting the northwest region of Lithuania, were the most fervently pagan group and had been on the front lines of battles with the Teutonic Order. At the time of Jogaila's 1387 mission, much of Samogitia was actually under the de facto control of the Teutonic Knights. Due to recent treaties, Jogaila had, in a controversial earlier pact, that is the 1384 Treaty of Dubisa, temporarily yielded parts of Samogitia to the Order. I'm sure the Samogitians were not made aware of that until people showed up to claim their land. Thus, the 1387 baptisms did not reach the Samogitian villagers. For all practical purposes, the Samogitians remained pagan, even after Lithuania proper was baptized. The very last pocket of organized paganism in Europe. It would take another quarter of a century to get this final Samogitian question settled. The first step was the great victory of the Lithuanian Polish forces over the Teutonic Knights at the Battle of Grunwald in 1410. You may also hear this called the Battle of Tannenberg, by the way. This was a battle that broke the power of the Teutonic Order and was largely sparked over the disputes over the Samogitians. In the aftermath, the Peace of Thorn in 1411 restored Samogitia firmly to Lithuanian control, at least until the lifetime of Vytautas. With the Crusader threat effectively neutralized, Grand Duke Vytautas the Great, Jogaila's cousin, and now the ruler of Lithuania's day-to-day affairs, moved to finish what Jogaila had begun. In 1413, Vytautas personally undertook the mission to baptize the Samogitians. Chroniclers describe how the aging Grand Duke traveled by boat down the Niemen River into the heart of Samogitia, accompanied by priests and an armed escort. He convened gatherings of Samogitian elders, much as Jogaila had done elsewhere, perhaps recalling how fiercely independent this region had been. Vytautas is said to have employed a mix of firmness and even fatherly persuasion. Eventually, the Samogitians agreed to abandon their old practices and accept baptism. In group ceremonies along the Dubisa River and at the settlement of Betigala, the last pagan communities in Lithuania received Christianity. There's an image of those moments. Proud Samogitian warriors who once offered prisoners to their war gods, now kneeling to receive the sign of the cross from a bishop's hand. An epical change in spiritual allegiance. By 1417, the integration of Samogitia into the church was formalized by the creation of the Diocese of Samogitia, with its seat eventually at Medininkai, later known as Varniai. This marked the final, official Christianization of Lithuania's people. At long last, every last region of Lithuania was under the pastoral care of the Catholic Church. The Baltic Crusades, which had raged for 200 years, abruptly lost their reason. The last pagan nation in Europe had finally been converted. Yet, as we all know on the ground, old habits die hard. For decades, even centuries after 1413, observers noted that many Lithuanians, especially in the more remote villages, still practiced elements of their ancient faith under a veneer of Christian superficiality. In the 15th century, Catholic missionaries working in Samogitia complained that some newly baptized folk would secretly worship at the old sacred oak stumps, or continue to burn offerings of grain and animals during certain festivals. As late as the 16th century, church authorities in Lithuania wrote about peasants who kept serpents in honor and practiced pagan rites at home, prompting renewed campaigns to eradicate these, quote, superstitions. The famous Polish-Lithuanian cardinal Stanislav Hozdu in the 16th century noted with frustration that in parts of Lithuania, quote, the people come to church, but still whisper prayers to trees and snakes. Over time, however, especially through the efforts of the Counter-Reformation and better education of the clergy, these vestiges faded. By the 1600s, the vast majority of Lithuanians were devout Roman Catholics, and the memory of the old gods survived only in folk songs and stories. The Catholic faith had become so entrenched that Lithuania would later be known as a bulwark of Catholicism in the East, somewhat ironically, I suppose. And so to sum all this up, the conversion of Lithuania was not just a religious event, it was a political turning point. By joining the Catholic fold, Lithuania effectively tied its fate to Western civilization rather than Eastern. The personal union of Jogaila and Jadwiga blossomed into a long-term Polish-Lithuanian alliance, culminating in the Union of Lublin in 1569, which created the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and that was one of the largest and most powerful states in 16th century Europe. A union like that would likely not have been possible without the common faith that bound the Polish and Lithuanian elites after 1387, and thus the baptism of Lithuania paved the way for a multicultural, multi-faith federative state that would endure for centuries, ultimately shielding Europe's east from Mongol and later Ottoman encroachment. But from a modern perspective, the story of Lithuania as Europe's last pagan kingdom certainly has its romantic allure. It represents the persistence of indigenous European religion, long past the time it faded elsewhere. Because Lithuania converted so late, historians and folklorists have been able to glean relatively detailed information about the Baltic pagan practices, from songs, early ethnographic accounts, and the writings of Christian chroniclers who witnessed those practices firsthand. This has allowed for partial reconstruction of the old mythology and rituals, something harder to do for, say, the paganism of the Gauls or Germanic tribes that vanished in late antiquity, without much of a trace to show for it, too. So in a way, Lithuania's delay of conversion preserved a fragment of the ancient pre-Christian heritage of Europe into the early modern period. And today, Lithuania remembers both its pagan past and Christian heritage, and with pride. The nation still celebrates Statehood Day on July 6th, commemorating the coronation of King Mindaugas in 1253, interestingly honoring the first baptismal king, even though his Christian kingdom was short-lived. Meanwhile, in 1987, the country marked its 600th anniversary of official Christianization with great fanfare, even under Soviet rule, by the way, which was a delicate balancing act of historical pride. There has even been a neo-pagan revival movement in recent decades, called Remover, after a legendary old Baltic temple that seeks to reconstruct and practice the ancient Baltic faith. Such groups remain small, but they're certainly growing. Excuse me. And they testify to an enduring fascination with the old gods of Lithuania. I think that's a fascination that is not going to go away for quite some time. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgeld, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge, specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitteskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The Church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or, perhaps, desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account, preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is, on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Arboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And while there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square, it certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable, professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as an extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, but that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centers grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance, a sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, and in the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and don't forget the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. Well, in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society. They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role with salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way, so the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern, though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, or wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying... Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and They had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. My dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses, and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholter family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society, recognized, tolerated, but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work? Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, this mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labeled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice, just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable. If that was allowed, it sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. In these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family. Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, got to be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or even conversely swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger. And in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. "You're fired." The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, he was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist. And then, of course, they are hoisting your body up and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way. So you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, This practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community, one of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Clamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds, though pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in an iron cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves. Where such sentences were given, this wasn't universal, and also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Gonna have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? It still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas, the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment. These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread. Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to have spanned a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theater, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office. especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit de harvage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took garbage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rites could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folktales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document. But occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person, a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. Leprosy is one of humanity's most haunting and oldest diseases, and for thousands of years it's carried an almost mythical weight in cultures around the world. To the ancients, those poor sufferers of this disease seemed to undergo a living death, their bodies slowly disfiguring and rotting away, while they lived in isolation from society. It was feared as a curse of the gods, a punishment for sin, a hereditary taint, anything but an ordinary illness. Yet, we are a long way from the ancient times, and attitudes changed, from medieval times to Victorian period to now. Over the millennia, our understanding of this disease has evolved dramatically, from those earliest mentions in the ancient texts and the skeletal remains that we found through archaeology, to the medieval rituals of exclusion, and that scientific breakthrough of identifying its bacterial cause in the 19th century. We're finally able to understand effective cures and treatment in the modern era. And so today, we are going to talk about the history of leprosy. We're going to talk about how each era viewed and dealt with the disease, and also about its stigma and the cultural impact that it had. It's a story spanning ancient civilizations all the way up to our year 2025. And let's do our best to approach it with the most amount of respect possible. Now, before we get into all this, I would like to welcome you to the channel. As is customary, I'd like to say hello to any newcomers, and if you feel inclined to, hit that subscribe button. And thank you to anyone coming back. This video and everything else on this channel is ad-free, and that is due to the generous contributions of those on the Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and the occasional donation through either YouTube or PayPal. You have my thanks, those supporters, and I will read a list of them at the end of the video. And if you want to become part of that prestigious club, well, all of the links that you need to find are in the video description, the channel description, or the pinned comment. Now, with all that being said, let's get on to the topic of today: leprosy. So if we want to speak about leprosy, we have to go way, way back. It begins in deep antiquity. But that being said, the exact origins of the disease are still pretty mysterious. But archaeological evidence suggests that it has afflicted humans for at least 4,000 years. Well, for example, in India, they uncovered a 4,000-year-old skeleton with bone damage characteristic of leprosy, the oldest physical evidence of the disease, at least for now. Who knows what we're going to find later on. Likewise, DNA from ancient burials indicates leprosy was present in ancient Egypt and the Near East. By the first millennium BCE, leprosy was clearly recognized in great civilizations of Asia and the Mediterranean. However, ancient people didn't call it leprosy. That term would come around a little bit later. They described it with their own words, and often confused it with other ailments due to limited medical knowledge. Can't really blame them for that. Early written records hint at leprosy's presence too. The Old Testament of the Bible contains notorious passages about a condition called Tzara Ath, long translated as leprosy. Now we find in Leviticus 13 to 14, sufferers are described as having skin spots and are declared unclean. They have to live apart from the city, and whenever they approach, they have to cry out, "Unclean, unclean," to warn others of their approach. And we have to note, however, that the Hebrew Tzara Ath likely lumped together many skin diseases. Even mildew on walls was often called the same name, by the way. The term was more about ritual impurity than a specific clinical diagnosis. But still, these biblical laws established a lasting image of leprosy as a divinely cursed affliction, and one that required banishment from the community. Similar ideas appear in other ancient Near Eastern texts. In the Persian Empire, According to the Greek historian Herodotus, 5th century BCE, lepers were shunned because the Persians believed the illness was a punishment from the sun god, so much that the native Persians with leprosy were forced to live outside of society. And as for foreign lepers, well, they were deported entirely. Go somewhere else and be a leper. Well, such accounts reveal that by 500 BCE, at least 500 BCE that is, people in the Middle East recognized a chronic, disfiguring disease, and they responded with exclusion and fear. Well, let's go a little bit east, to the Indian subcontinent, and there were also ancient descriptions of what was probably leprosy. The Vedas, that is, sacred Sanskrit texts, perhaps composed well before 1000 BCE, mention a disease called kushtha, meaning eating away. Doesn't sound good, doesn't it? Well, many scholars believe that it referred to leprosy, or at least a group of skin diseases that included it. By the early century CE, Indian medical compendiums gave more clarity. They described kushtha symptoms consistent with leprosy, that is, such a loss of sensation in patches of skin, things like that. And they even tried to prescribe some treatments. Now, remarkably, one remedy was the oil from the seeds of the chalmugra tree, an ancient Ayurvedic treatment that, though only partially effective, would re-emerge centuries later as a key to the first modern cure. Now, this shows that Indian physicians had identified the disease and experimented with therapies long before Western science had. Meanwhile, even further east in China, the earliest likely reference to leprosy comes from the Warring States period. Now, if you're not familiar with the Chinese chronology, that's about the 4th to 3rd century BCE. The medical text called The Models for Sealing and Investigating around 300 BCE uses the term Li for a chronic skin disorder and gives a description close to leprosy. It notes symptoms like the destruction of the nasal septum, loss of sensation, changes in voice. And this is quite significant. The collapse of the nose's cartilage is a classic sign of advanced leprosy. Yet outside China, such a detail wasn't recorded until over a millennium later. Now, why is this? Perhaps it's because when leprosy was advanced, well, those lepers were already banished to the colonies outside. It wouldn't get to the point where they would see advanced lepers around people who would record these details. Maybe. That's just my opinion. In any case, and in subsequent centuries, China and other East Asian writings continued to discuss Li or Da Fan disease, often with an understanding that it was chronic or at least very hard to cure. Similarly, ancient Buddhist texts from Sri Lanka told legends of princes afflicted with leprosy who went into exile and found cures through herbal medicine, showing knowledge of the disease in Southeast Buddhist culture too. Now back to the Greco-Roman world. They became acquainted with leprosy a little bit later, likely through contact with the East. Classical Greek physicians initially had a different concept. The Greek word lepra originally meant any scaly skin condition, so think of things like psoriasis or perhaps skin peeling after a sunburn, this kind of thing. Now, what we call leprosy today was probably rare in Greece before the conquest of Alexander the Great. After Alexander's armies marched through Egypt and into India in the 4th century BCE, references to new disfiguring diseases start to appear. Greek writers and later the Romans often called it elephantiasis, not to be confused with the modern filarial disease. The term evoked thick, rough skin like an elephant's hide, hence the name. Roman authors like Aulus Cornelius Celsus and Pliny the Elder in the 1st century CE described this elephantiasis as a foreign disease. Celsus thought it came from Egypt. Others blamed Asia Minor. Either way, it was seen as an outside affliction, and these accounts likely refer to leprosy, by then making inroads into the Mediterranean world. The Romans observed the telltale features: patches of insensible skin, nodules on the face and ears, and progressive mutilations of extremities. However, because medicine was still quite primitive, they couldn't be sure what caused it. Some thought it was due to unhealthy diet, some blamed the climate, but no one really knew for sure. It was all speculation at this point. In any case, by the end of antiquity, around the 5th century CE, leprosy had established a foothold from China and India to the heart of Europe. So how do we summarize the ancient period leprosy? Well, we can say that leprosy originated earlier than recorded history. Genetic studies today suggest it may have first arisen in either East Africa or South Asia, and then spread along human migration and trade routes. It was certainly recognized as a distinct affliction in various ancient cultures, though often confused with other diseases or lumped in a big umbrella term. But most importantly, ancient societies had one thing in common: they uniformly regarded leprosy with superstition and existential dread. With no cure and a frightening course of physical deterioration, it's no wonder that leprosy was often seen as a disease that, quote, eats the body and soul. Of course, the ancient world just sets the foundation, the stage for how medieval people would treat victims of leprosy, often with that same fear, exclusion, and moral judgment, although tempered at times by charity and religious duty. So let's talk about leprosy in the medieval world now. So during the medieval era, that is, roughly 5th to the 15th century CE, leprosy became quite common across Europe, Middle East, and parts of Asia. Tragically common. But this period is often what people imagine when they think of leprosy. Those forlorn creatures cloaked in rags, banished to the edges of towns, ringing that bell to warn others as their approach. It's really quite sad. But it is a little bit exaggerated. Well, it's kind of the truth, but somewhat exaggerated. Medieval society's response to leprosy was shaped by both long-standing fear and the moral framework of Christianity, and in other regions, of course, Islam and Buddhism. We'll get to them. In the early Middle Ages, that is 500 to 1000, leprosy was present but not yet at its peak in Europe. The decline of the Roman Empire meant fewer written records, but we know from skeletal remains and sparse chronicles that cases did exist. Christian teachings, drawing on biblical precedents, viewed leprosy through a dual lens. You see, on one hand, it was a sign of divine punishment for impurity, which echoes the Old Testament ideas, and on the other hand, it was an opportunity for charity and saintly compassion, since Jesus was said to heal lepers in the Gospels. Now, this tension led to ambivalent treatment of leprosy sufferers. For instance, early church councils occasionally discussed leprosy. An example is the Merovingian Church Council in Orléans, France, in 549, which already advised separating leprous monks from the healthy. Well, the mention of that suggests that institutional separation was indeed starting quite earlier on. And by the High Middle Ages, that is 1100 to 1300, leprosy had surged to alarming levels in Europe. But it's still debatable on why it became so widespread then. Some point to the Crusades. Soldiers and pilgrims traveling to the Middle East may have encountered leprosy and brought back new strains back home, not the kind of souvenir they were hoping for. Growing trade and urbanization could have also facilitated its spread. But whatever the cause was, medieval Europeans responded by creating a vast network of leper hospitals. These were essentially quarantine settlements for people with leprosy, usually just outside the city or town limits, and it's estimated that around the year 1200, Europe had thousands of these hospitals. A 13th century English chronicler, Matthew Paris, claimed that there were about 19,000 leper houses across Europe. Possibly an exaggeration, but it certainly gives a sense of scale. And yes, every major city and many small towns had at least one lazar house, as they were called. For example, in England, a leper house at Harbletown near Canterbury was founded as early as the 11th century, and many more popped up thereafter. In the Islamic world, too, dedicated wards or isolated houses for lepers were established. The earliest Islamic leprosy hospital on record was founded in Cairo in the 12th century under Sultan Saladin's rule, showing that Muslim societies also practiced compassionate isolation. But life in a medieval leper colony was a mix of refuge and prison. On one hand, these houses offered shelter, food, and care, often run by religious orders as an act of charity. Lepers were not simply thrown to the wilderness. Many communities and churches felt quite a duty to provide and care for them. The love of God, this kind of thing. But on the other hand, the entry into a leprosarium usually meant a permanent separation from normal society. A newly diagnosed person might undergo a ritual akin to a funeral. Medieval records describe how a priest would perform a mass of separation for the leper. The individual stood in the church doorway while the ceremony declared them dead to the world. They had to don a special garment, often a coarse robe, sometimes a bell or wooden clapper to announce themselves, and were thereafter, considered legally and socially dead. One chronicler described the person as, quote, separated from the communion of the living, but not from the mercy of God. Probably cold comfort for the time, I suppose. The leper was then taken to live in the leper community, dependent on charity or a small endowment for survival. Well, inside the leprosarium, a strict code often applied. In some places, residents took monastic-style vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. They were typically expected to stay within the colony's limits. Leaving without permission, well, that could be punishable. Many leper houses had their own chapel, so leprous individuals could worship separately. Yet despite these harsh separations, medieval lepers formed their own communities. They referred to each other as brother or sister, and there is evidence that some leper houses were not utterly miserable. With support, many patients lived for years or decades, and basic needs were generally met. A famous medieval quote from a bishop instructs, "Do not refuse to sustain those who have died to the world and live only for God," emphasizing care for lepers as a Christian duty. Medieval imagery and literature reinforced the idea of the leper as both pitiful and menacing. Art from the time often depicted lepers with clanging bells and ulcerated skin, sometimes even portraying them as demonic figures, which is a little bit unfair, don't you think? Not their fault. Jeez. Well, an engraving from the 15th century shows a leper beggar drawn as a devil, reflecting the fear and moral stigma attached to these poor people. Popular legends and romances use leprosy as a plot element too. For example, in the legend of Tristan and Isolde, King Mark contemplates punishing Queen Isolde for adultery by handing her over to a band of lepers, a fate considered worse than death of course, as the lepers themselves gleefully promised to keep her alive in endless degradation. For such stories show how lepers were imagined as dangerous and vengeful outcasts, who might inflict cruelty and revenge upon the world that cast them aside if given the chance, which further justified society's fear. Well, speaking of fear, it sometimes boiled over into outright persecution. A notorious incident was the 1321 Lepers' Plot. In that year, there were rumors sweeping southern France that leprosy sufferers, perhaps in league with Jews and Muslims, were conspiring to poison the wells and springs to infect the healthy population. Of course, this only snowballed out of control and led to violence. Lepers were arrested en masse. Many were executed, burned at the stake, and repressive measures against those who survived were tightened. A disturbing episode of scapegoating, similar to how witches or Jews were blamed for calamities in other times. The 1321 panic reveals the extreme stigma leprosy carried, that's for sure. They were seen as not just sick, but as an existential threat to society. Though it is worth noting that such extreme persecution was not the norm, or was quite the exception, but the fact that it did occur at all is something that we have to mention. It's quite telling of the era's fear. Things that people don't understand. They always get scared of that. Well, alongside the fear and cruelty, the Middle Ages also saw remarkable compassion towards lepers. The same period that produced the leper mass and the Lepers' Plot also produced saints who embraced lepers. The most famous is St. Francis of Assisi, 1181 to 1226. In his youth, Francis felt repulsed by lepers. Well, as did everyone else. Nothing special there. But in a pivotal moment of spiritual crisis, he encountered a leper on the road. Overcoming his horror, Francis gave the man alms and a kiss of peace. He later described that act of mercy as the moment his life changed. Quote, "What had seemed bitter to me was turned into sweetness of soul and body." After that, Francis often ministered to lepers, seeing Christ in their suffering, somehow. His example influenced others in his new Franciscan order to care for leprosy patients with love and charity. And similarly, other religious figures such as St. Damian of Molokai, though he is 19th century, was later canonized, and historically earlier St. Basil, the 4th century, who reportedly founded a charity house for lepers in Cappadocia, reflected this Christian ideal of charity over fear. Institutionally, the Church even created an order of knighthood dedicated to leprosy. During the Crusades, a hospital for lepers in Jerusalem grew into the Order of St. Lazarus. This military religious order, established in the 12th century, took as its mission the care of those suffering from leprosy, and also included knights who themselves were afflicted, an astonishing reversal of norms. Some members, known as leper knights, were both warriors and patients, depending on how they felt on the day, I'm sure. The Order of St. Lazarus allowed leprous knights to continue a life of purpose. They were often Crusaders who caught the disease in the Levant, fighting or managing hospitals, rather than being completely cast out of society. The very Grand Master of the Order, who was traditionally required to be a leper. Although, over time, the military role faded, the Order maintained hospitals across Europe for centuries. This unique institution shows that medieval society's attitude to leprosy wasn't all the same. It wasn't this monolithic negativity. It could also inspire organized compassion. And I like that term, organized compassion. Well, since we are in the Near East, we may as well talk about the Islamic world. Well, attitudes there paralleled those in Europe in quite a few ways. Classical Islamic physicians preserved and built upon the Greco-Roman medical knowledge. Ibn Sina, the great Persian polymath, included leprosy in his canon of medicine in 1025. Now he's also called Avicenna in the Greek rendering, I believe. I believe it's a Greek rendering. In any case, he gave one of the era's clearest clinical descriptions. He noted skin lesions, loss of sensation, muscle weakness, and even suggesting contagion as a factor. He wrote about the disease being specifically contagious, while entertaining inherited susceptibility. Islamic teachings encourage humane treatment. The Prophet Muhammad is traditionally said to have urged kindness to the sick, including lepers, although there are also hadiths cautioning people to keep a distance from leprosy, as one would from a lion. In practice, medieval Muslim rulers often established hospitals that had sections for chronic diseases like leprosy. Notably, these hospitals did not expel patients once admitted, and in some cases, lepers could live comfortably with provided stipends. The city of Damascus, for example, had a well-known leprosy asylum as early as the 13th century where patients received regular food and baths. Thus, in both Christian and Muslim lands, by the late medieval period, the isolation of lepers became a formal part of public health and charity. Leprosy was, in a sense, the first disease to inspire proto-sanitary legislation and institutional care on a large scale. But by the late Middle Ages, something interesting began to happen in Europe. The cases of leprosy began to dwindle. Around the 14th to 15th centuries, contemporaries noticed that the dreadful disease was not as prevalent as before. Leprosaria gradually emptied out. Some were converted to other uses. For example, many became shelters for the poor or hospitals for other ailments. By 1500, leprosy had largely vanished from many parts of Western Europe, though pockets remained in places like Norway, Spain, and Eastern Europe for a few more centuries, but we'll get to that. Now, there are several theories for this decline. One theory credits improved living conditions. Better nutrition and hygiene may have bolstered general immunity among Europeans, helping them resist leprosy. Another intriguing theory involves tuberculosis. The germ that causes TB is related to the leprosy bacillus, and it's thought that as TB spread in Europe, it conferred a sort of cross-immunity against leprosy. Which one would you rather have? Tuberculosis or leprosy? It's a rock and a hard place, isn't it? But there's also a grim possibility, and that's that the Black Death of the 14th century simply killed a large portion of the susceptible population, indirectly reducing leprosy's spread. By the 17th century, leprosy had become a rarity in most of Europe, remembered as largely a medieval horror of the past. But the world is much bigger than Europe now, isn't it? And the story was quite different globally. Even as Europe's leper houses closed, leprosy persisted in other regions. In part of the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, the disease remained endemic. Travelers and colonists from Europe in the 16th to 18th centuries occasionally wrote about encountering leprosy in distant lands, sometimes with the same fear and disgust as their medieval ancestors did. And so, that's the segue, which leads us to the early modern and colonial era. And this is when leprosy truly became a global story. European expansion would spread the disease to new areas and sometimes re-import it to Europe. And Western observers, well, they would study it with fresh eyes and a bit of fresh scientific perspective. So from the 16th through to the 18th century, leprosy kind of receded from the European consciousness, at least to some extent. But it certainly did not disappear from the world. In fact, this period saw leprosy pop up in regions where it had never been recorded before, likely as a result of increased travel, trade, and, well, also those horrifying migrations of the slave trade as well. During the age of exploration and colonial expansion, Europeans encountered leprosy in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Sometimes they were re-encountering a disease they knew from history, and sometimes they mistakenly thought it was a new sickness, unique to those lands they encountered. But there is one historical question, and that's whether leprosy existed in the Americas prior to European contact. It's an interesting thing to ponder. You see, for a long time, conventional wisdom was that leprosy did not exist in the pre-Columbian Americas, that it was introduced by European colonizers or African slaves, and the reasoning behind that was that Native American populations had no known word for it, and early Spanish chroniclers didn't clearly identify it among the indigenous peoples. I mean, it's kinda hard to miss, right? And indeed, as the Atlantic slave trade tragically brought millions of Africans to the New World, some of those enslaved people did carry leprosy, which was present in parts of West Africa, where the African slave markets were centered. Well, they brought this back to the Caribbean and Americas in the 17th and 18th centuries, and, well, the rest just snowballs out of control, doesn't it? Leprosy began to be reported in Spanish colonies, Brazil, and the southern United States. For example, by the 18th century, there were leprosaria hospitals established in places like Colombia and Cuba for leprosy patients, many of whom were of African descent. European plantation owners, unfamiliar and fearful, segregated those afflicted. However, recent scientific findings as of 2025 have shaken the old assumptions. We're talking really recent here. Genetic analysis of ancient skeletons in the America has revealed that a form of leprosy was present among the indigenous people at least 1,000 years ago. And I don't know how good your mathematics is, but that is well before Columbus. It's a surprising discovery, and it suggests that leprosy may have reached the Americas via early human migrations or other unknown means. But still, it was after European contact that leprosy became widely noted in the New World written record. So yeah, there's that. But in Europe, as noted, leprosy had waned to quite a dramatic extent, and everyone was quite happy for that news. By 1700, if a European doctor saw a case, it was a rarity worth noting about, often termed lepra or elephantiasis in medical texts, but considered quite exotic. For instance, Norway and Sweden still had some cases in rural areas, and these drew interest from physicians later. Yeah, we'll get back to Norway soon, actually. But there is a curious footnote too, and that's even after leprosy ceased to be a major threat. The word leper remained in the European lexicon as a metaphor for an outcast, or even in some cases a morally tainted person. The imagery had so permeated culture that it stuck around to stigmatize long after the actual disease mostly left. Meanwhile, in Asia and Africa, leprosy continued into modern times much as it had in the past. In India, for example, the disease was widespread in the 18th and 19th centuries. Under British colonial rule, officials grew concerned about leprosy in the local population. Missionaries in India often encountered many cases, and sometimes even founded asylums for lepers, seeing it as both a charitable mission but also a way to, well, contain the disease, fingers crossed. In fact, in 1870, the British doctor Frederick Moat reintroduced the ancient Indian remedy of shalmugra oil to Western medicine after learning of its use locally. Colonial authorities eventually passed the Lepers Act of 1898 in British India, which provided for the segregation and incarceration of pauper leprosy patients in asylums. But of course, in practice it wasn't fully enforced everywhere, but it does show the thinking of the time. Isolation, that is the primary tool against the lepers. In other colonies like those in Africa, similar patterns occurred. For example, in the Dutch East Indies, that is, Indonesia, and in various African colonies, leprosy settlements were established in the 19th century. It's important to mention that well into the 1800s, too, no one actually knew what caused leprosy. A few people thought they knew, but they were a little bit off the mark. The prevailing theories oscillated between hereditary origin and contagion. Some believed it ran in certain families, or even in certain races. Others thought it was spread by contact, but were quite puzzled by its low contagiousness. Unlike plague or smallpox, leprosy typically affected only a small fraction of those exposed, and it progressed quite slowly. This uncertainty, meant that policies were inconsistent. Some places enforced strict quarantine. Others allowed patients to live in villages, while just discouraging close contact. Don't go to the guy with leprosy's house. In any case, by the late 18th century, a few European physicians had begun to take systematic interest in leprosy as a scientific question. One notable development came from the Caribbean. In 1755, the Spanish doctor José de Bustamante in Caracas wrote an important treatise on leprosy, describing it in detail and noting how he believed it was actually quite contagious. And on the other side of the world, in 19th century Hawaii, American and Hawaiian doctors confronted a sudden epidemic of leprosy in the native population, likely introduced around the 1830s, possibly foreign sailors or workers from China or elsewhere. The disease spread rapidly among Hawaiians with devastating effect, and by the 1860s, the Kingdom of Hawaii's government instituted one of the most infamous leprosy isolation policies, the establishment of a leper colony on the remote island of Molokai. Now, the Molokai leper colony was founded in 1866. Patients in Hawaii who were diagnosed, often just on pure appearance, were forcibly taken from their families and shipped off to this rugged peninsula, essentially left there to survive on their own, just away from the eyes of polite society. Now, in the early years, the conditions on Molokai were horrific, to say the least. An eyewitness account from the 1870s described the scene. Hundreds of ill people with ulcerating sores and deformities, living in ramshackle huts with scant food or clean water. Little law, little order, and a sense of abandonment that bred despair. One visitor wrote, "Physical decay was accompanied by mental and moral decay," noting the colony was plagued by filth, alcoholism, violence, and hopelessness. This was leprosy's human toll laid bare. Not only the disease itself, but the social exile and loss of dignity that came with it when patients were left without support. It was in this desperate place that one of history's greatest humanitarians arrived. Father Damien de Vester, a Catholic priest from Belgium. He volunteered to go to Molokai in 1873 to serve the leper colony. Originally, he intended to spend only a short time providing comfort and last rites, but he ended up staying 16 years, transforming the settlement in the process. Father Damien found the colony in chaos and immediately set work to bringing order and compassion. He built churches, organized the construction of simple houses, a school and a proper hospital. He even engineered water catchment systems to provide fresh water. But beyond material improvements, he gave the residents back their dignity. In his very first sermon, Addressing the crowd of outcasts, he opened with the words, "We, the lepers." In that simple phrase, he included himself among them. Well, if anything, that was to erase the social barrier. And, well, it had a profound effect. Over the years, Father Damien nursed the patients, dressed their ulcers. He even ate with them and gave them spiritual hope. Now, inevitably, he contracted leprosy himself, likely through years of close contact and perhaps tending to wounds without protection. But he continued the work, even as the disease began to disfigure him, until his death, finally in 1889. It was a self-sacrifice that made him world famous. He became known as the Apostle of the Lepers, and ultimately he was canonized as a saint in 2009. His story is quite a counterpoint to the fear and stigma, don't you think? It shows the possibility of empathy overcoming fear. But also it illustrates how dire the conditions were that such heroism was needed in the first place, just to restore basic human dignity. There were others who followed in Damien's footsteps too. For instance, Sister, now Saint Marianne Cope of Syracuse. She led a group of nuns to Molokai to help after Damien. And Kate Marsden, a British nurse, who undertook a perilous journey across Siberia in the 1890s to find and aid leprosy patients in remote Yakutia, even seeking a legendary herb cure. But these individuals founded leprosariums and improved conditions for the afflicted in far-flung regions, and that shows a growing international humanitarian concern. Well, by the end of the 19th century, even as charity workers toiled in colonies and remote areas, scientists were closing in on leprosy's deepest secret, the cause. And, well, the stage was set for the breakthrough that the world could connect leprosy's ancient saga with a modern bacteriology, changing the approach from mere isolation to maybe even hopes of a cure. It was the year 1873 that was the pivotal moment in the history of leprosy. In that very year, the Norwegian physician Dr. Gerhard Amir Hansen peered through the microscope in Bergen and saw something that no one had seen before. Tiny, little rod-shaped organisms in a sample of leprous tissue. He had discovered Microbacterium leprae, the bacterium that causes leprosy. Historic milestone indeed. It was the first time a bacterium was identified as the cause of a human disease. This occurred just a few years before Robert Koch's famous discovery of tuberculosis bacillus, and at that time when germ theory was only just beginning to gain traction and acceptance. Hansen's road to discovery, however, was not easy, to say the least. Leprosy was still prevalent in coastal Norway in the 19th century. They had thousands of cases, one of the highest rates in Europe at the time. Working at a leprosy hospital, St. Jürgen's Hospital in Bergen, by the way, Hansen was determined to prove that leprosy was caused by a microbe, and not simply hereditary as many believed. After staining tissue samples with special dyes, he finally observed the minute bacteria clustered in patients' lesions. He announced his finding in 1873. However, proving that these bacteria caused the disease required going further, ideally infecting a healthy subject with them, since Koch postulates for establishing causation were not yet formalized but implicitly sought by scientists. Hansen's attempts to solidify his discovery got him into a little bit of trouble. Now, because the bacteria cannot be easily grown in a lab, he tried to demonstrate its infectiousness through animal and human experiments. He attempted to inoculate rabbits and other animals with leprosy, but they did not develop the disease. So, in frustrating fashion, he in 1879 took the drastic and rather unethical step of inoculating a sample of leprosy bacteria into the eye of a female patient, without her consent, by the way. Yeah, there was no point in asking for consent on that one. Of course, he was doing this to see if it would produce symptoms. Now, as for the patient, understandably suspicious of the procedure, later sued Dr. Hansen, and a Norwegian court actually ruled in her favor, too, and Hansen was censored and stripped of his clinical post for performing an experiment on a patient without consent. Now, this case is often cited as one of the first legal precedents for uninformed consent in medical research. But despite the setback, Hansen's scientific legacy was secure. By the early 1880s, other researchers confirmed the presence of the bacteria in tissues, and his discovery was hailed worldwide, kind of overshadowing the human experimentation, everyone conveniently forgetting about that. Well, the germ was now referred to as Hansen's bacillus, and eventually leprosy itself would be officially named Hansen's disease, and that is a term that is still used, by the way, particularly to avoid the stigma of the word leprosy. And so, with the bacterium identified, the late 19th century saw a shift in thinking. Leprosy was conclusively an infection, not a curse or a purely hereditary ailment. This vindicated those who had long suspected contagion. Ironically, proving leprosy infections led many governments to double down on strict isolation policies. For instance, Norway, after Hansen's work, passed an 1885 law requiring compulsory isolation of leprosy patients, either at home or in hospitals, but with quite a lot of precautions, though most of the hospitals would not really want to take on that responsibility, and in practice the wealthy could quarantine at home, but poorer patients were forced into institutions, effectively a life sentence. Other countries followed suit. Japan, influenced both by its own fears and Western science, which it was just getting a hold of at the time, enacted laws to segregate all leprosy patients in sanatoria. Eventually, the 1907 and more sweeping Leprosy Prevention Law of 1931. As for the British colonies, they had already begun confinement policies, which intensified under the new research. Thus, by 1900, the dominant approach to leprosy worldwide was segregate and isolate. In the United States, for an example, a national leprosarium was established in Carville, Louisiana in 1894, and patients from all over the U.S., sometimes from overseas territories, were sent to Carville. Many of them lived out their entire lives there, separated from their families. And interestingly, Carville developed its own patient culture. They had a baseball team. They published a newsletter, too, and some even married, though they were not allowed to have children on the site. That being said, try stopping people from doing that. But they often used aliases to spare their relatives the shame, which shows the stigma that did persist. A diagnosis of leprosy still meant social death. While isolation may have helped reduce transmission somewhat, it was far from a complete solution, especially with so many hidden cases, and the long incubation period of the disease, which was 5 years on average, sometimes 10 or more. Who knows? You might have it right now. That's a scary thought, isn't it? Well, what was really needed, just like any other disease, was a cure. And it's here where we have a hopeful turn in the early 20th century. Researchers dusted off that old ancient remedy, chalmugra oil. This thick oil from tropical seeds has an anecdotal success rate in India, China, and Burma for centuries. Western doctors in the 19th century tried giving chalmugra oil by mouth to leprosy patients, but it did not taste very nice and caused everyone to vomit. Rubbing it on the skin had very little effect. The real breakthrough came from a young chemist known as Alice Ball. In 1915 to 16, Alice Ball, an African-American researcher at the College of Hawaii, which is now the University of Hawaii, by the way, developed a method to modify chalmugra oil into a form that could be injected. The Ball method, as it came to be known, involved saponifying the oil to make it water-soluble. But unfortunately, Miss Ball died at the age of 24 before she could see the full impact of her work. But her innovation allowed doctors to inject leprosy patients with chalmugra oil derivatives that actually stayed in the body and fought the disease. The results were quite promising. Over the late 1910s and 20s, dozens of patients at Kalihi Hospital in Hawaii, and later Carville and elsewhere, were treated with chalmugra injections. Many showed dramatic improvement. Lesions healed, sensation returned, and ultimately, the disease went into remission. By 1920, as a direct result of Ball's injectable oil, around 28 formerly segregated patients in Hawaii were declared leprosy-free and allowed to leave the leprosarium and go back to normal life. It was essentially the first effective treatment for leprosy in history. Well, it wasn't perfect, by the way. Injections were painful and had to be given over months or years, and not everyone responded. But it was something. It was a ray of hope. Either that or spend the rest of your life in the leper colony. Ugh. Well, throughout the 20s and 30s, chalmugra oil and improved compounds from it remained the standard therapy. People started to speak of cures, and a few leprosaria even closed, as there wasn't enough lepers to really justify keeping them open. Some skepticism did remain in the medical community about what constituted a full cure, since the bacteria were hard to eradicate completely. But patient outcomes definitely did improve, and no one could really argue with that. As the 20th century progressed, so did medical science. In the 1940s, well, that was the next leap, the era of antibiotics. The first specifically synthesized drug for leprosy was promin, a sulfone compound introduced in the early 1940s. Promin had to be given by intravenous injection, but it produced striking improvements, and much faster than chalmugra. This was quickly followed by a pill form called dapsone, which has a very long medical name that I won't attempt to pronounce. Actually, I will. Let's see if I can do it. Diaminodiphenylsulfone. Diaminodiphenylsulfone. I think that's it. In any case, by the late 1940s, dapsone became the wonder drug for leprosy. Taken as a tablet, it could halt the progression of the disease and gradually kill the bacteria. So for the first time, doctors had a relatively easy to administer and pretty effective medication. Patients no longer necessarily needed to be kept in lifelong isolation. If treated early, they could avoid the severe disability entirely. Very lucky. However, as more patients were treated with single drugs like dapsone, a new challenge emerged. The leprosy bacillus slowly developed resistance to the medication when used alone. Uh-oh, that's not good. By the 1960s, cases of dapsone-resistant leprosy were appearing, threatening to undermine the gains. So what was the solution? Well, they had to wait until the 80s for that. It was multi-drug therapy, a combination of drugs to prevent the bacteria from outsmarting the treatment. The World Health Organization recommended a regimen of dapsone, rifampicin, and clofazimine in 1981. Now this would cure leprosy in as little as 6 to 12 months of daily treatment, and the multi-drug therapy was certainly a game-changer. It not only treated the disease, but rendered patients non-infectious after the first doses, meaning they no longer had to be isolated while undergoing the treatment. Over the next decades, MDT, multi-drug therapy, was rolled out globally, often provided free of charge by governments and NGOs. And the results? Pretty damn good. The worldwide prevalence of leprosy plummeted from millions of cases in the early 1980s to a few 100,000 by the 2000s. And by the year 2000, the WHO declared leprosy eliminated as a public health problem, at least in most countries. Well, that is defined as less than one case per 10,000 people, though pockets of it still remained. Now, although effective treatment exists, the legacy of leprosy's long and troubled history is not so easily erased. One of the biggest challenges, even today, is the stigma attached to the disease. And that doesn't just go for leprosy, it goes for a lot of different diseases. Our societies have feared leprosy for centuries, and many of those old attitudes still linger on. We're probably guilty of it ourselves, to be honest. In some communities in South Asia, Africa, or Latin America, people diagnosed with leprosy still face ostracism. Family members might shun them. You might get fired from your job. Marriage prospects evaporate. No one really wants to get married to a leper now, don't they? Well, much of this is due to the lack of awareness that leprosy is now curable and only mildly contagious with prolonged contact, and that's if you're not taking the medicine. Health workers often have to fight not just the disease, but the rumors and the fear surrounding it. And this is where, well, all diseases get. It's a difficult thing because people don't want to go to the doctor because they fear that, well, maybe it'll just go away on its own. It has to, because if I go to the doctor and if I get diagnosed with this disease, all my friends and family are going to think that I'm just disgusting. If you have any problems, just go to the doctor. People are even afraid they're going to get judged by the doctor, even in this day and age. But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. In any case, I hope no one is suffering with leprosy out there. And it is sobering to realize that even in the 20th century, after the age of antibiotics, some governments continued draconian segregation policies. Now, you might be thinking of some African country or perhaps some place in the third world, but no. The most poignant example is Japan. You see, Japan had a long-standing law, first passed in 1907 and then strengthened in 1931, mandating that all persons with leprosy be confined to special leprosariums, often in remote areas or on an island somewhere. And the law stayed in effect for decades, fueled by an exaggerated fear of contagion or eugenic ideas. The law even enforced abortions or sterilizations on patients to prevent them from having children. Now that is pretty monstrous for the 20th century. Even after effective drug therapy was available, Japan did not rescind compulsory isolation. Parents who were cured with multi-drug therapy in the 1980s were still not allowed to leave the sanatoria. And it wasn't until 1996 that Japan finally abolished its leprosy prevention law and acknowledged the policy that had been a grave injustice. Many former patients and their families later sued the governments for compensation, and quite rightly so, get the bag, citing psychological and social harm caused by those lost, wasted years. And in 2001, the Japanese courts ruled in their favor, and the government issued an apology, and hopefully a big wad of cash as well. While other countries had similar issues, in some places old leper colonies turned into lifetime refuge communities for survivors who had nowhere else to go, or they simply remained by choice. For example, the inhabitants of Carville, Louisiana, once treatment was possible and the isolation policy relaxed, were technically free to leave by the late 20th century, but many had lived there so long, estranged from the outside world, that Carville had become more of a home than their old home had. It transformed over time into more of a long-term care facility than a prison. Not today, Carville is closed as a leprosarium. It's a museum and training center now, by the way. And patients in the US are treated as outpatients like anyone else with any other infectious disease. Globally, as of the 21st century, our year 2025, when I'm recording this video, leprosy remains endemic in a few regions. About 200,000 cases are reported each year, mostly in countries like India, which accounts for over half of all cases. Brazil, Indonesia, and several African nations, they have their numbers pretty high too. The good news among all this is that virtually all of these cases can be cured with multi-drug therapy. The focus of organizations like the World Health Organization and the Leprosy Mission is now on early detection, finding cases before nerve damage and disability set in, and on combating stigma too, so that patients can come forward for treatment without being shy to do so, as I mentioned. Public health campaigns also emphasize that leprosy is not highly contagious. In fact, and here's something that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable, 95% of humans actually have a natural immunity to it. Just hope you're not the 5%. And that after a few doses of medicine, a patient cannot spread the disease at all. It effectively cuts the bacteria off at the knees. Well, education efforts and community outreach are gradually changing attitudes. But there's still plenty of misconceptions persisting in some places. For instance, a false belief that leprosy might be a curse or that it isn't curable. Things like that. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me that many people, even listening to this video, would think that it's an incurable, debilitating disease. It's no fault of their own, that's how it's been presented to everyone. Every little bit of media that we've got just presents leprosy as this horrible thing. Oh yeah. Deus vult. God wills it. The chant echoes out as frenzied men hear the speech of Pope Urban II and prepare to go all in on a crusade to retake the Holy Land. November 1095. The heart of Christendom prepares to fight the Holy War. But why would they do that? Why exactly would tens of thousands of medieval Christians, all the way from the penniless peasant to the great lord, suddenly uproot their entire lives to fight in a foreign land they knew only of from Scripture? To the modern observer, the idea is a bit baffling, even fanatical. But to Christians of the late 11th century, the call to crusade felt not only justified but urgent and inevitable. In their eyes, you see, the whole enterprise simply had to happen. It was, as they believed after all, ordained by God, necessary to defend the faith and rescue their brethren. But it was much more than that. This was not simply a religious war. There were so many moving parts, and so today, from a modern academic perspective, we're going to step into their shoes and explore the reasons, whether they be religious, political, social, and economic, that the contemporaries gave to themselves for embarking on this great crusade. No judgments, just observations. Detached academia, as usual. But first, just going to welcome you to the channel. as I always do out of habit and good manners, if you've not clicked that subscribe button yet, I would advise you to do so. And for those who are new to the channel, welcome. Thank you to those coming back. You'll notice no ads on this channel because of the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who choose to donate. If you would like to become among that crowd, well, there are links in the pinned comment and in the video description. Now, with all that out of the way, I think it's time that we go back to the 11th century and find out just what was happening. But of course, the 11th century, I doubt that anyone listening remembers what that was like. So let's start and understand the backdrop of the late 11th century and try and understand why the call to arms resonated so deeply. It was, I suppose, a time of rising confidence within Latin Christendom, but also looming threats from the outside. Europe itself was experiencing a period of dynamic change. The population, that was growing quite well. Trade, it was reviving. And the chaos of those earlier dark ages, as they were called, well, it was giving way to a more organized feudal society. It took a surprisingly long time for everyone to recover from the old order under Rome in its Western Empire sense. Those couple hundred years between the fall of Rome and those proper early Middle Ages, well, it certainly took a while for them to organize things into the new normal. Now, topic for another video, perhaps. Yet, with more people and more knights, there came more internal conflict, incessant local wars between lords and little feuds breaking out, often spilling blood on church altars and the innocent alike. The church, well, they had to try and tame this violence through movements like the Peace of God and Truce of God, which urged knights not to harm the innocent and to cease fighting on holy days. The efforts were met with mixed success. By 1095, many devout leaders were anxiously seeking a way to direct the aggressive energy of Europe's warrior class toward a more righteous end. And you must think about it. You have men with lots of resources, heavily trained in combat, with nothing to do, no one to fight. Of course, they're going to end up fighting each other, causing a bit of trouble. Let's put aside the general romanticization of knights for a moment. It's not quite like the tales of Lancelot and King Arthur. Of course, there was a little bit of that going on, sure. But a lot of knights definitely felt a little constricted by their position and the expectations put upon them, especially once they started to get a little bit of that disposable income, winning that at tournaments, all the rest. Well, beyond Europe's frontiers, of course, there was a profound challenge rising, and that was the advance of the Islamic powers. Now, the biggest power at the time was the Seljuk Turks, and they were closing in on the Christian lands. You see, for centuries, Christian and Muslim forces had clashed intermittently, and most notably in Spain, where the Christian kingdoms were slowly reconquering the Muslim-held territory, and also in the Mediterranean, when Norman knights had recently seized Sicily from Muslim rule. But now, there was a very new alarm sounding from the east. The Seljuk Turks, a recently converted Muslim people, had stormed onto the scene, and they had dealt a crushing blow to the Byzantine, or Eastern Roman Empire, at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071. In the aftermath, vast swaths of Byzantine Anatolia, that is modern-day Turkey, were overrun. Ancient Christian cities fell to the Turkish control now. Roads became dangerous for travelers. The good old days were well and truly over. But even pilgrims, unarmed women and men, peasants, all the rest, travelling to Jerusalem, the holiest city of Christendom, they reported increasing harassment and peril. Jerusalem itself, along with the entire Holy Land, had been under Muslim domination since the 7th century. But the Christians had generally been tolerated to live and worship there under Islamic rulers, and pilgrimage had continued. All you need to do is pay the tax, the jizya, a lot of the time. Well, all of this began to change. In the year 1009, the volatile Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim had destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the revered site of Jesus Christ's tomb, by the way, in a fit of intolerance. Of course, the Europeans, they did not take to this kindly. It sent an outrage shockwave throughout Europe. Although the church was later rebuilt, stories of its desecration lingered in Western memory. By the 1070s, the Seljuks wrested Jerusalem from the Fatimids. Rumors spread of new atrocities. Some returning pilgrims told lurid tales of Christian pilgrims being robbed, attacked, and even once they arrived at the holy places, simply being prevented from entering. What a disappointment. Well, whether exaggerated or true, the reports painted a picture of the holy city and Eastern Christians in dire need. Something had to be done. So, you can see that the roots of all of this go back almost 100 years. Well, even more than that. A few hundred years, really. It had been brewing for quite some time. Now, what about the Byzantine Empire? Because they're the real player in this. And they found themselves right on the frontier between the clash of Christendom and the Islamic kingdoms. They found themselves hard-pressed by the Turks. And by 1095, Emperor Alexios Komnenos had managed to stabilize his throne and even reclaim some territory. But he knew he could not restore all of the lost lands, at least not alone. Swallowing a good deal of pride, the emperor reached out to his fellow Christians in the West for help. And this was remarkable. You might think that the Eastern and Western Roman Empire, it's just a line they drew for convenience. But no, they had actually been estranged for about 40 years or so. The Great Schism of 1054 divided Orthodox and Catholic Christianity, and nothing breaks up friendships like disagreements in religious orthodoxy. But nonetheless, at the Council of Piacenza in March of 1095, Alexios's ambassadors delivered an urgent plea to Pope Urban II. They asked for a limited force of Western knights, mercenaries, basically, to assist Byzantium in pushing back the Turks. I suppose in their own polite way, the Eastern envoys painted a grim picture of Asia Minor laid waste and Christian churches violated by infidels, appealing to their common faith. Of course, they had different doctrines between the Catholic and the Orthodox, but they all agreed on one thing, that the Holy Land was holy, and anyone who touches the Holy Land makes not an attack on church, but an attack on God. Now Pope Urban, he listened with interest. He was a Frenchman by birth, and quite a reformist, deeply committed to strengthening the church's moral and political authority. The timing of Alexios's request was quite fortuitous. Urban had recently reasserted his control over the papacy after a long struggle with the rival pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. Now that he saw his opportunity to unite the warring nobles of Western Europe under a sacred cause, while also mending fences with Byzantium and extending Rome's influence, What began as an appeal for a few hundred knights would soon swell into something far greater, a spiritual tidal wave that no one, perhaps not even Pope Urban himself, could fully anticipate. Thus, on the eve of the First Crusade, Latin Christendom stood at a crossroads, spiritually energized, but militarily fragmented, increasingly aware of threats to the fellow Christians abroad, and led by a papacy eager to assert leadership. So, I'm sure you can see how this stage is perfectly set for the enterprise that could channel religious devotion and knightly aggression into one grand venture. It was a one-stop shop. It could require a clarion call loud enough to rouse the heart of Europe, and Urban II was about to deliver exactly that. And so here we are, wheeling back to that scene in November 1095, Clermont, France. Urban II convened a great church council there, mainly to discuss reforms, but he had a kind of dramatic finale in mind. On the council's last day, the Pope stepped outside to address the masses. We are fortunate to have several near-contemporary accounts of what Urban said, though each chronicle is remembered a little bit differently. They're all pretty much the same. But the reports do agree on one thing, that Urban's speech was a tour de force that brought the crowd to a fever pitch. According to one chronicler, the Pope began by describing the plight of Eastern Christians and the barbarity of the enemy. He spoke of a horrible tale coming from Jerusalem and Constantinople. Churches desecrated, Christians driven from their homes and enslaved, and the holy places defiled. There is one recounted version, when Urban details the atrocities allegedly committed by the Turks, stories calculated to make his listeners shudder with indignation. He claims, for instance, that Christian men were being circumcised and their blood poured over altars. The Turks tortured and killed with unspeakable cruelty, and the Christian women suffered dishonor at the hands of the infidels. Quote, "What shall I say of the abominations inflicted on women?" On account, as Urban declare. To speak of it is worse than to be silent. Whether or not such lurid tales were actually true, they were certainly powerful. Nothing like that to whip up the emotions. And the message was clear. Christendom itself was under attack. They were coming for us. Its holy sanctuaries and people suffering intolerable wrongs that cried out for redress. Surely, that watching audience couldn't just sit there and let it happen. So Urban posed a challenge to the listeners. Who, if not you, will avenge this injustice? A quote from one of the texts. "On whom is the labor of avenging these wrongs and recovering this territory incumbent, if not upon you?" I suppose it was more than a call for revenge, really framed as a kind of sacred duty. Kind of like God was looking down and judging their responses. You better not give the wrong answer. The Pope reminded the largely French audience of their ancestors' glorious deeds, that heroic age of Charlemagne, when the Christian kings expanded Christ's realm by defeating pagan foes. Let the deeds of your ancestors incite you, Urban exhorted, invoking Charlemagne and the other old heroes of that age who had extended the borders of the faith. And so now, he implied that it was simply their turn to take up that mantle, live up to the legacy. But most stirring of all was Urban's appeal to liberate Jerusalem, the biblical Holy Land. In the words recorded by the monk Robert of Reims, Urban painted a contrast between the war-torn, impoverished land of Europe and the richness of the distant promise. Quote from his speech, "This land which you inhabit is too narrow for your large population, nor does it abound in wealth. It barely furnishes food enough for its cultivators. Hence, you fight and devour one another." And he was right. He was 100% correct. It was a frank acknowledgment of Europe's internal strife. Then the Pope offered a remedy, of course. "Let your quarrels end," he said. "Let wars cease among you. Enter upon the holy road to the holy sepulchre. Wrest that land from the wicked race, and subject it to yourselves." Now there's a stunning idea. All that energy, fighting between each other, redirected outward, not in the service of wealth, but in the service of God. Why spill your neighbor's blood in petty feuds, when you could fight the wicked race, i.e. the Muslims, occupying Christ's own sepulchre? Robert the monk's account continues, with Urban describing the Holy Land in almost poetic terms, to entice the crowd even further. He reminded them that this was indeed that land from Scripture, the land flowing with milk and honey, promised by God, the navel of the world, made sacred by Christ's life and death. Jerusalem, the royal city at the center of the earth, was now held captive by the enemies of God, and it begs for liberation. Urban called upon his listeners as the chosen people of God's war. He said, "From you especially, Jerusalem asks for succor, for God has given you glory in arms. Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, and with the assurance of eternal glory in heaven." Well, it sounds like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Remission of sins. I'm sure a few eyes darted back and forth, thinking, perhaps the sins I've committed will only be remitted if I do this. Well, the last line carried immense weight, of course. That is that spiritual reward, unprecedented in its scope, complete forgiveness from the Pope himself. This was a formal indulgence, essentially a promise that fighting for the holy war for the sake of Christ would wipe away the penance one owed for past wrongdoing. To a society deeply concerned with salvation in the afterlife, that was quite the incentive. Now imagine knights who had lived by the sword, often incurring blood guilt or excommunication for their violence, now being told that if they turned their sword in a more productive way, face it to the infidel, their sins could be washed clean. Very little wonder that the crowd, upon hearing all these appeals, roared in agreement and devotion. It kind of reminds me of when Oprah gave everybody a car. I'm sure you remember the crowd reaction. Well, let's not compare Oprah to Pope Urban II, shall we? But I'm sure you see what I'm getting at. So they shouted, Deus vult, God wills it. Moved by the unanimity, of the response, Urban reportedly rejoiced and declared, "Indeed, God has drawn this cry from you. Let it be your war cry in battle, for it comes from God." The Pope then urged all who were able-bodied and prepared for the task to take up the call. He specifically forbade the weak, elderly, or women from going, so as not to burden the army, and he encouraged those who could not fight to support the endeavor financially. Urban appointed as the spiritual leader of the expedition Bishop Adhemar of Leprosy. Now who was that? Well, he was a respected, pious cleric from the area, and he volunteered right on the spot. Well, he then set the official departure for August of 1096. The crowd surged forward to pledge themselves to the journey, many receiving a cross-shaped cloth to stitch to their tunics. The origin of the term "to take the cross," the very mark of the Crusader. Now, some people think that they were stitching them straight into their skin. I've heard a few people say this before, and it seems their citation for it is the introduction of the video game Dante's Inferno. Now, don't get me wrong, it was an absolute banger, but no one was bringing out fishing hooks and stitching it directly into their skin, at least as far as I know. If they were, please correct me. So, in a mix of fiery rhetoric and heartful piety, the First Crusade was on like Donkey Kong. Urban's sermon deftly wove together all the key justifications that the Christians of the time found persuasive: defense of the fellow Christians and sacred sites, righteous vengeance against cruelty, and the channeling of violent impulses toward a holy purpose, the lure of spiritual and material rewards, and the sense of participating in God's grand design. It all sounds like a pretty win-win idea for those Crusaders. But let's break down each of those motivations more fully, and we'll see what made the Crusade feel not just appealing, but so necessary to so many people. Okay, so at its core, the First Crusade was kind of sold and definitely embraced as this act of profound faith. It was the physical manifestation of someone's faith in God through taking up the sword with God at your back and going off to some foreign land to just beat the living hell out of complete strangers. Well, it's one way to put it. But the men and women of 1096 called it a pilgrimage, really, or a journey to Jerusalem done for Christ's sake. The word crusade comes from crux, for cross. You see, that was coined quite a bit later. At the time, participants thought of themselves first and foremost as pilgrims, but this time carrying swords. Understanding this mindset's pretty critical, by the way. They didn't see themselves as conquerors or marauders, but rather penitents and soldiers of God on a holy mission. One powerful religious motivation was the desire to liberate that holy land, especially Jerusalem. Now, of course, this was not going to come without a bloody good fight. People knew that, but they weren't going at it with bloodthirst in mind. It wasn't about that. Anyway, in Christian thought, Jerusalem, well, it wasn't just another city. It was the holiest place on the entire planet, the site of Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, the location of the Holy Sepulchre, and the spiritual center of the world. Many believe that Jerusalem, because of this, should rightfully be in Christian hands, a fitting homage to Christ. You think about it this way. What if Mecca was overtaken by Christians? The Muslims would launch their own crusade, I suppose, or rather a jihad. Now, the idea that this sacred city was under the control of Muslims, whom they saw as heathens denying Christ, well, that was a deeply painful insult to pious Christians. There was this widespread yearning to restore Christian worship in Jerusalem's holy sites and to protect those places from dishonor. This was often framed not as a war of conquest, but as a moral obligation to Christ himself. Now, as Urban II implored, quote, "Let the holy sepulchre of the Lord our Saviour, which is possessed by unclean nations, especially incite you." There it is again, the holy sepulchre, treated with ignominy by unbelievers. That was the North Star, the rallying symbol that stirred the medieval imagination. Now, pilgrimage to Jerusalem, that was already the ultimate spiritual adventure in the Middle Ages, the top holiday destination. Those who managed to visit the holy city, rather, not the holiday city, despite the distance and danger, were revered at home as having done something courageous and holy. By recasting the Crusade as an armed pilgrimage, Urban made an innovative leap. He took up a very familiar act of devotion, pilgrimage, and fused it with a concept of holy war. Up to this point, mainstream Christian teaching had been ambivalent about warfare. Fighting was usually only condoned as a regrettable necessity in self-defense. But here, what we had was a war that was proactively called for by the sacred leadership. It had to be framed carefully to be acceptable to the Christian conscience. The solution was to emphasize the penitential aspect of the journey. Crusaders were often described as doing penance for their very act of taking up the cross. Instead of walking barefoot and unarmed to atone for sin as a typical pilgrim might, these penitents would carry a sword and lance, now weapons, symbols of God's service. But the church itself assured participants that their toils would count as a meritorious sacrifice. All the fasting, hardship, and danger they would endure on the march to Jerusalem would be like a great living prayer. If they were unlucky and died in the attempt, they were often compared to martyrs, giving their life for the love of Christ. One chronicler, Gilbert of Nogent, wrote later that God was literally pressing men's souls to undertake the Crusades as a means of salvation. The idea of dying for one's faith, that's been pretty much always honored in Christianity. The word martyr and carries quite a deep significance, not just in Christianity either. But now fighting and perhaps dying to proclaim Christ's tomb could be seen in that exalted light. Martyrdom no longer just for those disciples, priests, and all the rest. Anyone could do it. But perhaps the most concrete religious incentive was the indulgence that Urban pronounced. While the previous popes had spiritual rewards to knights fighting in Spain, Urban's promise at Clermont was unprecedented in scope. Full remission of the sins, if they truly repented. To medieval Christians, steeped in the belief that sin required penance, and that unatoned sin meant a lifetime, or rather eternity, in purgatory, or even worse if you were that unlucky. It was like being handed a get-out-of-jail-free card. Pass go, collect $200. It really is hard to overstate how motivating this was. Many knights knew that they had bloody pasts. They had killed, pillaged, perhaps even violated the peace of God. But now the church told them, go and do this one thing, and the entire slate will be wiped clean by God's mercy. One eyewitness to Clermont wrote that Urban's call was a command of Christ, and those who heeded it could substitute the expedition for all penance. So in essence, the crusade was presented as a holy shortcut to grace. Think about it if you could, take one test, and then all of your student loan debt would be forgiven. I suppose these are we can frame them in our modern issues, I suppose. But in addition, religious culture at the time was imbued with the expectation of miracles and divine intervention. Many crusaders genuinely believed God would guide and protect them. This faith was reinforced as the expedition unfolded. In their chronicles, they credit God for every major victory. For example, when the Crusaders miraculously survived starvation, and then captured the city of Antioch in 1098. They attributed to not their own skill, but God's favor. And of course, the discovering of a holy relic, that being the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Christ. That, of course, boosted their morale quite a bit. Now, one leader, Count Raymond of Toulouse, insisted on carrying this relic into battle. Such events strengthened the conviction that the Crusade was God's work. If hardships befell them, these were the tests of faith. If successes came, they were proof of divine blessing. And we even see a kind of apocalyptic zeal in play. Jerusalem held a place in the end-time prophecies for medieval Christians. If you're familiar with the book of Revelation and other texts, well, they hint at Jerusalem's role in this second coming of Christ. Some zealots likely believe that reclaiming Jerusalem would perhaps hasten the end of days and fulfill God's final plan for the world. While Urban II's recorded works focus on practical and pious reasons, the underlying religious sentiment among the masses, well, that certainly included hope of participating in a cosmic, divine story. Well, let's move on to a different set of justifications. Let's look at the ruling class of medieval Europe, this warrior aristocracy, knights and nobles living by the sword, both their calling and a curse. By the late 11th century, the Church had been grappling with the problem of knightly violence for generations. Knights, well, they were meant to protect the weak, uphold justice, but too often they preyed on the very people they should be defending. Feudal society was plagued by small-scale wars, disputes between lords, fights over inheritance, raids for plunder, or just vengeance. Common folk and churchmen alike suffered under this constant insecurity. The Peace of God movement, originating in France in the early 11th century, tried to forbid knights from harming non-combatants like peasants, clergy, women, and merchants. But the Truce of God went even further, and that prohibited warfare on certain days, and in Sundays, holy seasons, giving societies some kind of respite. These initiatives had a moral force, but enforcing them, that was another matter. You can make rules, sure, but rule breakers don't follow the rules. Many knights, they paid lip service to the peace and the truce, only to ignore them when ambition or anger flared up within them. The First Crusade, in the eyes of reformers like Urban II, well, that offered a brilliant solution. Turn their violent energies toward a righteous cause. Rather than unrealistically trying to make these trained warriors lay down their arms and be good little boys, the Crusade gave them a chance to use their fighting skills in a more noble manner. And so in one fell swoop, the concept of Christian knighthood was completely transformed. No longer would a knight be merely a brutal enforcer for his own gain. He could now become a soldier of Christ, as some writers proudly dubbed the Crusaders Miles Christi. Now this was indeed a radical rebranding. War, if fought for God's justice, could not be a sin but rather a path to holiness. So contemporary accounts of Urban's sermon, they also highlight this appeal to knights, you see. One chronicler by Fulcher of Chartres, who was present at Clermont, by the way, recalls Urban urging these fighting men to cease their internal wars and instead fight against the infidel. Let those who have been robbers now become soldiers. That's a quote from Fulcher's version. Let those who have formerly fought against their brothers and relatives now fight, as is right, against barbarians, The Pope was effectively saying, stop all your petty squabbles. Let's team up for the ultimate noble battle. Fulcher also notes the promise, let those who have been serving as mercenaries for a small pay now obtain the eternal reward. And there's a poignant insight there. Many landless knights hired themselves out to scratch out a meager living, becoming little better than thugs for coin. And Urban, he offered them something grander, a chance to be part of a divinely sanctioned army, gain spiritual wages far beyond gold, an eternal retirement plan. The knightly class responded with enthusiasm. To be sure, their motives were a mix of idealism and self-interest. Medieval knights were concerned with honor, fame, and fealty. The Crusade promised honor on a colossal scale, the kind that would be celebrated in songs and chronicles. And indeed, we're still talking about it, so there's that. Now we know that many prominent nobles, of course, took the cross in 1096, including some of the most renowned lords of France and Norman Italy. So let's just quickly go through a quick character list, I suppose. And we'll mention a few of them just to illustrate their mindset. So first, we had Raymond IV, that is the Count of Toulouse. We have mentioned him, one of the richest and also the oldest nobles to go. He was deeply devout. Now in 1096 he was nearing 60 years of age, and he saw the Crusade as a holy mission so important that he left his vast domains, even bringing his wife and family along, believe it or not. Chronicles note Raymond's piety. He reportedly wanted to die in the Holy Land and be buried there. Well, he didn't quite die on the march, but he never returned to Europe, staying to rule in the East, a sign of his long-term commitment to the cause. Then we have Godfrey of Bouillon, a duke from Lorraine. He also took up the cross quite early, but he had a quite complicated past. He had fought for the German emperor against the papacy in earlier years. Some speculate that by joining the Crusade he sought to atone for siding with the, quote, wrong side in that conflict, making peace with the church. He sold or mortgaged most of his property to finance the expedition. Pretty enormous personal sacrifice, that's for sure. And Godfrey became one of the Crusade's foremost commanders, ultimately elected the ruler of Jerusalem after its capture. Though here's something quite tellingly, he refused to wear the king's crown, quote, where Christ had worn a crown of thorns. So instead he took a different title, Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, reflecting the Christian ideal of humble service to God, even in victorious glory. But then we had Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was a bit of a different sort, daring, ambitious, quite frank about seeking his fortune, to be honest with you. Bohemond had fought the Byzantines before. His father had tried to conquer the Greek Empire, so cynics might say that Bohemond joined the Crusade hoping to seize land for himself. There's certainly a few eyebrows raising at that. And indeed, during the campaign, he maneuvered to claim the city of Antioch as his own principality. Yet even Bohemond cloaked his venture in piety, and he won the admiration of those as a Crusader hero. He was at Clermont, too, to hear Pope Urban's call, and was moved enough to take the cross despite the rivalry with Byzantium. And that goes to show that even those with worldly aims seem to frame their participation as knightly honor and religious duty combined. Okay, last one. Tancred of Hauteville, Beaumont's young nephew. He exemplifies this chivalrous ideal, In chronicles, Tancred is portrayed as a model crusader, brave, relatively merciful to the conquered, and motivated by this genuine religious fervor. There is one story that is, well, admittedly it could be romanticized. It claims that Tancred lamented when the Crusaders, in the flush of victory, massacred the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He would have preferred that they convert rather than be killed. Well, whether that's true or not, such anecdotes reflect the self-image of knights as righteous warriors, not mere butchers. And it certainly goes out to those who want to save souls, rather than just send the infidels to that fiery pit. Whichever comes first, I suppose. Now, for knights like these, the Crusade had a social allure beyond the spiritual. Medieval society was hierarchical and local. The noble's fame usually extended only as far as his neighbor's eyes, but answering the Pope's call, that made the knight a part of a pan-European enterprise, one that chronicles would write about for posterity, and YouTubers would make videos about 900 years later. It is really hard to underplay the romantic appeal that this held for a warrior class, raised on these epic legends. Many of them grew up hearing that tales are like the Song of Roland, stories where noble Christian knights battled pure evil. So the First Crusade in their minds was living out a similar epic on the real stage of history. It was now their turn to become the paladins of Christendom. But then you have the pragmatic social factor. The laws of inheritance, also called primogeniture, often left younger sons of nobles with no land or titles, and of course, that's quite a problem. For those landless knights, war and adventure were the only real way to make name and potentially new estates. The East, with its rich cities like Antioch and Jerusalem, beckoned as a place of opportunity. Even urban speech, as reported by Robert the Monk, hints at Europe being overcrowded and poor, implying the East as a land of plenty by comparison, milk and honey, just like the scriptures. But whether or not the average crusader consciously thought that I'm going to get rich, the possibility of profit and plunder, well, that certainly loomed in the background. Whether or not people like to admit it, everybody acting as pious as possible. However, importantly, the moral narrative of the Crusade reframed even material gain as part of God's will. If a knight gained wealth or land during the expedition, he could believe that it was God rewarding him for his service. One high-ranking participant, Stephan of Blois, wrote cheerfully to his wife from Antioch that he had twice as much wealth now as when he left, seeing absolutely no contradiction between spiritual aims and personal benefit. There's another social element that often gets overlooked, and that's peer pressure or feudal obligation. When major lords like Raymond or Godfrey took the cross, their vassals and knights were strongly inclined to follow. Entire feudal contingents went east under the lord's banners, and in a sense it became fashionable among the nobility to join the crusade. One could gain prestige at home simply by participating, whereas declining, well, you're a bit of a coward, aren't you? Well, for those on the fence, seeking neighbors and fellow knights rush out to pledge themselves must have been quite persuasive. It's akin to a wave of enthusiasm sweeping through a warrior class. A new definition of what it meant to be a true knight emerged, one who fights for God, not just for himself. You see, the Cold Crusade didn't only inspire nobles and the hardened warrior class, but ordinary people too. Medieval society, high and low, was deeply religious. The idea of rescuing Christ's patrimony and earning eternal merit, well, that proved to be quite popular, across all social classes. So within months of Urban's sermon, a spontaneous movement of common folk, later dubbed the People's Crusade, had ignited. This outpouring, while quite less organized and ultimately tragic in outcome, it shows how compelling the vision was to the average man on the street in 1096. So one figure stands out in the grassroots crusading enthusiasm: Peter the Hermit. He was a charismatic preacher, often described as a gaunt, barefoot monk riding a donkey, who traveled through France and Germany preaching the crusade to anyone who would listen to him. By all accounts, he was apparently quite mesmerizing. People flocked to touch his robe, or even pluck hairs from his mule's tail as if to carry a piece of this holy man's zeal. Peter the Hermit's sermons stirred villagers and townsfolk to leave their ploughs and shops and join the march to Jerusalem. And so he became the unofficial leader of tens of thousands of would-be crusaders, but not armored knights. Farmers, laborers, women, elderly, even children, all swept up by that apocalyptic excitement. So they believed that if knights could go and fight for God's tomb, why not them as well? After all, they're Christians too. Some sources suggest that Peter preached the Lord would protect the simple and meek on this journey, possibly even working miracles on their behalf. A bold claim. Let's see how it works out. Well, we shouldn't make jokes about that now, shouldn't we? Well, the People's Crusade, as it is often called, set out in spring of 1096, months before the official departure date and largely without any church authorization. It was as if the floodgates of passion had burst. This ill-trained mob included pious souls sincerely seeking to do God's will, but also riff-raff and miscreants who saw a chance for loot or a bit of adventure. Their march across Europe was chaotic, lacking discipline. Some groups in the People's Crusade committed horrific excesses, revealing a darker side of mass zeal. Most notorious were the attacks on the Jews in the Rhineland. Certain bands of crusaders, led by minor nobles like Count Emmiko of Leiningen, decided on their way to fight the Muslim infidels, they would first need to deal with the ones that they perceived at home, i.e., the Jews. So in Speyer, Worms, Mainz, and other cities along the Rhine, these mobs massacred Jewish women, children, and the men, forcing conversions or simply slaughtering those who refused. Well, it was strongly condemned by local bishops, of course. They tried, often in vain, to shelter people. It didn't quite work out. Yet it happened, precisely because the crusading fervor was so intense, and of course, a little bit misdirected among the lower ranks. These perpetrators twisted the Crusade's idea, the war for Christianity, into an excuse to murder people, and anyone who they saw as Christ killers or infidels were on the menu for that. For them, in this reasoning, the crusade had to happen, not only in Jerusalem, but against any perceived enemy of Christ. And this is important. It's a sobering note. While the main aim was freeing the Holy Land from Muslim rule, the entire atmosphere in general of holy war could ignite uncontrolled fanaticism. So, moving east, Peter the Hermit's masses and similar groups of peasants reached Byzantine territory in 1096, unruly and hungry. The Byzantine Emperor Alexios, astonished and somewhat dismayed at these ragtag hordes suddenly showing up out of nowhere, quickly ferried them across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor. mainly just to keep them away from Constantinople. There, the People's Crusade met its doom. Unarmed peasants and undisciplined militias were no match for the seasoned Turkish troops. In the fall of 1096, these ill-fated enthusiasts were ambushed and massacred by the Seljuks shortly after entering Muslim-held territory. Only a handful of them, Peter the Hermit among them, survived to later join the main Crusade armies. The People's Crusade, despite its tragic end, exemplifies how ordinary Christians of the time felt the crusade was necessary and urgent. Many of these folks had very little to gain materially. Some even was walking barefoot, trusting God to provide. Motivations were often naively spiritual. Chroniclers like Albert of Aachen relate almost unbelievable anecdotes. A segment of common crusaders became so carried away that they followed a goose and a goat that they claimed were filled with the Holy Spirit and divinely ordained to lead them to Jerusalem. To picture that, scores of devout peasants walking behind the goose, singing hymns and sincerely believing that God's voice was guiding the animal to the holy place. Seems a bit silly, but it does show the nearly hysterical level of religious excitement, a mass psychosis of faith. Well, what about the economic factors? At least for the common people. You see, while knights needed costly armor and thus often had to sell off their lands or take loans to finance their trip, the poorer crusaders obviously had quite fewer resources. Some very real economics underlay their decisions. A peasant living in grinding poverty under heavy feudal burdens might see the crusade as a kind of chance to start up a new life, or at least a temporary escape from their woes. The Middle Ages had limited mobility. To go on a crusade was in some cases to throw off one's feudal obligations. The Church tried to ease the way by, for example, suspending debts for those who took the cross and forbidding creditors to seize their lands while they were away. And this meant a debtor could depart without fear of returning to complete ruin. Something like a fresh start. I mean, when you have nothing to lose. Well, townspeople, too, might have been enticed by the thought of profitable trade in the East, or simply swept up by pious patriotism for Christianity. Urban had explicitly encouraged the rich to aid the poor in going, and indeed many nobles did sponsor and equip poorer neighbors or neighbors or vassals to join the march, and this created a sense of communal endeavor. Everybody, rich or poor, could share in the spiritual riches of the crusade. All of this mass enthusiasm was further stoked by a network of itinerant preachers, and that's beyond Peter the Hermit. All across France and Germany, clergymen took up Urban's cause, preaching in churches, public squares. They all spoke in the vernacular languages, so even the illiterate listeners could grasp the message. Now, do remember that back in those days, the Bible was not translated for the common people to read. You would go to a mass in Latin and just, ask questions to the preacher afterwards, I suppose. Well, miracles, too. They were reported as signs of God's divine favor. There were tales of heavenly lights pointing the way east. Or, if divine apparitions urging people to go on, they were considered miracles, too. In Genoa, it's said that the city's patron saint appeared in a vision to assure support for a fleet. Whether that's true or rumor, it certainly galvanized those faithful. And by the time the main armies of the First Crusade left Europe in the late summer of 1096, an estimated 60 to 100,000 people were on the move, including non-combatants. Now, this was an unprecedented migration. It included women, some who went to support their husbands, priests, to provide spiritual guidance, and all manner of camp followers. The journey was extremely arduous, across the Balkans, through the harsh winter in Anatolia and beyond, but the motivating fire for many was the vision of the Holy City and the conviction that they were part of God's grand plan. Now, it is worth emphasizing, too, that many truly experienced what they thought was divine intervention along the way. When hardship struck, starvation, disease, heat, it caused disillusionment in some. A few turned back, yet a core persisted, bolstered by religious resolve and by leaders who kept reminding them of the sacred purpose. A sunk cost fallacy, I suppose. Thus, popular fervor was both the fuel and at times the uncontrolled wildfire of the Crusade. It made it a people's movement, in addition to a princely one, and it just shows again why contemporaries felt that it had to happen right now. The French farmer in the day might say, well, we just simply have to help our Lord and our brothers. God himself calls us. There was a sense of immediacy. Many believed that failing to respond to God's summons would invite divine wrath, or at least be a terrible shame. And if everybody else was going off to the crusade, you wouldn't want to be the one guy in the village who didn't. Only so many ordinary folk convinced and participating, the First Crusade took on this air of a popular apocalypse, a showdown between the faithful and the forces of darkness. And in every way, every Christian soul could play their own part. Anyone can be a hero. Of course, faith and fervor, they were the driving forces. But we'd be a bit silly to ignore the political and economic factors that made the whole thing feasible, and also in some leaders' eyes desirable. Here's the thing, and I'll be honest with you. No matter what they tell you, you've always just got to follow the money. Someone benefits. Someone's making something. It doesn't mean that the whole ideal is null and void. But where there's money to be made, the people who want to make it all rush on in. Now, the late 11th century, that was a time in general of intense papal ambition and Christian statecraft, and the Crusaders served those ends, even as it wore the mantle of piety. So, let's consider all of that now. Look at how the political motives align sometimes a little uncomfortably with the more religious and pious narrative. First, the papacy itself had reasons to champion such a venture. Pope Urban II, as we have mentioned, was a reformer following in the footsteps of the great Pope Gregory VII. Now, as for Gregory, he'd once envisioned raising an army of knights to aid Byzantium and maybe even reclaim Jerusalem as early as the 1070s. Well, spoiler alert, that plan never materialized due to conflicts in Europe. But it does show that the idea was germinating in reformist circles. By 1095, Urban saw an opportunity to assert the leadership of the Roman Church over all Christendom. If the Pope could raise an army by mere power of his word, an army not to fight other Christians, as in past political quarrels, but to fight the enemies of God, it would dramatically elevate the spiritual authority of his office. And yes, It is a hell of a legacy. No pun intended with the usage of the word hell. He would, in effect, become the leader of not just the papacy, but Christendom in a very tangible way, commanding not just prayer and doctrine, but armies of the faithful. And you have to remember, at this time, the papacy had been locked in a struggle with secular rulers, the investiture controversy with the Holy Roman Empire, who had ultimate sway over Christendom. The First Crusade, whether intentionally or not, seems to have sidestepped all of these little squabbles. And no reigning king, by the way, went on the crusade. The King of France, Philip I, was excommunicated at the time and stayed home. The Holy Roman Emperor, Henry IV, was tied up in a conflict with the Pope. And the King of England, William II, well, he just wasn't interested. Yeah, no interest from the English, I'm afraid, in the First Crusade. And so this left Urban with a clear field to rally the nobility and knights without royal interference. It is a telling detail. The Crusades were largely led by second-tier monarchs and great lords, rather than kings, and it meant that the Pope's influence was very important. In calling and legitimizing the Crusade, Urban was effectively superseding kings in the eyes of many, a bold statement of papal primacy. Of course, if the kings aren't around, who's the second in command? This whole thing was Urban's idea in the first place, so he better be around to take a bit of responsibility. Now, let's consider the Byzantine angle. Emperor Alexios Komnenos, who had asked for help and surely hoped for a force he could control or that would return his lost territories to him. Urban's call fulfilled part of that request. It brought a force far larger than Alexios expected, even frighteningly so. From a Western perspective, aiding fellow Christians in the East was a noble justification. Chroniclers often mention that the Eastern Church was in anguish and needed relief. Urban's own letter to the French churches after Clermont framed this crusade as coming to the rescue of Eastern Christendom. He wrote, "The Christians of the East have implored our aid." This fostered a sense of Christian unity across East-West lines, a potentially healing gesture after the schism. Some believe that Urban also had in mind the reunion of the churches under Rome's leadership. A little ambitious. But if Western knights saved Byzantium, perhaps the Byzantine Church would acknowledge the debt that they owed to the papacy. In any case, to an 11th century Christian knight fighting to protect fellow Christians, whether they be Greeks, Armenians, Syrians, etc., from Turkish oppression, well, that was a just and noble cause. For the great lords who led the Crusade armies, the Prince's Crusade, as we might now call it, political and territorial ambitions walked hand in hand with piety. And don't be naive. Don't think that those like Bohemond, Raymond, or Baldwin of Boulogne were indifferent to worldly gains. Once again, we can't slip into this romanticism of King Arthur-like knightly virtue. Quite a few of them hoped to carve out their own leaderships in the East, and indeed, as events turned out, some Crusade leaders became rulers of the new Crusader states. Baldwin took Edessa in 1098 and later became the king of Jerusalem. Bohemond settled as the Prince of Antioch. Was this outcome completely planned from the start? What do you think? Well, not officially. If it was, they didn't talk about it out loud. They all swore oaths to Emperor Alexios in Constantinople to return former Byzantine lands to him. But the temptation of land and tithe in the exotic East proved to be a little too strong. When Alexios did not or could not help at crucial moments, like during the siege of Antioch, Crusade leaders felt released from their promises. They often justified taking possession of cities in moral terms, either as fair reward for their bloodshed or because the Greeks, quote, abandoned the Crusaders, thus voiding any obligation they had to them. In the context of 1095 to 99, it's important to note that these princes could sincerely reconcile ambition with holy purpose. An idly lord might rationalize, God wants us to have these lands to better defend Christendom on earth. For example, when Baldwin of Boulogne assumed control of the county of Edessa, becoming the first Crusader prince to found a state, by the way, he did so at the invitation of Christian Armenians living there, who needed protection against the Muslims. Baldwin became the adopted heir of an Armenian lord and took over Edessa's governance. One could view this cynically as opportunism. Baldwin's first thought was not Jerusalem, but securing a personal domain. But look at it from another angle. Baldwin's actions planted a Christian bastion deep within enemy territory, and arguably, that was going to be a pretty big advantage for a wider crusade. I suppose maybe a little bit of both columns is true. Baldwin likely saw it as a fortunate turn for himself and a service to the cause, protecting fellow Christians on the flank of the main army. This dual reasoning shows how Crusaders merged this principle with a kind of pragmatism. Now, in terms of economic motives, yes, they were there, but they played a little bit of a subtler role. Behind the nobility stood the Italian mercantile cities. Think about Genoa, Pisa, Venice, and they were quick to support the crusade with ships and supplies. Really, the best thing they could do was provide a navy. These city-states recognized that if the Levantine ports were captured by Latin Christians, it would open lucrative trade routes for them. Almost as soon as Crusaders began winning victories, Italian fleets arrived to assist, and, of course, to share in the profits. Cha-ching, plenty of them to be had. For instance, a Genoese fleet helped the Crusaders take Antioch and later Jerusalem, and in return, Genoa received trading quarters and privileges in those cities. While these arrangements were not the initial driver of the crusade, the expectation of an economic reward certainly helps get support from those who might otherwise remain on the sidelines. Like we always say here, it always greases the wheels. A merchant or craftsman might justify backing the crusade, or even going in person, by the prospect that new markets and wealth would flow from a Christian-controlled Holy Land. And again, the medieval mindset, commerce and faith, they weren't really contradictory. Success in trade, well, that's just another one of God's blessings. Another angle of political motivation was the prestige and influence to be gained by participants. For younger nobles without much inheritance, joining the crusade in the retinue of a famous lord offered quite a chance of advancement. Many obscure knights made names for themselves through bravery or leadership during the crusade. Chronicles celebrated individuals who would otherwise be forgotten simply because they took part in this grand affair, a rare opportunity for social mobility, or at least fame, a kind of feudal ambition. Well, there is also this balance of sincere faith and shrewd politics, which is perhaps embodied best by Pope Urban II himself. After Clermont, he continued preaching throughout Europe, drumming up support for the expedition. He must have been astounded by the scale of the response. It exceeded even the most optimistic of hopes, yet he always framed the crusade as fundamentally a spiritual endeavor. If there were political side benefits, healing the schism, asserting papal leadership, curbing nightly violence at home, these were portrayed as happy little accidents, a corollary to doing God's work. In fact, Urban never visited the Holy Land, nor did he live to see the outcome. He died in 1099, just 2 weeks after Jerusalem fell, apparently without even knowing the news. Yeah, it took a while for the news to reach you back then. But he had set in motion a movement that would recast the political landscape of the Mediterranean, and from a long-term perspective, the Crusade created Latin Christian states in the East and dramatically increased Western influence. Those outcomes might have been intended or perhaps unintended, but for the people of the time, they were often interpreted as part of God's providence. So, political motivations in their thinking did not really detract from the sense of righteousness. Really, they were entwined. A medieval noble or clergyman could believe that strengthening Christendom's unity and territory was itself a godly goal. There was no hard separation between political and religious spheres as we might think of today. No separation of church and state back then. The church was the state. Installing a Christian prince in Antioch or a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem, that was seen as both a strategic win and a spiritual triumph. I'm quite sure that no one would disagree that knights are quintessential to medieval study, as much as crusades, castles, and kings are. It's all important, but it's way too often that we see knights in particular in this romanticized form. And that's no fault of our own. Think about it. Basically every non-literary mention of knights dresses them up in this idealized view, and even some medieval sources engage in a bit of that. But there is a truth behind it all, and sometimes the truth is just as fascinating. So today I invite you to look into how knights actually prepared for that crescendo of battle. Because after all, no one is born with a sword in hand. In fact, combat effectiveness, and not to mention chivalry, is forged through a long process, and is often quite a gritty one at that. So we'll go through all those little details of knight training today, and by the end perhaps you can decide for yourself if you would be signing up for such a thing, if you were awarded the chance. Well, before we begin, allow me to issue the customary welcome to the channel. If you're new here, well, it's good to meet you, and if you feel inclined, click the subscribe button and leave your thoughts down in the comments. Now, this video, along with all the other videos on the channel, are 100% mid-roll and ad-free, and that's all made possible by the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who checked out the merch store. So thank you once again for those who have followed those links, which you can find in the description and pinned comment, if you feel like taking a look. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. How knights were trained across Europe. Well, where does it all begin? Around the age of 7 or 8. That's your quick answer. About that time, a noble-born lad was uprooted from his home and sent to live in the household of a great lord, or perhaps a higher-ranking knight. And when he got there, he began service as what is called a page, that is P-A-G-E. Well, this practice of fosterage had a few purposes. First of all, it forged political and family alliances, ensured the boy's loyalty to a patron, And most importantly, this would immerse him in an environment where he could learn all the basic skills and values expected of one who would become a future knight. But he was certainly a long way from there. Now, there's an old medieval saying that says, "What a man learns in his youth, he will hold best in his old age." I don't think anyone can argue with that either. Makes sense. And so it was deemed pretty important to begin a knight's education as soon as he was old enough to ride a pony. But what was life as a page like? Were you whisked away for some exciting trip in some far-off land? Not quite. Life as a page was a blend of menial service, a little bit of play, and an introduction to arms. Of course, all of this was under the watchful eyes of the noble household. But pages performed humble tasks, mainly to hammer home the point of humility and obedience. A young page might be assigned to serve at table, carving meat and pouring wine for the lord and his guests. The Chaucerian image of the squire who, well, from the Chaucerian text quote, was courteous, humble, and willing to serve, and carved before his father at the table, has its roots in the real expectations placed on youth in knightly training. By attending to the needs of his lords and ladies, the page would learn proper etiquette and a bit of deference. They were also instructed in polite speech, how to bow and kneel properly, and how to behave with modesty and courtliness, befitting the chivalric class they were just becoming a part of. Medieval courtesy manuals began appearing by the 12th century, specifically to guide the upbringing of noble children in such refined behavior. And these guides were quite interesting, actually. They were often written in verse for easy memorization, not like a big list of different things, but rather little rhymes and songs, mnemonics, things like that. And they covered everything from table manners to personal hygiene. There is one 15th century English book of courtesy that even admonishes a page to, quote, "Purge your nose of the vile matter inside each morning, and be sure not to do this with your hand," warning that nose-picking was pretty foul and uncourteous. While the young reader is further instructed to walk politely and greet people with a pleasant expression, so that onlookers will say, "Well, here passes a good one." Instructions like this, they show how seriously medieval society was taking the polishing of a young nobleman's manners. The page's training in these early years was thus as much about forming character and social graces as it was about getting the foundation of martial skills. After all, being a knight is not all about going out onto the battlefield. Now, of course, pages were not confined to domestic chores alone. The martial aspect of their education began in boyhood, yes, but it was in quite a rudimentary form. Castle life provided ample opportunity for warlike play. Pages would engage in mock combats with wooden swords and small shields, enthusiastically sparring with one another in the courtyards. They learned to ride by practicing on ponies, and a strong emphasis was placed on becoming a good horseman from an early age. In noble households known for their martial reputation, a page might even be assigned a page of stables role, or a role as a page of the hounds. Let's take an example. The 14th century master of hunting, Gaston III, nicknamed Phoebus, recommended that boys start training in the hunt at age 7 by serving as a page of the hounds. Well, in this role, the page would essentially help care for the lord's hunting dogs. He'd feed them, clean the kennels out, and memorize each hound's name and temperament, thereby learning responsibility and developing a bit of grit at the same time. 7-year-old with a part-time job. That's one way to grow up quickly. But this was not merely make work. Hunting, well, that was considered excellent preparation for war. There was a bit of crossover of skills. Chasing a stag or wild boar through a dense forest tested a youth's riding ability, strength, and courage. Medieval writers often commented that hunting was a noble pastime that kept a young warrior fit and vigilant, second only to warfare itself in the education of a knight. But there wasn't always warfare on. You could always go hunting, though. Education for pages could also include more scholarly pursuits. Well, this would depend on the household, of course. And while not all knights were able to read, it became increasingly common by the high Middle Ages for young nobles to receive instruction in basic reading, writing, and a few languages, whichever ones were relevant to diplomacy or war at the time. He could learn to read prayers or biblical passages, since piety was of course prized, or to recognize the names of heroes in the songs and romances popular in noble courts. There is evidence, too, that some pages were even taught to compose their own music or verse, accomplishments that would serve them well in later courtly society. The whole ideal of it was a well-rounded gentleman in the making, hardy and skilled in arms, but also conversant in polite letters, and capable of appreciating a bit of music and literature. By the end of his pagehood, a boy was expected to have built a foundation in horsemanship, basic weapon handling, manners, religion, and of course, loyalty. Can't go without the loyalty. He'd essentially been apprenticed to knighthood in all but name, closely observing his elders and imitating their behaviors. And when the boy reached his early teens, 13 or 14 years old, it was time for the next stage. It was here that the page would advance to the rank of squire, and that's where the real combat training would begin in earnest. So here we are at the age of 14, where a page who had proven himself dutiful and capable would be promoted to the status of squire. Now, a squire was essentially, if we're going to boil it down, we can say it's a knight's apprentice. In fact, the word squire, from the word esquire, in French, meaning shield-bearer, perfectly captures the role. You see, a squire served as the personal attendant and protege of a knight. He'd literally carry the knight's shield and equipment, and shadowing him in both peace and war. If the page's years were about laying groundwork, the squire stage was about intensive, on-the-job training, not just in chivalry but in warfare too. A young squire was typically assigned to a specific knight, often a renowned knight or sometimes a relative who became his mentor. Under this mentor, the squire's responsibilities grew heavier, and his freedom grew broader. You see, he was now expected not only to serve, but also to fight when needed and begin demonstrating those qualities of knighthood. The daily life of a squire was different to that of a page. It was filled with martial exercises and services. Every morning, a squire might assist his knight in donning armor, learning firsthand how each piece, mail hauberk, plate, breastplate, spurs, sword belt, and so on, how it was all properly fitted and cared for. Of course, armor was pretty expensive, so it had to be properly cared for. And that was the squire's job. He maintained his lord's weapons, keeping swords sharp and lances repaired. Now there was also an intimate familiarity with this too, with the equipment of war as a crucial part of the education. Squires also continued to serve at their lord's table, but now they served in a bit of a higher capacity. That carved meat, pour wine, and managed the banquet hall. The combination of such service with arms training produced a knight who could both fight and feast with equal grace, as chivalric culture demanded. But it was in the training grounds, lists, and the battlefield that the squire truly came into his own. Under the tutelage of the knight, a squire practiced every manner of combat skill. Weapon training intensified. He drilled with the sword. Not just wooden wasters now, but real steel, although, that being said, it was often blunted for practice, just in case. He learned to parry, thrust, strike properly, sometimes under the guidance of a master-at-arms, if one was attached to the household. He also practiced with the lance, learning to couch it under the arm and charge at targets. A common training device was the quintain, a rotating arm with a shield on one end and a sandbag on the other. If the squire struck the shield off-center with his lance, the sandbag would swing around and knock him, teaching him to have a proper aim. Contemporary illustrations and accounts frequently mention these young squires running at the quintain as both training and sport. Squires also sparred with each other on foot, using blunted swords or pole axes, and wrestled to improve their grappling skills. And you'd really want that as a last resort. Grappling could be essential in the crush of melee combat. But perhaps the greatest training area for squires and young knights alike was the tournament. Now, I've done a full video on knight tournaments, and if you're interested, you might want to go and take a look. But we'll just cover it briefly in the next minute or two. You see, by the High Middle Ages, tournaments were quite elaborate events that included jousts, that is, single combats with lances on horseback, and melees, team battles with dozens or even hundreds of knights. Initially, a squire might only observe or help at tournaments, holding spare lances, armoring his knight, tending to the injured combatants. But as he grew in prowess, he could participate, especially in the melee. Some squires were knighted on the tournament field itself after a particularly valorous performance. And there's one way of getting it, certainly a memorable way of earning your spurs. The famous 12th century knight, William Marshall, is a case in point. As a young squire in the 1160s, he cut his teeth in the rough and tumble of the French tournament circuit. Serving the household of Henry, the young King of England, Marshall became something of a team captain in tournament outings. Chronicles and his own biographers recount how William Marshall excelled to the point of capturing dozens of rival knights in these mock battles. By one later estimate, he took over 500 of them captive over his career in tournaments, of course earning pretty good ransoms for each. Well, this is likely an exaggerated number, but even if it's a fifth of that, it's pretty damn good. And in any case, it speaks to the critical nature of tournaments, how important they were for practicing martial skills, but also gaining reputation for yourself. Now, in the melee itself, squires learned the chaos of real combat. Bands of armored horsemen charging, the clatter of swords on steel, and the need for quick thinking and cooperation with allies. A 14th century depiction of a tournament melee shows two massed groups of knights crashing together while squires on the sidelines hold spare lances and watch the fray with anticipation. And these experiences were worth any number of drills, for they taught a youth how to keep his head amidst that chaos of battle. And that's not something you can learn from a book, that's for sure. But speaking of battle, real war eventually came. And when it did, squires were expected to follow their lords into combat as well. And this is where things got quite real. Many a teenager found himself experiencing live battle before he ever formally became a knight. Medieval chroniclers mention squires fighting bravely alongside knights. For instance, at the Battle of Poitiers in 1356. A 14-year-old Philippe, future Duke of Burgundy, stood by his father King Jean II of France as a dutiful squire amid the chaos of that defeat. Squires in battle performed crucial support tasks too, bringing up replacement weapons or horses, guarding prisoners, or even pulling wounded knights out of the line of fire. They were effectively light auxiliary troops to the heavily armored knights. A chivalric convention noted that by some writers it is fully fledged knights would avoid deliberately targeting squires in battle if possible, seeking opponents of equal rank for an honorable duel of combat. But squires, on the other hand, earned quite a bit of prestige if they managed to unhorse or capture an enemy knight. This was concrete proof of skill that might hasten their own path to true knighthood. Now, beyond combat, the squire's apprenticeship included lessons in leadership and lordship duties. A squire often acted as a junior officer if his lord had men-at-arms or archers in his retinue. He might be tasked with relaying orders during a skirmish or organizing camp. He continued to learn courtly arts as well, dancing, music, perhaps even composing a poem to impress a lady at court. Nothing impresses the lady like a poem. Chaucer's fictional squire, described as fresh as the month of May, could write skillfully, compose songs, poems, joust, dance, and draw, reflecting that idea that a young noble should be both martially adept and also skilled in the arts. No bloody meatheads around here. You got to earn your spurs in all kinds. Well, all these experiences were meant to prepare the squire for the full responsibilities of knighthood. The length of squireship, of course, varied, and there was no fixed graduation age. Things just happened when they were ready to happen. But that being said, some prestigious knights were actually knighted as early as 17 or 18. This was after proving themselves in battle, while others, especially in peacetime, might remain squires until their mid-20s. Traditionally, 21 was the average age of knighthood. But this was a guideline more than a rule. What mattered most was that the youth had shown the skill, discipline, and the virtue expected of a knight. When his lord or another sponsor deemed that the timing was right, perhaps after a noble feat or simply when reaching maturity, the squire would be formally invested with a knighthood in a dubbing ceremony. But before describing that moment, let's have a look in a bit more detail at the various aspects of training. After all, that's what we're here for, right? Both social, physical, and spiritual. We should touch upon them. It'll give us a more broad picture of all aspects of the knight. Well, the core of a knight's identity was that of a horse-backed warrior, and the martial training of knights was accordingly intense and pretty comprehensive. Now, physical training in the Middle Ages lacked the scientific programs of modern athletes, but knights intuitively developed regimens to maximize strength, stamina, and, of course, combat skill. Now, much of this training was practical, things like riding and weapons practice, but some dedicated individuals went on to remarkable lengths to condition their bodies for the demands of armored combat. Let's go through a few of them now. One of the most illuminating accounts of a knight's physical training comes from the early 15th century biography of Sir Jean Lemaitre, also known as Bossecant, a famed French knight who served the Marshal of France. Now, Bossecant's biographer describes how, as a young man, he imposed on himself a rigorous daily regimen to reach peak fitness. The text recounts that he would practice leaping onto a horse while fully armored. In other words, vaulting into the saddle in full armor without using his hands. Well, this feat required explosive leg strength and agility, proving that despite the weight of the armor, which could be about 50 to 60 pounds. A well-trained knight could be extraordinarily nimble, if he was well-trained, that is. Well, at other times, Bossicant would run long distances on foot in armor, deliberately training himself to not get out of breath and endure long efforts. Effectively doing medieval cardio, I suppose. Conditioning of sorts. He would also spend extended sessions striking a pell, that is a wooden post with an axe or mace, to toughen his arms and accustom himself to the fatigue of swinging heavy weapons. So tireless was his practice that his biographer says you wouldn't find another gentleman in equal physical condition at the time. Bossicant even would perform a somersault in full armor, apparently, though this might be apocryphal, and apparently would dance in mail shirts to demonstrate and hone his balance and agility. And whenever he was indoors at his lodging, he never rested idle. He would challenge other squires to games of casting spears or other tests of war, effectively turning leisure time into training competitions as well. This almost obsessive routine made Bossicant a paragon of knightly fitness. It was recognized even then, however, that his training was exemplary, certainly not typical, and not every young knight went to such extremes. Yet his example illustrates the upper limits of what some knights strove to achieve. It also dispels the myth of that clumsy knight, too, especially when they're wearing their armor. In reality, successful knights were closer to well-conditioned athletes. For most squires and knights, martial training was incorporated into their daily life and duties. Horsemanship, that was the most important. A knight had to practically live on the back of a horse. They learned not only to ride, but to fight from horseback at speed. Training a war horse was itself an art, and knights often started with calmer horses to practice controlling movement while wielding weapons. They practiced maneuvers like wheeling, charging, and riding in close formation. Young knights also practiced in hunts on horseback, chasing deer or boar over rough terrain, which taught them how to handle a horse in the unpredictable situations that battles would present. As one medieval writer, the master of game Edward of Norwich put it, hunting made a man better at arms, because it trained eyes, heart, and courage for war. Now as for weapons training, that covered a wide array of arms. The sword was the knight's constant companion. Squires would spar with each other under supervision, learning various strikes and counters. The medieval sword could be used in one hand or two, but knights learned to wield it in both, and on foot mounted. They also trained with lancers for the joust and battlefield couched lance charge. Contemporary jousting manuals, like those of the late 15th century masters, show knights how to aim for the opponent's shield or helm in a joust. In earlier periods, before formal jousting was widespread, knights still honed lance skills by charging at rings or dummies. Polearms such as spears, glaives, or poleaxes were taught especially for foot combat in the later 15th centuries and 14th. When plate armor became common at this time too, the poleaxe became a favored weapon for duels and close combat, and knights trained accordingly, often in a competition called the Beord, or foot combat barriers. And it is notable that by the 14th century, specialized combat teachers and fencing masters had emerged, and they sometimes wrote illustrated fight books. Well, these treatises, such as that of Fiore del Elibieri or Hans Tallofer from 15th century Germany, are primary sources that reveal sophisticated fighting techniques taught to knights and nobles. They include instructions on how to grapple in armor, how to strike weak points in an opponent's plate defense, and even how to fight with daggers or wrestle if you had to. Last resorts. While these manuals came in after the heyday of the classic knight, they showed that knightly martial education could be quite technical. A master like Fiore de Liberi noted that he trained several noblemen in combat arts, and that a knight should be well-rounded in unarmed combat and wrestling in addition to weapon use, because in the scrum of battle, or perhaps a tournament melee contest, well, it often closed into a grappling range, and if that happened, well, you best know what you're doing. Of course, strength and endurance were cultivated through regular physical labor and drills. Knights did not go to the gym like we do in a modern sense. At least I hope you've been going to the gym. But training activities were their workouts, essentially. We hear of squires lifting stones, climbing ladders or castle walls by hand, and engaging in mock wrestling bouts. Some knights practice swimming in armor or crossing rivers on horseback to build confidence. The rule of the Knights Templar, a 12th century military order, implied regular exercise, as it praised discipline and warned against idleness. In his treatise, In Praise of the New Knighthood, St. Bernard of Clairvaux lauds the disciplined regimen of the Templar Knights, noting approvingly that, quote, in the first place, discipline is in no way lacking, and obedience is never despised among the warrior monks. While Bernard's work is more of a spiritual exhortation than a training manual, it certainly draws a contrast between the hardened, austere life of the holy knights and the indulgence of secular knights. Now, but secular knights, too, they recognize the need for self-discipline. Geoffroy de Charnay, a 14th century French knight, celebrated as a true and perfect knight nonetheless, wrote that those who seek honor and chivalry must tirelessly pursue challenges and endure hardship. In Charnay's Book of Chivalry, yes, he literally wrote the book on it, he encourages young men to test themselves in jousts, tournaments, and real warfare. Really, in as many circumstances as possible, from jousting in public festivals to campaigning in foreign wars, since only through varied experience could a knight attain prudence and hardiness that distinguish the great from the average. And implicit in Charnay's advice is the idea that a knight's training never really stopped. Even after they were dubbed a knight, one had to continue honing one's craft, and suffer great pains and labors, achieving that glory to serve the common good. That was what it was all about. But being a knight, it's not just about the fighting. It's a real social station. After all, knights were minor nobles, and you bloody well better act like one, or else. Well, threats aside, they were expected to conduct themselves as gentlemen, and often to serve in a lord's court. And of course, if you're doing that, you better be polite, don't you think? Thus, an integral part of knightly training involved education in the courtly arts, manners, and intellectual skills, all the ingredients for a young aristocrat. From his pagewood onward, the future knight was drilled in the complex code of courtesy and etiquette that governed interactions among the medieval elite. And we've already seen how pages learned basic manners, how to bow, address their superiors, behave modestly, and so on. As the youth matured, those lessons expanded, and he was taught the art of conversation, also when to speak and remain silent, the proper way to greet lords and ladies of various ranks, and the ceremonial protocols for occasions like banquets, hunts, and religious feasts. For example, a young squire would learn how to enter a hall with grace, how to kneel and kiss the hand of a high-born lady, and how to perform services with elegance, carving meat with precision, presenting wine without spilling it, etc. The importance of such training is, well, it's underscored by the proliferation of courtesy books that we've spoken about. We have texts like the Book of Courtesy, or the English Babby's Book, compiling rhyming maxims for noble use on the proper behavior, and one popular admonition was to avoid boorish habits. Now, what do they mean by that? Well, quote straight from the text. Do not scratch yourself in public, nor spit across the table, nor speak with your mouth full. Yeah, that sounds pretty boorish to me. A knight's comportment had to reflect refinement and self-control, qualities thought to distinguish true nobles from the common soldiery. Education in music, dance, and the arts also featured highly in knightly upbringing. A well-bred knight was expected to be able to dance gracefully. Many learned to play a musical instrument too, like the lute or a harp, or at least to appreciate and patronize minstrels. Troubadour poetry and songs of chivalry were the pop culture of high medieval courts, and a budding knight had to be familiar with the themes of courtly love and knightly virtue. Thus it was not unusual for knights themselves to compose verses. Knights like Thibaut de Champagne, or like Ulrich von Liechtenstein, were celebrated for blending arms with arts. While these were exceptional, of course, their fame reinforced the ideal that a knight should strive to be, if not a poet, at least a cultivated audience for poetry, able to exchange witty compliments or recite a romantic stanza to a lady. Even the ability to write letters or keep a journal could be quite valuable, especially for knights who might serve as officials or need to correspond during campaigns. And speaking of which, literacy among knights, that would vary by era and also region. But by the 14th century, at least, many knights in Western Europe could read to some extent. They might read romances and epics that recounted heroic deeds, stories of King Arthur's Round Table, Charlemagne's Paladins, or those classical heroes, which both entertained and subtly instructed them and guided them in those old chivalric values. Now, one charming image is of a castle's great hall in the evening, a knight and his family perhaps listening as a book of chivalry is read aloud by a cleric or by one of the educated ladies, the young squires hanging on every word, as Gawain and Lancelot exemplify their courage and courtliness. Literary exposure like that was all part of the moral and cultural education. Very important. A practical but crucial aspect of a knight's learning was also heraldry, a system of coats of arms and insignia that identified noble families and individuals. In battle or tournament, recognizing the blazons, that is, the colorful emblems on the shields, surcoats, and banners, could mean the difference between friend or foe, and knowing whom to challenge and whom to avoid. Thus squires were often taught to read a coat of arms like a second language. They memorized the arms of the great lords and knights of their region, and of major kings and princes of Christendom. They learned the language of heraldry, the meaning of colors and symbols, that being tinctures and charges, at least to a basic degree. Many would design their own coat of arms to be assumed at knighthood, so they studied what combinations were honorable and distinct. In some accounts, older knights or heralds would quiz their squires, asking whose banner was whose, or which lord uses what kind of symbolism. And of course the squire was expected to answer correctly. The pageantry of tournaments, where knights paraded with banners and crests, provided a living classroom for his knowledge. The Order of the Garters ceremonies in 14th century England, for instance, involved elaborate heraldic display. A squire assisting at such events would learn all the symbolism and formalities. By mastering heraldry, a knight demonstrated that he understood and respected the hierarchical and honor-bound nature of his society. It was essentially the visual language of chivalry. But we should note that knightly education for social and intellectual skills was not something restricted to males only. We had high-born ladies playing their own roles in instructing young boys in refined behavior. Chronicles often mention that a page would learn courtesy and gentleness from the lady of the house. The lady or other noblewoman might teach the page courtly speech, or how to act around women, even skills like reading or singing. This female influence helped ensure knights were not purely rough warriors, brutes out to just smash people's heads in and cave people in half with hatchets, but also deferential and gracious to women, an expectation of chivalric culture. And indeed, by the late Middle Ages, the concept of courtliness had merged with chivalry. If you want to be a true knight, you had to act bravely on the field of battle, but gently and with honor off the battlefield. Well, in the household of a great prince or king, education could be even more formal. Let's take the Burgundian court of the 15th century. They established the Order of the Golden Fleece, which, among other things, encouraged knights to pursue knowledge and good governance. A young noble in that milieu might attend lessons with tutors in languages, learning Latin or the vernacular literature, for example. In history and law, too, especially if he might one day govern lands, and in rudiments of philosophy or theology to sharpen his mind and piety up. The famous knight, Sir Thomas Malory, though writing in prison later, had clearly absorbed enough education to translate the whole cycle of Arthurian legends into English, and Don Luis Zapata de Cardenas, a 16th century Spanish knight, wrote treatises reflecting on knightly behavior. And these are just a few examples, but they show that knights were not expected to be illiterate brutes at all. They didn't want to be either. Many of them strove for some level of learning. Of course, some strove a bit more than others. In any case, by the time a squire was ready to be knighted, he ideally could read and perhaps write, was fluent in the polite dialect of his region's aristocracy. By the way, French was the international language of chivalry in the High Middle Ages, so even English knights often spoke it at court. He also knew how to comport himself at any high social event, and could identify his peers by their heraldic arms at a glance. A later medieval document describing the perfect courtier, the Book of the Courtier of 1513 by Castiglione, slightly post-medieval, but we'll get away with it as long as you don't tell anyone, distilled the expectations that had been in place for knights and nobles for centuries. Grace, ease, and skill in arms and gentler pursuits alike. That's a real knight. Well, let's get to the next section. We've all heard of chivalry, right? And we all know that it's central to that concept of knighthood. That code of conduct blended in with martial values and moral and religious ideals. It has to have all three of them, though. Otherwise, it's not really chivalry. A knight was expected not only to excel in combat and courtly manners, but also to embody certain ethical principles, showing loyalty, mercy, bravery, protection of the weak, and of course, devotion to God. Training for knighthood, therefore, placed heavy emphasis on moral and spiritual instruction. Medieval society, especially the church, was quite aware that knights were essentially professional warriors, and, well, all that could be quite violent and unruly. So, of course, a concerted effort was made to instill in him a sense of higher purpose and Christian value. From childhood, our aspiring knight would have been exposed to religious education. In a noble household, a chaplain or priest was usually tasked with the spiritual welfare of the lord's family and pages. A young page learned his prayers, the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and the Creed, likely as soon as he could speak. Well, he attended daily mass in the castle chapel, serving perhaps as an altar boy, which taught him reverence for and familiarity with the liturgy. Obedience to the church and respect for clerics were drilled in as fundamental duties. This was reinforced by the broader social movement of the peace and truce of God in earlier centuries, where church councils demanded that knights swear to protect non-combatants and refrain from violence on holy days. Now, while a young lad might not know the details of such decrees, he grew up in a climate where the church tried their best to channel all that knightly aggression towards a more righteous cause. And the most righteous cause, of course, is the defense of Christendom. One of the most powerful influences on a knight's moral outlook was the literature of chivalric romances and epics, as we touched upon earlier. Now, these stories often carried clear moral messages. The hero knight defeats evil. It might be dragons, it might be pagan warriors, it might be just a bunch of wrongdoers. But in any case, it was to exemplify virtues like honor, fidelity, and compassion. For instance, let's look at the epic Song of Roland, circa 1100. It presents the ideal knight as fiercely loyal to his lord, willing to die rather than be dishonored. It's really a good read. You should, yes, that's your homework. Go and read the Song of Roland. Well, the Arthurian romances introduce concepts like chivalry in the service of justice and the protection of the innocent. Sir Lancelot sparing a beaten opponent, or perhaps Sir Gawain showing courtesy to a lady, even under magical testing. Young squires absorbed these tales eagerly, and they served as both entertainment and moral case studies. A knight was to model himself not on the mere brawlers, but on paragons like Sir Galahad the pure knight, Ogier the Dane, the loyal paladin of Charlemagne. At least, that was the aspiration. Not many could really live up to Lancelot and Galahad. After all, they're stories. But at least they had something to aspire to. And we should all have that, I suppose. Anyway, apart from informal influences, there were formal exhortations and treatises that directly instructed knights in virtue. One significant text is the Ordre de Chevalerie, which is the Order of Knighthood, a 13th century French poem in which a captured Christian knight explains the meaning of knighthood to a Muslim emir. Sounds good, but it's a fictional scenario. In any case, in doing so he allegorizes every part of the knighting ceremony as a moral lesson. For example, the ritual bath a squire takes before being knighted is said to symbolize the purification of his soul. The white garment he dons signifies purity and chastity. The knightly sword has two edges, one representing justice and the other loyalty. The spurs remind him to never flee from the enemy, and so on. This kind of symbolic interpretation was apparently common knowledge in chivalric circles by the 14th century. It essentially transformed the practical ritual into a sermon on knightly duties. The fact that such a poem existed and was later translated and even printed by William Morris in the 19th century shows how seriously the knights and their contemporaries took the ethical dimension of knighthood. A knight wasn't just a fighter, but he was a warrior of God in the ideal sense, a protector of the innocent, an upholder of righteousness. Another influential treatise was Raymond Lull's Book of the Order of Chivalry. That was written about 1275. Lull, a Catalan philosopher and one-time aspiring knight, wrote this as a dialogue between an aging knight and a squire. It describes what chivalry is, and the qualities that a knight must have, and how a squire should be examined and knighted. Lull emphasizes that love of God and the common good must motivate the true knight. Before knighting a squire, he says, an examiner should question the candidate on his morals and faith. Ask him if he loves and fears God, for no man's worthy of knighthood who does not. A squire should also be made to vow that he would defend the Christian faith, administer justice, and always correct his own faults, before judging others for theirs. Which is, well, I think even non-Christians can follow that advice. Lull goes so far to insist that a knight who is a wicked robber or traitor betrays chivalry itself, and he ought to be punished by his fellow knights. Now, this is a reminder that knights were expected to police their own conduct, and each other. Being admitted to the Order of Chivalry was like joining a brotherhood with very high standards. A corrupt knight tarnished the honor of all. According to such ideals, that was the situation, and therefore the training of a knight had to include a formation of a conscience. We can imagine a squire's lord or a resident priest imparting these lessons during long evenings of campaign or the quiet of winter months. And indeed several knightly vows from this era include promises to defend the poor, widows, orphans, and to fight injustice. And don't forget, upholding the church. Now, speaking of the church, they tried to harness knightly fervor through the ideal of crusade and military religious orders. A young knight in training in, say, the 13th century would likely hear inspiring tales of the Knights Templar or the Knights Hospitaller, warriors who took monastic vows and fought in the Holy Land. And this presented a powerful model of pious knighthood. Knights Templar followed a strict rule, partly written by St. Bernard, that forbade luxury and required constant readiness for battle against the infidels. While not every secular knight would follow such austere rules, they're all human after all, the existence of these orders raised the prestige of virtues like chastity, sobriety, and absolute obedience within knighthood. There's a well-known passage from St. Bernard's exhortation to the Templars that contrasts them with worldly knights who dress in silks and seek glory. Bernard praises the Templars for their humility and discipline, noting, quote, "They come and go at the bidding of their superior. They shun idle chatter and frivolous display." Whereas, of course, the secular knights often succumb to pride and sin. Well, pretty harsh criticisms. A class system among knights as well. But such criticisms by churchmen would ultimately filter down, often via sermons, and would be part of a knight's moral diet, especially when clergy had a captive audience of a gathered army before battle, or perhaps during the long ceremony leading to knighthood. And here's another vivid element of knightly moral training: the vigil and fast that preceded the dubbing ceremony. On the night before being made a knight, two nights, yes, the squire was expected to keep a vigil of prayer, typically in a church or chapel, sometimes all in white and his weapons laid on the altar. It was essentially a crash course in spiritual focus. He would confess his sins and cleanse himself in ritual bath, as we mentioned, and he prayed for guidance to live up to that very strict ideal. Chronicles report that some squires even heard sermons on chivalry that night from a bishop or priest, reminding them of their vows to God, and it's not hard to imagine the psychological impact. You see, after years of training, difficult training, the final hours before knighthood were spent in a kind of soul-searching and communion with the divine. It impressed upon the candidate that his sword was to be made in the service of good, and always, of course, under God's authority. But of course, if you've watched my other knight videos, the reality often fell short of the ideal. Knights could be greedy, they could be brutal, they could be neglectful of their supposed duties, they could be human. The very existence of so many treatises scolding bad knights, like Chanet's laments about the soft, greedy, and sexually loose aristocrats of his day, tells us that not all trainees took their moral lessons to heart. Yet, the persistence of the teachings in the training process had a cumulative effect on civilizing the martial class, to at least some degree. Perhaps probably the best degree they could get. In any case, by the late Middle Ages, knights who egregiously violated the code, such as by cowardice, treason, or sacrilege, well, they could face public shame or even expulsion from noble orders. And how are you meant to recover from that? The training and rites they underwent had planted the concept of honor so deeply that fear of ignominy, often curbed their worst impulses. Often, not all the time, but often enough. And even a warlike king like Edward III of England, in forming the Order of the Garter, insisted on high moral character and deference to the order's spiritual patron, that being St. George, also the patron saint of England, by the way. So I suppose we can say that though through family piety, household instruction, chivalric literature, church influence, and a bit of symbolic ceremony, a young knight was taught to see himself as part of a greater Christian mission, and to hold himself to those standards of virtue. Now, this did not make the knights into saints. Quite far from it. And there's no way that knights would be really going for that kind of thing. But it did differentiate knighthood as an ethical calling, rather than just being a man of arms, another sword-wielding, screaming maniac in the line. Now, the phrase often used was that knights were to be champions of Christendom, protectors of the faith and of the defenseless. As the 14th century French Song of Girard put it, to God and the people a knight owes his sword. So, what do you think? You think you'd be up for the challenge? It's easy to say that. It's one thing to say you've got the skills to be a knight, but it's another thing to actually use them. You'll have to comment if you get the reference. Well, everyone, we reach the end of another video. And if you're still here with me, congratulations. You have entered the bonus round, to which you get a nice little joke. Isn't that nice? A little bonus. Now here's the joke for you. Why were the Dark Ages so dark? Because there were so many knights. That was the joke. The figure of Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Uyub, known to the Latin West as Saladin, loomed large in Crusader history. As the Kurdish Sultan who united Syria and Egypt and recaptured Jerusalem from the Christians in 1187, Saladin became at once the scourge of Latin Christendom, but paradoxically, one of its most respected adversaries. Medieval European writers, churchmen, Crusader knights, and later historians had a hard time characterizing this formidable Muslim leader. Was he a cruel, enemy of Christ, an instrument of God's punishment for Christian sins? Or was he a chivalrous and gallant foe, worthy of a respectful admiration? The answer varied over time and across sources, and that's what we're going to be exploring today, drawing on primary accounts from the 12th and 13th century with later medieval reflections noted for context. We'll trace a thematic yet chronological path, from early grudging respect in the 1170s through to the shock and trauma of the Battle of Hattin and the fall of Jerusalem, into the era of the Third Crusade, where Richard the Lionheart's complex relationship with Saladin became something of legend, and onward, how subsequent generations of Crusader chronicles and even medieval poets remembered this sultan. Throughout, we'll let the voices of the contemporaries speak for themselves, revealing a nuanced tapestry of fear, respect, but also hostility and admiration. Despite Saladin being the nemesis of the Crusader states, some Latin writers could not deny his military genius and other personal virtues. Others vilified him as the incarnation of a heathen evil, a new Nebuchadnezzar, a cruel enemy of God, sent to scourge the faithful. Many reconciled these views by casting Saladin as a scourge allowed by God due to Christian failings, even as they noted his honorable conduct. Well, by examining the chronicle entries, battlefield anecdotes, and diplomatic correspondence, I think by the end of it we'll see how Saladin's military reputation, his reputed chivalry and magnanimity, the religious prism through which the Crusaders saw him, and the diplomatic interactions he had with the Christian lords, all leave us with a very complex portrait. In particular, the famous rivalry and mutual respect with King Richard I during the Third Crusade. I think it reveals both a fierce antagonism and genuine esteem. So, let's begin with all that in mind. But let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and hello to anybody returning. Good to see you all. And I hope you can tell me in the comments where you're listening from. What time is it in your part of the world? And thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Like and subscribe. Let us begin. Saladin. He first entered the fray of the Crusades as a young commander under his uncle, Shirkuh, and then as a vizier of Egypt in the 1170s. The Kingdom of Jerusalem's chronicler, William of Tyre, writing in the late 12th century, provides one of the earliest Latin assessments of Saladin. William was aware of Saladin's rise in Egypt and Syria, and when he died in 1186, before Saladin's capture of Jerusalem, his chronicle notes Saladin's character in striking terms. William describes Saladin, when he succeeded Shirkuh in Egypt in 1169, as, quote, a man of keen intelligence, vigorous in war, unusually generous. And he illustrates this generosity with an anecdote. After Saladin overthrew the Fatimid Caliph in 1171, he seized the treasury of Cairo, but he gave everything away to his soldiers, emptying the coffers within days. Praise like this, it's notable coming from a Christian prelate. It suggests that even earlier on, observers in Outremer recognized Saladin's military vigor and largesse, qualities admired by that knightly ethos. But William's tone is pretty measured, acknowledging Saladin's strengths without overt disdain, an implicit respect for a rising adversary. At the same time, William sounded the alarm about the growing power of Saladin's empire. He noted, that the union of Egypt and Syria under Saladin posed, I quote, an obvious and immediate peril to the Latin states of the East. Thus, even before 1187, Saladin was respected as a formidable foe, vigorous in war, and feared as the architect of a new, united Muslim front, threatening the Crusader kingdom. Throughout the 1170s and 80s, Saladin and the Crusaders had intermittent clashes. Latin chroniclers of this period often frame Saladin as the principal antagonist of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, yet sometimes with grudging admiration for his leadership. For instance, William of Tyre records how Saladin and King Baldwin IV, the leper king, negotiated truces in the early 1180s to halt continuous war. Despite being an infidel enemy, Saladin is portrayed as a ruler who could be reasoned with, a rational actor in diplomacy. A treaty in 1180 guaranteed free commerce between Frankish and Muslim lands through raiders like Reynald de Chatillon, one of the more reckless Crusader lords. He notoriously breached it. William chastises these Latin sons of Belial who provoked Saladin by attacking Muslim caravans during truces. And this acknowledgement is significant. It shows a Crusader chronicler implicitly recognizing Saladin's sense of justice. Saladin lodged formal complaints over the treaty breaches, and only went to war when the Franks failed to rein in their rogue lord. In other words, Saladin doesn't really appear as a mere bloodthirsty invader, but as a ruler responding in firm fashion to transgressions. William's account even suggests that had the Latins had been more united and law-abiding, Saladin's advance might have been checked. Instead, their internal discord and greed gave Saladin plenty of openings to exploit. And by 1185, after years of skirmishes, a fragile truce prevailed. But when King Baldwin IV died, and factionalism paralyzed the Crusader court, Saladin watched for an opportunity. Latin writers sensed the storm on the horizon. Patriarch Heraclius of Jerusalem and others sent letters to Europe, pleading, begging for aid, portraying Saladin in apocalyptic terms, trying to provoke a response. One contemporary letter called him, quote, Saladin himself the cruel enemy of Christ, gathering forces to besiege Jerusalem. Language like this certainly lays bare the religious dimension of how Crusaders viewed Saladin, not just as a political foe, but as the enemy of the Christian faith incarnate, a scourge permitted by God to test the faithful. The papal bull, Audita Tremendi, of 1187, issued after Jerusalem's fall, likewise painted the calamity as a judgment on Christian sin, with Saladin as the, quote, savage barbarian executing God's punishment, though the bill did not name him directly. It was pretty obvious who they were referring to, though. Thus, on the eve of Hattin and Jerusalem's loss, the prevalent Crusader view oscillated between fearsome respect for Saladin's prowess and a theological framing of him as this enemy of God. This set the stage for the cataclysm to come, which would sear the name of Saladin into the Crusader memory. In July 1187, disaster struck the Crusader kingdom at the horns of Hattin. Saladin's army practically annihilated the flower of Frankish knighthood, capturing King Guy of Lusignan and many nobles. Soon after, Jerusalem itself was taken. These events generated numerous Crusader accounts that both demonize and paradoxically praise Saladin. The old French continuation of William of Tyre, also known as the Chronicle of Ernol, written in the early 13th century by a participant squire, provides a vivid narrative of Hattin and its aftermath from the Christian perspective. The chronicler attributes the defeat partly to divine wrath for the sins of the Christians, explicitly stating that after the tactical missteps, quote, the anger of God was so great against the Christian host because of their sins that Saladin vanquished them quickly. Of course, this reflects a pretty common trope. Saladin is the instrument of God, triumphant, not purely by his own merit, but because of the Crusaders' moral failures, disunity, breaking truces, arrogance, this kind of thing. All of this came together to incur God's punishment. Thus, God sent Saladin to get them. But even so, the detailed description of Saladin's strategy at Hattin shows begrudging admiration for his generalship. The chronicler describes how Saladin ordered his men to collect brushwood, dry grass, and early the next morning he ordered the fires to be lit, using smoke and thirst to break the Crusaders' resistance. It notes how he denied water to the Frankish host, and even dumped water in front of them to worsen their anguish. A cruel, but effective psychological tactic. Such details show how Saladin's shrewdness and tactical ingenuity on the battlefield, as acknowledged by his foes. While the aftermath of Hattin produced one of the most iconic anecdotes in Crusader chronicles, Saladin's handling of the captured lords, especially King Guy and Reynald de Chatillon. The old French continuation relates that Saladin invited the thirsty King Guy to drink from a golden cup, an act signifying mercy, since in Muslim custom to give a captive drink was to assure his life. But when Guy handed the cup to Reynald, Saladin did not like it. He became enraged, perhaps because he had not personally extended this mercy to Reynald. In fact, Reynald de Chatillon was infamous for his atrocities. He had harassed Muslim caravans, and even attempted to raid Islam's holy cities. Saladin had sworn to kill him. The chronicle dramatically records Saladin's word and deed. He confronted Reynald, calling him a pig, and asked what Reynald would do if their roles were reversed. Reynald's defiant answer, that he would kill Saladin, prompted Saladin to draw his sword and execute Reynald on the spot. The scene is related with a kind of horrific awe. Saladin comes across as both chivalrous and sternly just. He honored King Guy as a fellow monarch, but meted out deadly justice to Reynald, whom even Christian writers admit had broken truces and behaved dishonorably. The continuation doesn't shy away from depicting Saladin's harshness, beheading a prominent captive, yet it implies that this was retribution Reynald brought upon himself. They seemed to be almost kind of embarrassed that Reynald de Chatillon was on their side. Well, in fact, in the earlier account, when Saladin offers Reynald a final chance to repent, Reynald's insolence seals his fate. Apparently he'd said, "So help me God, I would cut off your head." It's not a good way to get Saladin to change his mind. So to the Crusader readers, Saladin's action, though brutal, could be seen as that of a righteous avenger punishing a villain that even the Franks had mixed feelings about. Soon after Hattin, Saladin swept through the kingdom, reclaiming as many cities as he could. His siege of Jerusalem in September of 1187 forced the Holy City's largely civilian defenders into desperate negotiations. Crusader chroniclers here highlight that Saladin's reputation was one of mercy and chivalry, especially in the contrast to the bloody capture of Jerusalem in the First Crusade of 1099, about 100 years before. The French continuation and Latin eyewitness letters recount how Balian of Ibelin led Jerusalem's defences, but ultimately bargained for surrender. Initially, Saladin offered generous terms. He promised that if the city capitulated peacefully, he would spare the people and allow them to leave with their possessions. He, quote, did not want to risk damage to the holy places in an assault. The chronicler notes that the Jerusalemites refused these terms out of a kind of misguided zeal, declaring that they would never surrender the city. Only after Saladin breached the wall on the 29th of September, and the situation became hopeless, did negotiations resume. The accounts describe a dramatic parley. Saladin, initially intent on taking the city by storm and sparing no one, angered that his earlier mercy was spurned, is met by Balian under a flag of truce. Balian warns that if no mercy is given, the cornered Franks would inflict a final slaughter, killing their own families, destroying the Muslim holy sites including the Dome of the Rock, and dying to the last man in a futile battle. This dire threat of a citywide destruction pact and desecration forced the hand of Saladin. According to Ernol's chronicle, Saladin capitulated in the face of this blackmail and agreed to spare the populace, but he did demand ransom payments, 10 dinars per man, 5 per woman, 2 per child. Those who paid would be free. Those who couldn't would be enslaved. Here is where the Crusader sources emphasize Saladin's pragmatism, tempered with a little bit of compassion, at least compassion for the 12th century. Balian protested that most in the city were poor refugees who could never afford such sums. Moved by these pleas, and after much haggling, Saladin compromised. He accepted a lump sum of 30,000 bezants to free thousands of the poor. Even after this, when 15,000 Christians still remained destitute and slated for slavery at the expiration of the ransom period, Saladin showed further clemency. He gifted 1,000 of them to his brother Al-Adil and 500 to Balian and the Patriarch, effectively freeing those 2,000 out of charity. Medieval Christian writers took careful note of these acts. The image of Saladin graciously allowing women and children and the poor to depart Jerusalem unharmed stood in a stark contrast to the massacre that followed the conquest in 1099 by the other side. Frankly, it astonished and impressed contemporaries. The 12th century English historian William of Newburgh, writing a few years later in far-off England, remarked with a tinge of shame perhaps, that the Muslims' mercy at Jerusalem in 1187 outshone the Christians' deeds there before. In Crusader narrative, Saladin at Jerusalem emerges as both a feared conqueror and a merciful liberator. He fulfilled his vow to reclaim Islam's holy city, yet largely spared the inhabitants' lives, thus winning a reputation for chivalrous restraint even among his enemies. But hold your horses. Not all accounts were glowing. Some Latin commentators still stressed Saladin's cruelty in victory. An anonymous Christian tract titled On the Conquest of the Holy Land by Saladin, written in the 1180s, lamented the plight of the enslaved and exiled, casting Saladin as a cruel tyrant, despite the negotiated surrender. Likewise, a Latin chronicle of the Third Crusade compiled in the 1190s, often simply called the Itinerarium, describes Saladin's conquest of 1187 in hostile tone. Its prologue, refers to Saladin as, quote, the enemy of Christendom, and it launches into a moral critique of his rise. Interestingly, the Itinerarium author digs up sordid rumors to tarnish Saladin's character, accusing him of moral degeneracy in his youth, licensing prostitution in Damascus to fund his ambitions, and of treacherous opportunism, i.e., marrying Nur al-Din's widow and disinheriting Nur al-Din's young son to seize power. All such allegations, whether they be true or not, show the propagandistic effort by Latin writers to present Saladin as morally illegitimate, a way to reconcile how a wicked man could triumph over the people of God. The Itinerarium even compares Saladin to infamous tyrants. One passage likens his cruelty to that of Nero and the wickedness of King Herod. Clearly, in the immediate wake of Jerusalem's loss, many Crusaders vilified Saladin to stoke outrage and piety among the European audience. He was the new Babylonian, the infidel Sultan, who trampled the Holy Cross, the true cross relic captured at Hattin. Yet even this same source concedes a theological point. Saladin could not have exceeded, except that although Saladin is God's tool to punish sin, the real cause of Christian defeat was internal discord and their own sinfulness. Thus, within a single chronicle, we find a dual image, Saladin as a scourge of God and a bone-chilling villain, but his success ultimately attributed to the Christians themselves, rather than his inherent superiority. This nuanced blame reflects the Crusaders' struggle to explain their defeat, while still maintaining faith in divine favor. So to sum it all up, the period of 1187 to 89 solidified Saladin's image in the Crusader mind. He was the mighty conqueror who shattered their realm, an object of both hatred and reluctant esteem. Chroniclers from the Levant, like Ernol's, remember him as a just and even merciful person at Jerusalem, while polemical writings circulating in Europe painted him in darker tones. Still, across these accounts, common threads emerge. Saladin is brave, sagacious, and pious in his own faith, and his victories are seen as a humbling lesson for Christendom. His ambivalent reputation only grew during the Third Crusade, when Western princes personally encountered the legendary Sultan on the battlefield and in diplomacy. Of course, the Third Crusade brought King Richard I of England, that being King Richard the Lionheart, face to face, albeit never sword to sword in combat with Saladin, spawning stories of mutual respect that really became the stuff of legend. Contemporary Crusader chronicles devote extensive pages to the duel of wits and arms between the two famed leaders. And through their eyes, perhaps we see the most nuanced view of Saladin, that of a worthy adversary. A significant corpus of primary evidence comes from the Third Crusade, the Latin Itinerarium Peregrinorum, the Old French verse chronicle of Ambroise, who accompanied Richard, and the chronicles of Roger of Howden in England, and letters written during the campaign. These sources consistently depict a relationship between Richard and Saladin, marked by fierce hostility and a curious personal admiration. From the outset, Latin authors emphasize that unlike previous crusades, this campaign pit the Christians against an, quote, excellent military leader and even better diplomat, Saladin. The implication's pretty clear. The Franks knew they were up against no ordinary foe, but one whose tactical skill and statesmanship demanded respect. When Richard arrived in the Holy Land in 1191, he found that Saladin's reputation preceded him. The Sultan's very name galvanized the Crusaders' zeal, even as it commanded their caution. The chronicles of the Siege of Acre, 1189 to 1191, and subsequent battles highlight Saladin's prowess and the difficulty the Crusaders facing him. During the long siege of Acre, Saladin's forces encircled the besiegers, effectively turning the siege into a two-front struggle. An anonymous Christian eyewitness notes how Saladin's banners and brightly colored tents dotted the hills around Acre, a constant reminder of his innumerable army that harassed the Crusaders day and night. Richard's arrival turned the tide at Acre, but even after the city fell, Saladin remained a formidable opponent in the field. In the campaign of 1191, Richard led the Crusader armies south along the coast. Saladin shadowed them inland, waiting for Richard to make some kind of mistake. This reflects the actual strategy recorded by contemporaries. Saladin repeatedly tried to provoke or exploit any weakness in the Crusader march, knowing a rash move could give him victory. The climactic Battle of Arsuf, September 1191, demonstrates how Latin writers credited Saladin with tactical skill. They describe him following constantly through the hills and choosing the battlefield, forcing Richard into a pitched encounter. The battle narratives often praise the generalship of Richard, but implicitly they praise Saladin too, for it required all of Richard's skill to win a hard-fought victory at Arsuf against the forces of Saladin. Notably, at Arsuf, despite defeat, Saladin preserved most of his army and continued to resist. The Crusader chronicles acknowledge that Saladin's resistance frustrated Richard's hopes of a quick march upon Jerusalem. And so, as the campaign wore on, the mutual respect between the adversaries became a dominant theme in the Christian accounts. One famous episode, recorded by the chronicler Ambroise and repeated in later tales, involves Saladin's chivalrous gestures towards Richard. During an encounter possibly at Arsuf or Jaffa, Richard's horse was killed beneath him in battle, and Saladin, seeing the English king on foot and vulnerable, swiftly sent him 2 replacement horses, so that the fight could continue on equal terms. Pretty remarkable, isn't it? Of course, this act astonished both sides and was taken as proof of Saladin's chivalry. But don't worry, some modern historians want to ruin the fun and question whether it literally happened or was later romanticized. But either way, contemporary Crusaders certainly believed it. The story circulated widely enough to be recorded in multiple sources. Similarly, when Richard fell seriously ill with fever in the winter of 1191-92, Saladin is said to have sent him fresh fruits, pears, and snow-cooled sherbets to aid in his recovery. These instances were cited in chronicles, even as evidence that Saladin and Richard, for all their enmity, esteemed each other as noble warriors. Saladin won the reputation for being exceptionally chivalrous. He and Richard I each became each other's favorite opponent. The very fact that such gestures were reported by Christian writers shows how eagerly they latched onto narratives of honor. It allowed them to cast the war not merely as a clash of barbarians and civilization, but almost a contest between 2 peer champions who both shared a warrior code. The Third Crusade, however, was not all battle. It was punctuated by negotiation, truces, and proposals, which Crusader sources detail with great interest. Perhaps the most extraordinary diplomatic episode was the proposal to unite Richard's family with Saladin's, an event so startling that some chronicles even omitted it, but it is confirmed by reliable near-contemporary accounts. In late 1191, Richard suggested a marriage alliance. His widowed sister, Joan, the Queen of Sicily, would marry Saladin's brother Al-Adil, with Jerusalem to be their joint kingdom. The old French continuation of Tyre is the lone Frankish source to mention this. and even there is hinted that perhaps Saladin himself initiated the idea, which is frankly doubtful. Eastern writers, like Baha al-Din, make clear that it was Richard's gambit. The very seriousness with which this most implausible scheme was treated speaks volumes about the respect between the leaders. Saladin was willing to consider peace through kinship with his foe, and Richard trusted Saladin's honor enough to entertain handing Jerusalem to Saladin's own family by marriage. Ultimately, the plan fell apart. Apparently, Richard's sister refused to marry a Muslim unless he converted, and political opposition on both sides was just... it was too strong. It was never going to work. But Crusader chronicles, who do discuss it, convey a sense of the almost camaraderie that had developed. Richard and Al-Adil met in person repeatedly, developed a rapport and traded gifts. They even shared a few meals together. Through Al-Adil acting as an intermediary, Richard and Saladin exchanged proposals and courtesies. This did not mean an end to war, far from it, but it created a foundation of mutual respect that undergirded later treaty talks. Even the negotiation process impressed the Latins. They saw Saladin, unlike some fanatical caricature. He could engage in pragmatic and even cordial diplomacy, when it suited his goals, I suppose. Yet for all the chivalry, don't forget, the war was bitter. Crusader accounts do not shy away from criticizing Saladin when he and Richard clashed fiercely. A notorious incident was the massacre of Muslim prisoners at Acre in August of 1191. After that city's capitulation, thousands of Muslim garrison troops became prisoner. Richard agreed to release them for a ransom in exchange for Frankish captives, but negotiations dragged as Saladin stalled on some terms. Impatient and growing suspicious, Richard finally lost faith that Saladin would fulfill the deal. So, in a grim decision, Richard ordered 2,600 Muslim prisoners to be executed before Saladin's eyes. The Itinerarium Peregrinorum includes Richard's own justification and a letter to the abbot of Clairvaux. He wrote, "The time limit expired, and as the pact with Saladin had agreed was entirely made void, we quite properly had the Saracens put to death." Crusader chronicles largely defend Richard's act as a harsh necessity, laying blame on Saladin for delaying ransom payments. They report that Saladin, outraged, retaliated by executing such Christian prisoners as he still held. These bloodier episodes show that respect certainly had limits. Neither side hesitated to act ruthlessly when they felt that it was strategically or perhaps honorably justified. However, importantly, even this dark moment did not collapse the underlying esteem. Richard's letters refers to Saladin in a matter-of-fact, almost courteous terms amid the reproach, and Saladin's brother, Al-Adil, continued parleys with Richard shortly after. The episode did not tarnish Richard's image among the Muslims. His reputation fell in the eyes of Saladin himself, notes one account. Yet the war did go on, undiminished on both sides. Through 1192, as Richard and Saladin maneuvered around Jerusalem. By the way, Richard never managed to seize the Holy City, while Saladin could not decisively defeat Richard in battle. The chroniclers increasingly focused on the personal rivalry and the near-mythic quality that it assumed. There is an oft-cited anecdote that at one point Richard, frustrated, remarked that he would sooner turn Jerusalem over to Saladin than any rival among the Franks. Now that is an interesting way to put it. It's certainly a comment that reflects his grudging regard for the Sultan's rights and honor, as opposed to the infighting Latin claimants. Whether or not Richard actually said this, whether it was recorded in later chronicles as a testament to Saladin's integrity even in the enemy's eyes. Ultimately, the campaign ended, not with one vanquishing the other, but with a peace treaty, the Treaty of Jaffa, September of 1192. Richard and Saladin never met in person, but their emissaries, chiefly Al-Adil, negotiated a settlement respecting each other's dignity. The treaty allowed the Crusader kingdom to survive in a coastal strip and guaranteed Christian pilgrims access to Jerusalem, while the city itself remained under Saladin's control. Crusader chronicles note that Richard's departure was met with mixed feelings, relief at the truce, but also disappointment that Jerusalem was not won. However, many writers pay tribute to Saladin's honor in upholding the truce. The Itinerarium Peregrinorum's account of the peace talk emphasizes Saladin's reasonable nature. It describes how Richard, weakened by illness and pressing troubles in Europe, finally chose to seek a truce and sent word via Al-Adil. Saladin, for his part, was exhausted by years of war too, and had his own difficulties holding this coalition together. He too sought an honorable respite. The treaty is often summarized as a balanced outcome, and indeed a Latin chronicler writes that when the accord was struck, Saladin agreed to confirm an inviolate peace between Christians and Saracens, guaranteeing free passage to the Holy Sepulchre. Even the usually hostile Itinerarium betrays the conclusion without really any bitterness. Saladin allowed the Christians to refortify Jaffa and other cities as part of the truce, and Richard ordered the strategic fort of Ascalon razed to satisfy Saladin's terms. The respect was mutual. Each ceded something to the other. When Richard fell gravely ill in September of 1192, Saladin even sent his own physicians to tend to him, a final gesture of goodwill between two weary champions. But perhaps the most telling indicator of Richard's view of Saladin comes not from the official chronicles, but from the tone of the correspondence and narratives. Richard never disparages Saladin's personal honor in the records, reserving his scorn for other Christian princes or lesser emirs. Likewise, there's an oft-quoted line from Saladin's side. Baha al-Din, Saladin's biographer, reports that Saladin once said that no Crusader leader gave him as much trouble as Richard did, praising the English king's courage and military skill. The compliments echoed in the Christian memory. An English chronicler, upon relating Richard's exploits, tactfully acknowledges that only a leader of Saladin's caliber could withstand him. By the end of the Third Crusade, the Crusader view of Saladin had evolved from a purely dreaded infidel to a flesh and blood monarch, one who could be wise, honorable, and even likable, albeit still an adversary to the faith. Running through the narratives of battles and treaties are deliberate appraisals of Saladin's character traits. Medieval writers were keen to judge not just what the enemy did, but who he was. Several recurrent themes emerge in Crusader portrayals of Saladin's character: military bravery, chivalry, mercy, generosity, cunning, and devoutness, or lack thereof from a Christian standpoint. These qualities were sometimes paradoxical in the Christian depiction. He could be praised for one virtue in one account and condemned for another vice elsewhere. One prominent theme was Saladin's chivalry and generosity, which became almost legendary in itself. The biography of Richard I by Ambroise, for example, lauds Saladin's noble treatment of opponents. He recounts how after the Battle of Jaffa, 1192, when Richard staged a daring defense of the city against a surprise attack, Saladin was so impressed by Richard's feat of arms that he personally sent fresh mounts to the king, kind of a variant of that horse gift story, and forbade his troops from attacking Richard's entourage during a temporary ceasefire. The Normans and French in the Crusade, steeped in chivalric culture, were fascinated by the idea of a Saracen king who actually embodied knightly virtue. As one modern historian observes, to them, although he was a heathen, he embodied those knightly virtues that their culture was so accustomed to. This helps explain why tales of Saladin's courtesy spread rapidly. Even the common Crusader soldiers took heart in believing that their foe, for all his might, was honorable and merciful, perhaps hoping for better treatment if captured. Chivalric respect, however, coexisted with accusations of treachery and faithlessness. It was standard for each side in a holy war to accuse the other of perfidy. Some Crusader chronicles assert that Saladin could be fickle and faithless when it suited him. They cite, for instance, that Saladin broke truces when advantageous, or he made promises that he later rescinded. One Latin account accuses Saladin of violating an oath made to Raymond III of Tripoli during a brief alliance, though evidence for that is pretty scant. Another point of contention was Saladin's failure to immediately honor that prisoner exchange at Acre. The Franks saw this as duplicity that avoided the pact. Thus, while praising his courtesy in person, Crusaders could still paint him as a typical infidel inconstancy on the grand scheme. Of course, we see this duality in the Itinerarium. After lambasting Saladin's moral character, the author nonetheless includes episodes of Saladin behaving with courtly honor. The contradiction was perhaps not felt as sharply by medieval writers as it is by modern readers. They were content to heap all attributes, good or bad, on this monumental figure. Religious perception also colored depictions of Saladin. To the Crusaders, Saladin's greatest flaw, of course, was that he was not a Christian. Some clerical writers portrayed him as irreligious or impious by their standards. For example, the Itinerarium claimed that he, quote, insulted Christianity and patronized frivolities like plays and the theater, implying a lack of proper piety. They stressed that he was an infidel, and thus irrespective of his earthly virtues, damned without Christ. Yet intriguingly, other accounts acknowledge Saladin's sincere devotion to Islam, and even compare it favorably to Christian piety. The chronicles mention how Saladin cleaned and reconsecrated holy sites in Jerusalem according to Islamic rites after 88 years of Christian control, showing reverence for his faith. Matthew Paris, an English monk writing in the 1240s, notes how Saladin, upon capturing Jerusalem, quote, purified the temple area with rose water and dedicated it to Muslim worship, an act of piety from the Saracen point of view. Some writers drew an implicit parallel. Just as Crusaders fought for their faith, so did Saladin for his, a grudging respect for the religious conviction of the Sultan. This is exemplified in the story, found in later romance but rooted in medieval sentiment, that when Saladin once heard Christian priests chant in Jerusalem, he marked upon their devotion, indicating that he understood and respected genuine faith, even if it was a different one to his own. A particularly humanizing aspect of Crusader depictions is the inclusion of anecdotes of Saladin's mercy and kindness off the battlefield. We've already talked about his mercy at Jerusalem and the kindness to Richard, but additionally, Some sources mention Saladin's fair treatment of ordinary people. The chronicler Ibn Jubayr, a Muslim traveller, though not a crusader, wrote the Frankish prisoners spoke highly of Saladin's humane treatment. Interestingly, this tidbit entered Western circulation via translated accounts, furthering his image as a ruler. The old French continuation even records that after Jerusalem's fall, quote, Saladin welcomed back the Greek and Syrian Christians into the city and allowed Latin clerics to remain temporarily, since they paid ransom, showing a tolerance that must have favorably been surprised by the Franks. Nonetheless, Christian writers never forgot Saladin was their enemy. They often emphasize his role in humiliating Christendom. For example, the Heracles continuation dramatically recounts how Pope Urban III died of shock and grief upon hearing of Jerusalem's loss to Saladin. Such passages cast Saladin as an almost scourge of God-type figure, whose very mention shakes the world. Even years later, when recounting the history of the Crusades, authors like Jacques de Vitry, early 13th century, and Primat of Saint-Denis, late 13th century, invariably refer to the great Saladin with a mix of awe and loathing, awe at his victories, and loathing that a non-Christian could so triumph over the faithful. By the mid-13th century, his legend had grown in the Latin West beyond the bare facts of history. Interestingly, later medieval literature, though not strictly chronicle history, started to romanticize Saladin as an exemplar of a noble pagan. This is somewhat outside of the Crusader chronicles proper, but worth noting to see how perceptions evolved. The evolution can be traced back within historical writing. Matthew Paris includes a drawing of the Battle of Hattin in his Chronica Majora, portraying the Crusaders falling before an ominous black-clad Saladin. Yet Matthew Paris also inserts moral lessons, suggesting that Saladin, despite being an enemy, embodied virtues of leadership that some Christian kings unfortunately were lacking. By portraying Saladin in his manuscripts, Paris signaled that the Sultan had become a fixture in the historical consciousness of Christendom. Saladin died in 1193, but after that, his legend only grew. The immediate Crusader generation had grappled directly with him, sure. Subsequent generations, once the immediacy of loss faded, often took a more idealized view of the Sultan. While strictly speaking, these later sources are not contemporary with Saladin, sorry to tell you, but they do reveal how the Crusaders' view was remembered and perhaps reshaped in the medieval memory. It's important to note that these are retrospective, sometimes romanticized, but they crown the arc of Saladin's image in the medieval West. One significant source is the so-called Templar of Tyre Chronicle, around 1300, the anonymous continuation of Crusade history, written by a resident of the Crusader Kingdom of Cyprus. It looks back on Saladin's era with a mixture of nostalgia and admiration. It recounts how Saladin's deeds, alongside those of the later Crusaders, often highlighting his clemency and honor to contrast with the treachery the writer saw in the Fourth Crusade, or the failings of the later Christian Crusaders. By the author's time, Saladin was almost a yardstick for the ideal Saracen, a foe who was formidable, but honorable, not like the Mongols or other alien enemies that the Franks had encountered since. In literature, Saladin's legend took on a life of its own. The 13th century French romance, L'Orden de Chivalry, depicts a fanciful tale in which Saladin captures a Crusader knight, and impressed by his virtue, asks to be taught the ways of Christian knighthood and chivalry. In the story, Saladin is secretly knighted and shown as deeply honorable, albeit he does remain a Muslim. They didn't push the story that far. Such tales, while fiction, were popular in Europe, and demonstrate that Saladin had become somewhat domesticated in the Western imagination as a model of virtue. Essentially a knight, wearing heathen's clothes. It's a striking transformation. Within decades of his woes, Saladin shifted from the devilish enemy of Christ to a noble pagan, who, if not for his wrong faith, could almost be a Christian hero. The most famous medieval tribute comes from the Italian poet Dante Alighieri. In the Divine Comedy, a tour of the afterlife, Dante places Saladin in limbo among the virtuous non-Christians. In Inferno, Canto 4, Dante sees Saladin seated alone, distinguished among figures like Hector, Aeneas, Caesar, and the great philosophers, all souls who, though not saved, are honored for their virtues. The placement's pretty extraordinary. Dante, a devout Catholic, who was under no obligation to include a recent Muslim sultan in the company of Aristotle and Socrates, still does. And why would he do this? Well, it's likely because by Dante's time, Divine Comedy was circa 1308, 1320, something like that. Saladin had symbolized wisdom, chivalry, and heathen virtue at its highest. By the time Dante's writing, Saladin's pretty much a mythic figure, known for treating captured Crusaders generously, for meeting Christian knights in honorable combat, and for sending gold to support poor pilgrims. Dante's readers would have recognized Saladin's name and understood the implication. He was the quintessential good pagan, an enemy of the church, but still a man of such moral stature that he merited respect. In an analysis of Dante's sources, scholars can note that Dante recognized Saladin's actions as just, even though they were against the Christian world, and thus accorded him a place of honor in the afterlife. It's a far cry from the polemical screeds in the 1180s. It illustrates how the memory of Saladin underwent a rehabilitation of sorts, by defying expectations, sparing the populace of Jerusalem, respecting prisoners like King Guy, showing courtesy to opponents too. He won a kind of posthumous admiration, even from his foes. Of course, we have to say that it's not everybody in the later Middle Ages viewed Saladin with such rosy eyes. Church chronicles still condemned him as an infidel who took the true cross. When the Crusade ideal was preached anew in the 14th century, Saladin's victory was still cited as a cautionary tale of Christian lapse. Yet, often the blame was cast more on the Christians of that time for their sins than on Saladin's wickedness. The narrative had shifted. Where once authors piled incentive on Saladin's person, a century later they tended to criticize Christian failings and almost wistfully regard Saladin as a warrior of a bygone golden age of crusading valor. For example, the Burgundian chronicler Jehan de Boivrin, 15th century, compiling earlier sources, called Saladin, quote, a wise prince, valiant in arms, pointing out how even the Knights Templar respected him in their writings. Such commentary, though late, drew from earlier accounts and cemented the duality of Saladin's betrayal. He was a great enemy, but also the model of what medieval nobility could look like. Through the primary eyes of the 12th and 13th century, we've seen him described in many ways: an able general, a generous lord, devout infidel, the merciful savior of Jerusalem, the second Herod, the new Alexander, the courteous knight. The chronology of the sources is the key. The closer to the events, the more raw the anger and grief, hence calling him that enemy of Christ, or chroniclers detailing every single moral fault they can find, But even then, respect shines through in battlefield reports and negotiations. As time passes, the tone softens. Saladin, the man, is separated from the trauma he caused. What remains in many later medieval minds is the idea of Saladin, a courteous warrior king. Richard the Lionheart's Crusaders, who actually fought Saladin, perhaps encapsulated the best. They cursed him on the field, but some at night in their camps could be heard singing songs that oddly celebrated his valor as much as Richard's. They knew better than anyone that to defeat a foe like Saladin was an honor indeed, and to have been defeated by him was a fate that one could accept without shame. In the end, the Crusaders' view on Saladin was as complex as the era itself, forged in blood and faith, tempered by personal contact and communication. It's a testament to Saladin's impact that even his own sworn enemies wrote of him not as like a caricature, but often very three-dimensional. This nuanced legacy in Christian sources may owe as much to Saladin's own character as the chivalric ideals of the age. Saladin had, in effect, won a kind of victory in narrative. He lived on in Crusader chronicles, not only as the conqueror of Jerusalem, but a symbol of chivalry and magnanimity that transcended all religious boundary. Knights, often celebrated for their martial prowess alone, led multifaceted lives beyond the battlefield, deeply intertwined with feudal responsibilities, courtly culture, and the pursuit of chivalric ideals. In times of peace, they managed vast estates, administered local justice, and served as patrons of the arts, contributing to the culture and economic development of medieval society. Of course, their daily routines included rigorous training to maintain physical fitness and mastery of skills, participation in tournaments that showcased their valor and refined combat techniques, and engagement in religious observance would reinforce that moral framework of chivalry. It's through the diversity of these roles that knights not only upheld the social order of the feudal system, but also played a part in shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Now, today we're going to learn all about what knights were doing when they weren't charging headlong into the fray. If you like this kind of content, and if you want to learn more, like and subscribe, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and perhaps check out the Patreon if you feel the need to do so. But let's get nice and relaxed first. Go back to the Middle Ages for an hour or so. The image of the knight, wearing armor, charging bravely into battle. That's typically what we think of when someone brings up the topic. But it wasn't always like that. During times of peace, these warriors performed a wide range of tasks and activities, spending large portions of their lives away from the battlefield. In fact, in peacetime, a knight's day-to-day activities were anything but idle or frivolous. Knights maintained the cultural religious standards of their class, while juggling their roles as warriors, landowners, vassals, and of course, don't forget, family men. When there was no war to fight, a knight's days were filled with both utilitarian duties and also sophisticated hobbies. A normal day might consist of a hunt in the afternoon, administrative meetings by noon, weapons practice in the morning, and prayers in the evening. Knights, of course, engaged in courtly life, diplomacy, and local government, in addition to maintaining their physical health and fighting skill. As members of the nobility, they were supposed to be patrons of the church, leaders of their communities, and let's not forget, models of chivalry. So, over the following hour, we'll examine the various aspects of the everyday life in peacetime. What was it like to be a knight off the field? ranging from family life to cultural interests to training regiments and even their estate administration. First, let's talk about the physical conditioning and training. Knights continued, of course, to be committed to martial art training and physical fitness even during times of peace. After all, a time of peace, for a knight, is just a time to prepare for war. There's always another one around the corner in medieval times, that's for sure. They were aware that maintaining their combat skills was essential as professional warriors. Many knights practiced their swordplay in drills for hours each day. To prevent severe injuries, they used wooden swords or blunted weapons when sparring with partners, who were frequently other knights or their own squires. They improved their skills with swords, axes, and maces through these simulated battles. Horsemanship was equally important in a knight's everyday life. Group practice melees were also common, allowing knights to mimic battlefield conditions and maintain coordination when fighting alongside their comrades. In order to strengthen their relationship with their war horses and hone their riding abilities, knights would also practice this each day. On horseback, they rehearsed skills like charges, sharp turns, and leaps. Tilting at quintain, a rotating target used to practice lance strikes, was a common training exercise too. A knight would charge at a mannequin or spinning shield and attempt to strike it directly with his lance. The weighted arm of the device could swing around and knock him off his saddle if the strike was improper or too slow. Of course, it's one way to learn the hard way and encourage him to increase his timing and accuracy. A knight's ability to couch a lance and aim accurately at an opponent while riding at full speed was refined in these exercises. In addition to weapons drills, knights underwent intense physical training to increase their strength and stamina. To increase one's overall physical strength and close fight skills, wrestling and grappling were popular practices. Knights also trained in heavy armor to get used to it so their bodies wouldn't become too tired from the weight of it in actual combat. Hunting was a sport, but also a form of exercise for them too. A knight's endurances and reflexes were put to the test while pursuing a stag or boar on horseback, which served as beneficial war training. The habit of regular exercise was ingrained in knights since the majority of them started their combat training as boys. Knights made sure that they were always prepared for the demands of the battle by maintaining a rigorous training regimen during peacetime. Notably, this commitment to training started early. Noble boys joined knightly training as pages and squires, where they learned combat arts and discipline from an early age. This regiment of martial practice not only maintained their fighting edge, but also gave them a way to release their energy and competitive spirit during extended periods of peace, not to be too softened up by these times. A knight's daily workouts as an adult were merely just a continuation of his childhood routines, keeping him constantly prepared for battle. And of course, moving on from this, we also have the social duties, the proper conduct of a knight. After all, there were expectations. Knights were supposed to participate actively in noble society when they weren't fighting. Vassals carried out a number of social duties that maintained the feudal order as they were sworn to lords and, eventually, the king. Whenever called upon for significant occasions or councils, a knight would routinely appear at his lord's court, whether it was his king's palace or a local baron's hall. Knights were supposed to represent chivalry and proper conduct at court. The extent to which they did, well, that depends on the actual knight himself, as some found these codes to be a little bit too stifling, too many rules. At banquets and ceremonies, they wanted to adhere to rigorous protocol, which included using appropriate titles, bowing to superiors, and acting politely. Particular attention was paid to a knight's behavior towards women. He was supposed to be honorable, brave, and protective. As part of the courtly love tradition, he might, for example, give a noble lady a token of respect, or dedicate a contest victory to her. Knights were distinguished as civilized gentlemen, rather than just fighters, by their refined behavior. After all, anyone can beat somebody up, drag them off their horse, but it takes a special somebody to give them a hand up afterwards, and teach them how to do it better. It reminds me of being in a mosh pit at a metal concert, actually. It's kind of the same thing, perhaps not. Well, back to the topic. There was a practical aspect to court life as well. Knights would socialize with other nobility and form networks of friendship and loyalty by attending feasts, festivals, and other celebrations that their lords threw. These meetings provided a forum for local politics, distant news, and alliance building. By attending a neighboring lord's daughter's wedding or his liege's lord's festive feast, a knight was strengthening his ties of duty and allegiance. Being present and polite at these events was part of a knight's duty during a period when interpersonal relationships were the glue that held politics together. During peacetime, knights occasionally functioned as advisors and diplomats. A lord may designate a trusted knight to represent him at a far-off court, deliver messages to another noble, or negotiate a small treaty. Knight statuses allowed them to speak to other nobles as peers, perhaps not as equals all the time, but at least in the same or around about the same level. Their word also carried weight, as they were bound by honor. In local affairs, a knight could mediate conflicts between families or nearby landowners in an effort to keep feuds from turning violent. In addition, knights advised their superiors during councils or parliaments. The council of seasoned knights on matters of military or local concern was respected, but the ultimate decisions were made by a baron or king. Throughout these encounters, a knight maintained awareness of his honor and reputation. He would also witness charters and legal agreements, effectively attesting to transactions or settlements by the presence and sworn word. In a society where interpersonal relationships were valued highly, loyalty, respect, and keeping one's word were essential. Perhaps we can learn a little bit from that society. An insult at court or a diplomatic blunder could damage a knight's reputation, or even start a feud. Thus, maintaining knightly qualities of integrity, courtesy, and honesty was another way that peacetime social duties were exercised. After all, not getting on the wrong side of the wrong people, that is a battle in itself. Of course, in addition to being landowners, the majority of medieval knights possessed fiefs or estates, which were given to them in return for their years of military service. During times of peace, a knight's daily activity revolved around managing these lands. In actuality, a knight's main source of wealth was usually the money he received from his estates, which he used to maintain his equipment, provide for his family, and carry out feudal obligations. A knight's estate typically comprised of one or more villagers with peasants, serfs, or perhaps free tenants who worked the land. As a result, in the absence of war, a knight frequently served as a land manager, or lord of the manager supervising agriculture, finances, and justice on his domain. A knight would oversee the agricultural cycle, frequently with the assistance of a steward or a bailiff. On a daily basis, this meant making sure that crops were harvested effectively, that livestock were taken care of, and that fields were ploughed and sown in the appropriate season. Knights were informed about crop yields, grain stocks, and any problems that affected plants or animals such as drought, floods, or disease. They had to decide how best to manage their resources, such as whether to clear new land for farming or when to rotate crops. Peasants performed the physical labor, but a watchful knight would ride among the fields to check on the work, be present, and answer any questions his tenants might have. The manor's economy also depended on livestock, including pigs, sheep, and cattle, so the knight also monitored animal husbandry. Since a thriving estate meant more money to support his knightly duties, he essentially served as an agricultural manager. Doesn't sound like much for a knight to do, but it's important work. Another important duty, of course, was financial management. The people who lived on the knight's land paid him rent and feudal duties. These payments may take the form of cash, livestock, other goods, or a share of the harvest. In times of peace, a knight monitored the accounts of his manor to determine the health of his estate. This included counting livestock heads, tallying grain in storage, or going over income and expense records. Illiterate knights might consult written account rolls, while illiterate knights, who would depend on stewards or clerics to keep track of them. So, in any case, the lord of the manor needed a clear picture of his finances to make plans for the future, whether those plans included funding a daughter's dowry, or buying a new suit of armor, or getting ready for a possible lean year. Land ownership also came with administrative and legal responsibilities. Knights' estates had a manorial court. The knight or his designated representative would arbitrate disputes between the peasants and uphold the rights of the lord in these local courts, which were held on a regular basis, possibly monthly or seasonally. Common issues could be disputes over property lines, inheritance issues, and instances of small-time theft and misbehavior. To administer justice equitably, the knight needed to be knowledgeable about local laws and customs. Everyday problems were settled at the manor level, but major crimes might be reported to higher authorities. Maintaining the estate's infrastructure was another daily concern. By serving as judge and protector, the knight strengthened his authority, and ideally gained the respect of the people living on his land, or perhaps risked their resentment if he was perceived as unfair or harsh. Since mills, bakeries, smithies, and other crucial establishments were frequent sources of revenue or essential services for the community, knights made sure they were kept in good condition on their properties. If the knight lived in a castle or other fortified manor house, he was also responsible for maintaining it. This covered everything from fixing gates, walls, or moats to keeping enough food in storage. Castles required upkeep and a small garrison to be prepared for any trouble, such as banditry or local unrest, even in times of peace, because in times of peace, the banditry does not stop. His fortifications, and the men who guarded them, were routinely examined by a conscientious knight. Traveling between properties could be a regular occurrence for knights who owned several estates. They might spend a few weeks at one manor before relocating to another to see how things were going there. But not every knight was wealthy enough to own many manors or big castles. That's ridiculous. There were different kinds of knights, of course, and they were not all as well off as the other. Of course, the knight's estate also had to support his feudal obligations upward, and some only had a small manor house and one village under their lordship. Still not bad, but they largely had to run these alone. For instance, the knight's effective management of agriculture and rents allowed him to fulfill his obligations to his liege lord, who might have demanded a period of military service or a payment known as a scutage in lieu of service. a knight who practiced good stewardship in peacetime was able to support his household and prepare for battle when the time came, if the time came. Doing all this without placing an undue burden on the peasants. But of course, it's not all business. They gotta have a little bit of fun, don't they? In peacetime, knights engaged in a wide range of recreational pursuits. Despite their numerous duties, you must find time to relax. Of course, hunting was the most popular noble activity among them. In order to find deer, wild boar, or other game, knights would plan hunts in game parks and forests on their estates. They would frequently do this while riding horses and using trained hounds. Exciting activities like riding, tracking, and archery or spear throwing were all well practiced during a hunt. It was a source of fresh meat, too, for the table, and an exciting sport. A successful hunt was a source of pride. Hunting with trained birds of prey or falconry, that was another esteemed pastime, and quite a skill on its own. In an exciting demonstration of skill, a knight may spend his mornings wearing a hawk or falcon on his glove, releasing it to swoop after ducks or rabbits. These outdoor activities were also social occasions, kind of like the modern equivalent of playing golf in our modern era. A lord could call nearby knights together for a large hunt, transforming the wilderness chase into a chance for friendly competition and camaraderie. While knights resorted to indoor entertainment and socializing on festive days or after sunset, feasts were typically to commemorate family holidays or holy days. A knight and his guests were treated to a sumptuous feast that included several courses of delectable food and beverages, as well as storytelling and musical entertainment. Can't go without the lute player, by the way. In the great hall, minstrels or troubadours performed romantic epics and sung ballads of valiant acts. Chivalric ideals the knights aspired to were reinforced and entertained by tales of noble love and legendary warriors, such as Charlemagne's paladins or King Arthur's Round Table, this kind of thing. Additionally, jesters might be there to lighten the mood and make people laugh with jokes. Following a meal, knights and women would dance together in stately medieval dances, which gave the knights a chance to show off their civility and grace rather than fighting skills. For more subdued activities, knights engaged in games and other entertainment. Chess was particularly well liked by the nobility, who saw it as a strategic exercise similar to warfare. Knights playing chess could be a miniature version of a serious intellectual duel. Other board games, such as backgammon and drafts, as well as different dice games, provided entertainment and opportunity for friendly bets on long nights. Other popular leisure pursuits were reading and listening to literature. If a knight was literate, he might read for his own edification from an illuminated manuscript, which could be a religious devotional, a romance, or a chronicle. Having a cleric or knowledgeable companion read aloud from books would be enjoyable even for knights who were illiterate. Professional entertainers like jugglers or acrobats may come to a castle on special occasions to perform risky stunts and tricks, enhancing the spectacle of the host knight's hospitality. That all sounds very wonderful, doesn't it? Jesters, musicians, all that knights drinking and feasting together at the table, swapping stories. Fascination of a bygone era. Knights managed to strike this balance between their demanding responsibilities, leisure time, and cultural activities. In the midst of the routines of peacetime, this leisure kept their spirits uplifted and also their minds active. Now, of course, we have the mind the spirit, and the soul. Of course, the church had their own obligations for knights. Medieval life was heavily influenced by religion, and knights were supposed to be both skilled fighters and devoted Christians. A knight's daily and weekly routine was interwoven with religious obligations and observances. A knight would frequently attend Mass and start his day with prayer. Within their castle or manor, many knights had a small chapel where services were led by a local priest or resident chaplain. If not, particularly on Sundays and significant holy days, the knight and his household would ride to the closest church. The knight would publicly display his piety at church by kneeling in prayer alongside his vassals and family. The year was punctuated by feast days and festivals of the numerous saints of the church calendar. Following religious ceremonies, knights frequently sponsored or hosted feasts for the villagers, joining their communities in commemorating important holy days like Easter and Christmas. Beyond regular worship, knights were expected to support and uphold the church and society. The knight strengthened his spiritual devotion and his ties to the community through these acts of worship and charity. They took an oath to uphold the teachings of the church and to protect the defenseless, which was regarded as a divinely mandated responsibility of knighthood. But in actuality, knights supported religious organizations by providing funds or land to churches and monasteries, building chapels, or protecting nearby abbeys. Sincere faith, a sense of feudal duty, and the conviction that these good deeds would contribute to the knight's soul's salvation were the driving forces behind this generosity. Knights made time for personal devotion on a regular basis. They frequently prayed at specific times of the day and read the Bible or a book of saints' lives, or at least had it read to them if they were illiterate. Many would confess their sins to a priest to be absolved, and many observed fasts on specific holy days. Given the inherent violence of his line of work, a knight was frequently especially concerned with obtaining forgiveness and upholding his rightful place in God's eyes. During protracted times of peace, however, some knights made pilgrimages to sacred shrines in their homeland or overseas, in places like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or Jerusalem. They did this in order to perform penance, keep their promises, and strengthen their faith. Most maintained close ties to local clergy and saw themselves as lay champions of Christian values, even though only a small number joined military religious orders such as the Knights Templar or Hospitaller, which required monastic vows. For instance, the knighthood ceremony was full of religious symbolism. A squire would usually keep vigil through the night in a church on the eve of being dubbed, praying for guidance and purity before he was officially made a knight. In medieval literature, knights were occasionally referred to as soldiers of Christ, implying that they would be defenders of Christian principles. In times of peace, you had to do this too, and that meant making an effort to be faithful, benevolent, and just, so their swords served both the realm and righteousness. And then we have the tournament. Taking part in tournaments was one of the most well-known manifestations of knightly energy during peacetime. Knights engaged in combat in front of spectators during tournaments, which were elaborate affairs. A tournament may be held by a king or a strong lord to commemorate a milestone, or just simply to let the knights show off their skills, blow off a bit of steam perhaps. Knights from far and wide would travel to the tournament field with their armor, war horses, and squires. They would frequently dress magnificently to leave a lasting impression. Of course, when we think of a tournament, you can't go past the joust, that hallmark competition of these events. During a joust, two knights in armor mounted on horses charged at one another with lances, each attempting to hit the other's shield or dismount his competitor. Points were given for strong hits, and they rode along a divider, the lists, to avoid collisions. Knocking the opponent off the saddle was the ultimate goal. Jousting demanded exceptional courage too, not to mention aim and horsemanship. Even though lances were typically blunted for safety, mishaps did occur. I'm sure you can imagine. But like any sport, it has its dangers. A knight could be hurt by splintered lances or an unfortunate blow. Occasionally it was fatal. The melee, a fictitious conflict in which teams of knights engaged in combat, or it was every man for himself, was another important component of tournaments. Dozens of knights may engage in combat with maces and swords in a disorderly yet regulated setting. It's kind of the same as what we have these days if you've not looked at that medieval combat they have in Europe now. I believe they might have it in the United States, but it's quite entertaining. Although they had marshals directing the battle and adhered to established regulations, the melee still gave knights a taste of the ferocity of battle. Knights could win by being the last fighter standing or by capturing opponents, who would then surrender and be ransomed in accordance with tournament rules. Tournaments were as much social and cultural celebrations as they were combat contests. Both nobles and commoners flocked to see the spectacle in great numbers. Announced by heralds and applauded by supporters, knights would frequently parade into the grounds with vibrant banners and heraldic shields on display. As a source of motivation and pride, they might wear a lady's token of favor, like a ribbon. A tournament victory carried a lot of prestige, too. A winner of a tournament would receive cash payouts, expensive weapons or armor, or exquisite horses as prizes. Certainly something worth fighting for. But more importantly, he gained respect from the general public and recognition from his peers. A successful knight would frequently receive invitations to significant courts, or attract attention of aristocratic families seeking eminent sons-in-law. Another obvious financial advantage was that, in accordance with chivalric tradition, a knight who unhorsed a rival during a joust was entitled to the rival's armor and horse, unless the opponent had paid a ransom to get them back. As a result, talented fighters competing in tournaments might increase their wealth. Tournaments were occasions for celebration in addition to actual combat. Knights and nobles had an opportunity to socialize during the feasts, dances, and ceremonies that accompanied these events. In contrast to war, young knights could learn from veterans, develop friendships, or perhaps rivalries, and establish themselves in a setting that was comparatively safe. Tournaments were valued by their rulers too, as ways of keeping knights occupied and entertained while honing their actual skills for combat. To put it briefly, it was a good thing for them. They enjoyed the competition, excitement, and the platform to exhibit the martial skills that characterized knighthood through jousting and tournaments. It also kept them from getting drunk down at the tavern and causing trouble. Although knights are typically thought of as action-oriented, rather than being intellectually inclined, you might be surprised. They were not without education or intellectual pursuits. The upbringing of many knights included at least a basic education, and in their spare time, some of them developed sophisticated intellectual and cultural interests. Noble children raised to be knights frequently learned more than just fighting skills, even though formal education was uncommon. As squires and pages in noble homes, they learned how to run a household, how to be courteous, and occasionally how to read and write, which was a big deal back then. A young page might read simple texts or religious prayers, with the tutor or the castle's noblewoman to learn his letters. A squire's ability to read simple texts in his native tongue, and keep, possibly, accounts by the time in his mid-teens would be helpful to a future landowner. By the beginning of their knighthood, many knights might have what we'd call at least a functional literacy, and a familiarity with courtly culture, though not all of them achieved full literacy. As adults, knights frequently continued to pursue intellectual and cultural endeavors, particularly in times of peace. In noble society, a knight was expected to value the arts, music, and literature in addition to fighting. Manuscripts of well-known chivalric romances and epics might be owned or borrowed by knights with literacy. Among the works they enjoyed were heroic, romantic, and adventurous stories about the old characters. Think of Lancelot, Roland, and other mythical heroes. Knights and their families often spent their evenings listening to a cleric or minstrel read aloud these stories. For example, in medieval France, some knights were troubadours who wrote about poetry and songs, honoring love and chivalry. In other places, knights themselves became patrons or authors of literature. Knights appreciated practical knowledge in addition to poetry. In order to navigate the intricate web of nobility and identify friends and enemies in combat, they studied heraldry, which includes coats of arms and family ancestry. Since managing a manor required knowledge of legal contracts, feudal rights, and fundamental finance, they also studied law and administration. A knight with an intellectual bent might occasionally go deeper into learning, studying classical works of history or philosophy, or learning additional languages. A popular one, of course, was Latin for official matters, but perhaps even foreign tongues encountered during travel. A knight frequently sought advice, too, from educated clerks, gaining insights into topics such as estate management, local customs, and even the fundamentals of politics and philosophy. Although warriors rarely attended formal universities, knights could learn by reading any books in their lord's library or talking to an educated clergyman. The characteristics of a courtier, and even a scholar, were being incorporated into the ideal of a knighthood by the late Middle Ages. Therefore, a truly successful knight embodied the idea of the gentleman warrior, being as at ease discussing literature or law as he was brandishing a sword. But on to a little bit of the community relations. As we mentioned at the start, knights had families too. A knight's private life, of course, focused on his family and his home, while public life was dominated by battle and feudal service. In order to gain alliances or property, knights were usually married to women of similarly noble birth. During times of peace, a knight and his spouse collaborated to manage their property and bring up the kids. When the knight was not present, the lady of the house frequently assumed responsibility for managing the household, and that includes supervising the servants, keeping an eye on the food and supplies, and occasionally even managing the finances of the estate. A solid alliance was crucial. In order to maintain daily operations, the knight's wife would step in for him when he had to travel to court or perhaps to a far-off tournament, hopefully not without giving him a little ribbon for good luck. Children were raised to maintain the family's prestige and carry on noble heritage. It was customary for sons of knights to pursue knighthood themselves. A boy may be sent as a page to another lord's castle at an early age, starting a journey akin to his father's. It would be there that he would learn riding, basic literacy, manners, and maybe some combat skills here and there. He became then a squire when he was a teenager, and frequently returned to work for his father or another knight. He assumed greater responsibility as a squire too, taking care of horses, polishing armor, and honing his weaponry skills, until he was judged ready or not to be knighted, which usually happened when he was around 21 years old. A knight took pride in watching his son grow, of course, and making sure he learned the qualities that characterized knighthood, such as bravery, loyalty, and courtesy. Knights' daughters, on the other hand, received education in the expected skills of noble women, including household management, needlework, and fine crafts, possibly too reading and writing, though it's a little hard to tell. When they reached adulthood, their unions would be planned to strengthen the family's ties and reputation. Beyond the immediate family, a knight was the head of a larger household and community. He took great care to ensure his daughters had happy marriages, negotiating with other noble families to secure matches that brought prestige or new connections. Pages, squires, men-at-arms, and domestic servants were all members of his extended family who shared his home. Everyone owed the knight loyalty, and he was in charge of their welfare in exchange. They gave their labor and service, whether it was cleaning the castle, serving at the table, or standing ready in arms, and he gave them food, shelter, protection, and direction. Close ties could exist within a knight's household. Squires and men-at-arms frequently developed a loving, almost paternal attachment to their lord, particularly if he was kind and generous. The knight ruled over the peasant families who cultivated his estates as part of his lordship. He dealt with them on a regular basis during peacetime, collecting rents, hearing petitions, and seeing to their welfare. A shrewd knight recognized that a stable and fruitful realm was synonymous with happy peasants. Protecting the weak and impoverished was one of these chivalric ideals, and many knights took this seriously when it came to local government. In order to prevent oppression or conflict among their people, they attempted to administer justice fairly in the manorial court, and would step in if outside soldiers or bandits threatened their villages. This could range from something as basic as personally settling a dispute between neighbors to something as significant as planning relief efforts during a famine or plague, i.e., opening the Lord's granary to feed the starving villagers. Together with their household and tenants, knights attended the village church and shared in the worship of holy days, further demonstrating their involvement in the community's spiritual life and well-being. Generous deeds like providing alms to the underprivileged, organizing a festival meal for the entire village, or financing a new parish church roof, perhaps, served to strengthen the bonds of friendship and allegiance between the knight and his subjects. Essentially, a knight served as a protector and caretaker of everyone in his territory during times of peace. His reputation was based on his ability to be a just lord, a good husband, and a responsible father, in addition to his valor in combat. These connections, fostered during times of peace, established a solid base of loyalty and support that would endure the storm of war if it finally returned. In times of peace, a knight's everyday existence was of course a patchwork of duties and roles. When they weren't engaged in combat, they had a wide variety of tasks on the table, managing the lands that supported their livelihoods, and undergoing that intense training to keep their skills sharp. Through polite behavior and devotion to their lords, they participated in courtly society and upheld the chivalric code. In order to make sure their homes and communities thrived, they worked closely with their wives and advisors as estate stewards, and, of course, did their best to be good family men at home. They continued to be pious people, who based their deeds on their faith and looked to the church for honor and direction. In their leisure time, they pursued activities that bolstered their minds and spirits, hunting, jousting, supporting arts and education. In addition to being essentially to the stability of medieval society, all of these pursuits helped them to define their own identity. Thus the reputation of the knight as a noble leader and protector was developed through everyday duties and behavior as much as it was through brutal combat. The quiet heroism of a knight's daily labor, training, governing, and caring for those under his charge, was just as important to the medieval world as was in times of war. They upheld the structure of feudal life and embodied the ideals that we associate with chivalry through their peacetime roles. Even when the swords were all put away, medieval knights earned their place in history by carrying out their duties, preserving the stability and morals of their time. We all know how the Black Death devastated Europe, with previously unheard of mortality in the middle of the 14th century. But amidst all this, a new character appeared on the stage of the medical field. As fear and destruction increased, the plague doctor. These doctors, or nominal doctors as they were sometimes called, were specifically assigned to treat bubonic plague patients and attempt to stop the spread of the disease. They were out there, on the front lines, fighting a terrifying malady, during a time when the causes of diseases were not well understood, and as for the cures, they were mainly ineffective. Although the iconic costume of a dark-robed figure wearing a bird-like mask only became popular in the later centuries, in the 1340s, at the time of the bubonic plague, the doctors were still a very real thing. They worked in an environment of death and despair, frequently employed by rulers or cities in need of any kind of relief, as desperation sunk in. And today, we're going to talk all about them. We're going to draw on a lot of sources, things like Boccaccio and diaries of the time. And we're going to get to the bottom of what a plague doctor actually did. We are mainly going to be concentrating on the time of the Black Plague in the 14th century. We're going to explore the medical practices, official responsibilities, social roles, and also the public interactions of the plague doctors during this time. But we're not going to go into fantasized or romanticized accounts of them. We are just going to be sticking to these primary sources and some contemporary sources to piece together what was really going on. Finally, we'll look at the development of the role of plague doctors in later outbreaks and show how their reputation and role evolved over time. So if you like this sort of content, like and subscribe, and maybe check out the Patreon. Shall we now begin? First, we're going to talk about medieval medicine in general. Of course, that's a good place to start. Medieval theories and, well, a lack of practical experience still dominated medicine when the Black Death struck Europe in 1347 to 1351. The ancient humoral theory of Hippocrates and Galen of much earlier times, which maintained that imbalances of the four humors, that being blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were the things that caused illness. And this was what was taught to physicians. It was the best they had at the time, and being cut off at this time from the rest of the world, at least eastward, it was very hard to get any new information. The Islamic world and the Asian world, particularly China, were developing their medicine at a pretty decent rate. Europe, unfortunately, did not quite have as much of an acceleration, but They certainly will in later times. Now, that being said, very little was known about contagion in that sense, and there was very little, well, there was no germ theory at all. Many medical professionals thought the plague was a type of pestilential fever, which is basically a diseased state of humors brought on by miasma. Now, miasma is effectively poisoned air, or other environmental and cosmic factors. Indeed, a significant report that was published in October 1848 by the Medical Faculty of Paris ascribed the plague to a 1345 conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter that tainted the air and caused the disease to spread through different regions, which is an interesting theory. So, in order to combat the poor air quality and negative humors, early responses concentrated on changing lifestyle and surroundings. They were onto something, but just not quite there. But even the most educated doctors were perplexed by the epidemic's unexpected surge. Giovanni Boccaccio, a contemporary chronicler from Florence, noted that, and I quote, "The ignorance of the physicians did not know how to cure it." Or, in another section of his work, "To cure these infirmities, neither the advice of physicians nor the power of medicine appeared to have any value or profit." Doesn't sound very promising, doesn't it? But he also speculated that the disease might be simply incurable. The Decameron, the work by Boccaccio which describes the events between 1333 and 1349, documents this candid observation, which emphasizes the helplessness of the medieval physicians in the face of this new plague. Few infected patients indeed recovered, and conventional medical wisdom completely failed. Boccaccio went on to state, "No doctor's advice, no medicine could overcome or alleviate this disease." Faith in conventional medicine was weakened by the plague's virulence and mystique. A large number of men and women without any training in medicine began to invade the profession, which meant that folk healers and even charlatans coexisted with actual medical professionals. Society continued to look to anyone with the title of doctor for assistance in this fear-filled environment, where all human wisdom and foresight were vain. Doctors dealing with the plague had to work in this chaotic medical environment. And you imagine being a doctor, trying your best in those times, and your patient turns around and says, "Well, I heard that if you rub an onion against your forehead 3 times a day, that will cure the plague." Don't listen to them. Listen to the real doctors. Well, of course, science is not a democracy, but we must try to listen to professionals where we can. Of course, during the Black Death, plague doctors became a separate profession due to necessity. The outbreak's scope overwhelmed the standard medical infrastructure in city after city. There was a medical care void as many reputable doctors fled affected cities to protect themselves, or just simply succumbed to it themselves and died before they could really treat anyone else. Of course, don't rely on the governments to protect you from that. For instance, there were 18 doctors in Venice prior to the plague. By 1848, there was 1. The other 12 had probably fled. The other 5, well, they were probably dead already. As for municipal governments and rulers, well, they started employing doctors expressly to treat plague victims and perform plague-related tasks in order to deal with the crisis, drawing once again from that miasma theory. These contract doctors, simply known as plague doctors as they were a completely different classification, specialists, I suppose, were frequently outsiders, young medical professionals just beginning their career, or at least less well-known practitioners. Of course, being new to the game, they were willing to work in dangerous conditions for a set wage. We have an early example of this from Italy, where in 1348 the city of Orvieto paid a physician named Matteo Fu Angelo 50 florins a year. It doesn't sound like much, but that is 4 times the average physician's salary. Pretty good wicket. Now, this high salary is akin to hazard pay, I suppose, reflecting the dangerous nature of the work. Similar to this, Pope Clement VI of Avignon hired more medical personnel to care for the sick after he encountered plague in the papal enclave in 1348. As many others fled, Guy de Chauliac, the Pope's personal physician, continued to treat victims in Avignon. His writings and presence show the papacy's support for continuing medical care in spite of the risks. Someone had to do it. In fact, whole city councils in some places simply begged for the doctors to come. Giovanni de Ventura, a plague physician, was offered a renownedly generous contract by the city of Pavia in 1479. This is in a later outbreak. 30 florins per month, not year, and that's paid in advance, along with a free house and Pavian citizenship. This amount was huge. 30 florins was roughly half a year's salary for a skilled craftsman, highlighting the fact that treating the plague was viewed as a job that bordered on simply throwing oneself off a cliff, necessitating high motivation. Money talks. Everyone has a price. Danger. Now that is going to require a little bit of overtime pay. The pattern established in the 14th century is exemplified by that example, which occurred a little after the Black Death. In exchange for their services during epidemics, governments hired plague doctors with special contracts, high compensation, and occasionally promises of immunity or privileges. Records begin to use the title Medicus Pestis, or physician of the plague, by the early 1350s. Physician, rather. In a time before official health boards, these physicians played a primarily municipal role as public health responders. Their mission was to care for all the patients, regardless of wealth, with a particular emphasis on the underprivileged, who could simply not afford private medical care. Plague doctors were typically paid a fixed salary and were not allowed to collect fees from patients, in contrast to private physicians, who could simply charge fees to see the infected patients, or, if they were a little bit too infected, just refuse to see them. I'm sorry, we're booked out. You'll have to come back later. In reality, some did illegally accept gifts, because of course they would, or at least demand additional money for special cures, which damaged their standing with the public. But in general, their official responsibility was to assist the community during a crisis. May I remind you that every profession can become corrupt, especially when you are in this time, especially when the bait for getting you to come and do this very dangerous job with an extremely high mortality rate was throwing money at you. You tend to get a taste for it. One of the first instances of a coordinated, state-sponsored medical response to a public health emergency was the rise of the plague doctors. So that's interesting. But what about the medical therapies and procedures? They had to do something for them, right? Well, they had their ideas. You might be surprised, or perhaps Not so surprised to see how medieval these are. The medical knowledge and treatments used in the 14th century combined traditional and even sometimes magical thinking with scholarly medicine. Based on the humoral theory, they treated the plague by rebalancing the humors and eliminating toxins, because they thought the disease was brought on by the corrupted humors or poisonous air. Of course, bloodletting was one of the main techniques used to extract the bad blood that was causing the illness. During the plague, bloodletting took many forms and was widely used to treat a variety of illnesses. Not just the plague, pretty much everything. Although leeches were costly and not always available, they might be applied to patients to draw blood if they were available. More frequently, the physician would use a lancet or knife to open a vein, then carefully follow humoral and astrological rules regarding the amount of blood to be drawn from and from which area of the body. Some people used cupping, which involved applying a heated cup to the skin to create a vacuum that draws blood to the surface and is said to remove disease. They still do this in Chinese medicine to these days. Arguably, if it works or not. We're not quite sure. Some people say it does, they swear by it. In order to remove what they believe to be poisoned blood, these procedures would frequently be performed close to the swellings, also called buboes, where we get the name bubonic from. But of course it wasn't just bloodletting. In addition to that, the doctors experimented with a variety of chemical and herbal cures. Many people carried out or prescribed theriac, a complicated herbal remedy that was first created as a poison counter. Opium and dozens of other ingredients made up the theriac paste, which was applied to buboes or consumed internally as a purported remedy. Other ingredient pastes and poultices were also popular. One suggested a salve that was applied to the plague swellings after lancing and contained a mixture of roots, flowers, and herbs. In one treatment, which is extremely upsetting, a paste was made from human waste and applied to the boils, using the adage, like draws out like. The rotting matter would draw out the rot of the disease. I don't know who came up with that idea, but I don't think it would pass peer review. Other recipes were strange or, frankly, just as disgusting. Not surprisingly, more infections were probably caused when excrement was applied to open wounds. But since clean urine was believed to have therapeutic benefits, patients would also bathe in or consume diluted urine as a last resort. In the Middle Ages, doctors would even pay for fresh urine as a commodity. Now that's a side hustle. Although these actions seem heinous now, they were part of earnest attempts to combat the enigmatic plague with whatever antidotes were conceivable at the time, and when people were in such a panic they were willing to try anything. Of course, in hindsight, it all seems strange and disgusting to us. But what about our modern medical procedures? Think about 500 years into our future. What are we doing now that people are going to criticize and call us barbaric for? Additionally, folk remedies that had gained popularity were embraced by plague physicians. The vicary method, which involves strapping a live chicken to the plague bubo, was a notorious example. Certainly paints a scene in one's imagination. This remedy, which is frequently credited to Thomas Vicary, an English physician, called for applying the bare skin of a chicken's backside to the swollen nodes. It was thought that by displaying signs of illness, the chicken would draw out the poison. Until the patient recovered, or the chicken, and frequently the patient, passed away, the chicken would be cleaned and reapplied. In a similar vein, some healers applied pigeons or snakes to the buboes, arguing that these creatures, particularly the snake, which is a representation of evil, at least in our Western mythos, might draw the plague toxin away from the body. Exotic ingredients were tried for wealthier clients. Crushed emeralds were given to patients in the hope that the disease would be cured by the purity of the precious stone. In the hope that lesser poison might balance the greater, other poisons themselves with arsenic or mercury potions, which sadly frequently killed more patients than the plague actually did. Physicians may also recommend the well-known Four Thieves vinegar, a vinegar tonic flavored by cloves, sage, and rosemary that was believed to prevent disease if taken on a daily basis. The legend originated that thieves who allegedly used it to ward off plague while robbing victims. But the simplest treatment, if we call it that, was probably just lancing the buboes. To drain the pus and blood, many barbers/surgeons, or plague doctors in their own right, would use a knife to cut open the swellings. Following a lancing, they frequently applied a drawing salve, such as warm plaster of butter, onion, and garlic, as advised by one Italian plague tract, or cauterized wounds with hot irons. In effort to stop further corruption, Guy de Chauliac, a papal physician in Avignon, described and used this technique. He would wait for the bubo to ripen, lance it, and then cauterize the pus pocket with a hot iron. However, Guy acknowledged that the results were subpar, and that the majority of patients still died. Overall, recovery was more of a surprise than an expectation. Boccaccio noted, very few were ever cured. Almost all died within 3 days of the first symptoms. Therefore, rather than actually curing the disease, plague doctors devoted a large portion of their time to palliative care, or merely observing its progression, trying to learn something. One Spanish physician, Jacques d'Agremont, noted the lack of effective cures and offered prevention advice to colleagues and the general public in one of the first plague treatises he wrote in April 1348. Gentile de Fologno of Bologna, another learned physician, painstakingly recorded plague cases and treatment attempts in multiple books before succumbing to the illness himself in 1348. Their experiments, all over, confirmed a sobering fact, that there was no cure for the Black Death, at least not in medieval medicine. Nevertheless, plague doctors continued to use the resources at their disposal in hopes of at least easing the suffering, or just consoling the dying. After all, they all need something to believe in. Now, of course, we have some safety procedures and medical clothing, their equipment. These physicians are, of course, linked to the famous beaked plague doctor costume, but that entire ensemble dates from the 17th century rather than the 14th. This came around much later. Although they were more ad hoc, plague doctors did take as much precaution as they could during the Black Death era. Physicians in 1348 realized that the plague was somehow contagious. According to Guy de Chauliac, one man caught it from another by looking at him, and it spread so easily that physicians felt useless and ashamed, and it did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection. They don't sound very confident, don't they? Many thought that the contaminated air and toxic fumes released by the ill and their surroundings were the source of the infection. They were kind of on to the right path. Almost. They'll get there eventually. So, in order to combat this, physicians attempted to purify the surrounding air. In an attempt to obstruct the noxious air, they would burn incense, juniper wood, or aromatic herbs in the sick rooms and breathe in the smoke. When approaching a patient, it was customary to bring bouquets of flowers or sachets of potent herbs, such as wormwood, mint, or rosemary, and hold them to the nose. People, including doctors, clung to fragrant posies to ward off the plague miasma. And that practice is reflected by the nursery rhyme, Ring-a-ring-a-rosies, a pocket full of posies. You know, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. That came from the plague. Falling down is dying. I'm sure you figured that part out. But some doctors also suggested masking as a form of protection in the 14th century. An early mention dates back to 1373, when a physician by the name of Johannes Jacobi suggested that doctors on plague duty cover their faces in order to filter the air, but he did not specify the look of the mask. To serve as a crude respirator, doctors typically tied a scarf or piece of cloth, often soaked in vinegar or aromatic oils, over their mouth and nose. They were probably dressed in the standard doctor's gown or robe, perhaps with a leather apron or hood, added for a little bit more protection. Wearing layers of clothing could act as a physical barrier to keep fleas and infectious materials away. A waxed cloak, which is a coat treated with wax or suet to repel liquids, is mentioned in some accounts as being worn by doctors. If it had been used, this would have been an early example of personal protective equipment, albeit in its very early stages. But you've got to start somewhere. They also frequently carried a staff or cane and wore leather gloves. Why the cane, though? Well, it had two functions. It indicated the doctor's authority, and also allowed him to examine or guide the patients without coming into direct contact with them. Or perhaps it also helped ward off desperate people who might crowd a little bit too near. There is that, too. Nothing beats whacking someone with a good cane. Not speaking from experience. So, all of these small precautions changed significantly over time, thanks in large part to the design created by French physician Charles de Lorme, circa 1619. The now famous beaked leather mask with the glass eye openings and a long coat was adopted by plague doctors by the 17th century. De Lorme detailed the outfit, which included a broad-brimmed hat, leather gloves, boots, a gown coated in scented wax, and a face mask with a half-foot-long beak stuffed with medicinal herbs and perfumes. This costume did not exist during the first wave of the Black Death, as we've said, but the idea of it, creating a head-to-toe barrier, was the pinnacle of medieval ideas about protection from miasma. The beak was supposed to act as a kind of filter, so that as the doctor breathed, the impregnated materials would strain out the pestilential miasma. That's a really good band name, isn't it? Pestilential miasma. That sounds good. Anyway, sorry. Well, spectacles were fitted into the eye holes of the mask to protect the eyes from infectious vapors. Gerhard Autzenbach's 1656 German engraving, which was made by the famous Paulus I satirical print, Dr. Schnabel van Rom, depicts a plague doctor wearing a full-beaked regalia, which includes a wooden pointer staff and a wide-brimmed hat. It's perhaps the most famous depiction that we have. But you really do have to remember that although there was no standard uniform in the 14th century, The concept of it was in its infancy. By self-quarantining when not in use, burning or changing their clothes frequently, and using barriers, gloves, covers, and fragrances while treating patients, the plague doctors really did everything they could with the knowledge they had to prevent getting infected. Following Pope Clement VI's famous practice of keeping fires burning in his chamber during the plague to purify the air, some doctors even sat between large fires. Perhaps apocryphally, this fiery quarantine was said to have kept the Pope safe. So many around him perished, though. Despite their limited knowledge of contagion, these measures demonstrate that the plague doctors were acutely aware of personal danger and instinctively practice an infection control method. But even with precautions, Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes the plague, which we now know spreads through flea bites and respiratory droplets and in pneumonic cases, caused many of the doctors to become ill and eventually die. But we can remember them, as their efforts to stay safe were this precursor of the idea of the medical occupation safety. Okay, so that's effectively what they were doing. But what about the social roles and the duties of a plague doctor at this time? Well, during the Black Death, they performed a wide range of social functions in addition to trying to cure people. In addition to being healers, there were also public servants who were frequently expected to carry out quasi-legal and administrative duties. Documenting the spread of the plague was one of their main responsibilities. In order to keep track of body counts and new cases in their community, plague doctors created public records of infections and fatalities. These straightforward tallies were crucial for authorities to determine the severity of an outbreak, during a time when epidemiological science was, of course, lacking. The plague doctor might, for example, visit homes in infected areas, noting who was ill or who was dead, and recording these figures every day for the city register. Being a source of data, these might have been their most helpful service in practice, because effective treatment was so difficult to find. Some plague doctors, according to medical historian Frank Snowden, effectively turned into demographers of death, carefully documenting the disease's progression week by week, month by month. Additionally, plague physicians were frequently asked to observe the dying's last testaments and wills. There were only so many priests to go around, I suppose. They may be the only knowledgeable witness available to certify a will, because they frequently visited the sick beds and arrived when a patient was close to death. The plague doctor's testimony could be used to confirm that a person in articulo mortis had stated their final wishes, because normal legal procedures in many cities simply broke down during the outbreaks. This established a quasi-notarial role for plague doctors. This was expressly stated in some employment contracts too. In the event that priests or notaries were not available, the doctor would take confessions and wills. As a result, the doctors had to handle delicate situations involving individuals getting ready to die, and their presence gave bereaved families some legal certainty. In a similar spirit, they occasionally gave patients advice regarding their behavior prior to death, essentially telling them to settle their affairs, find spiritual solace, or reconcile with their relatives. After the Middle Ages, medical ethics texts state that physicians should treat patients' souls in addition to their bodies. During the plague, this frequently meant serving as the final bridge, connecting the dying and the community. But in some cities, post-mortem examinations were even performed by plague doctors. In the 14th century, the plague doctors of Florence and Perugia both asked to conduct or oversee autopsies on plague victims. The objective was to gain a deeper understanding of the disease, the pathophysiology, as a prelude to scientific research. Despite the personal danger of handling infected cadavers, a few trailblazing physicians agreed. Although these autopsies were crude by today's standards, they did produce observations, such as identifying internal lesions or disease tokens, as they called them. In fact, according to one story, a physician who examined bodies in 1349 noticed dark patches on internal organs and came to the conclusion that the corruption had spread through the blood. Although they didn't always result in cures right away, these discoveries improved our understanding of medicine. Some plague physicians, such as George Thompson in London, dissected plague corpses by the 17th century. Thompson is renowned for doing so during the 1665 outbreak, documenting his finding in a treatise called Loimotomia, and masking the stench with incense. These deeds date back to the Middle Ages, when a few courageous physicians went above and beyond the call of duty to investigate the mysteries surrounding the plague. But crucially, plague physicians acted as intermediaries between the infected population and the government. They frequently gave town councils advice on sanitation, quarantine regulations, and how to transport the ill. Some physicians were early proponents of patient isolation because they had direct knowledge of the spread of the plague. Medieval city records from cities like Venice reveal that physicians advocated burning soiled bedding and removing corpses from the streets as practical ways to lessen the miasma. Ibn al-Khatib, a Spanish Muslim physician in Granada, who was not a plague doctor by profession, but was rather a modern medical scholar, even maintained that in 1349 the plague was contagious and recommended quarantine, which was in line with what some astute plague physicians actually suspected. Permanent boards of health were set up in Italian cities following the first wave of plague, in Venice in 1348, and later in Milan, Florence, etc. During subsequent outbreaks, plague doctors often collaborated with these boards to enforce health ordinances. I did a full video about the health ordinances in the town of Pistoia, it was quite funny to see how much it was like the modern times that we had dealt with a few years ago in our own health issues. Therefore, the role of a plague doctor was a combination of public health officer and medical caregiver. While others remained indoors, they were out on the streets, giving orders to mark sick people's homes or to hang white cloths on windows to indicate the sick, as was done during the outbreak in Edinburgh in 1645. To guarantee that the disease were handled properly, they occasionally oversaw the plague carts that carried them from their final resting places. Due to all these responsibilities, plague doctors played a great role in the community's response to the calamity. But personal relationships with patients and the public were extremely difficult for plague doctors. They were feared and needed at the same time. For families who are suffering, the doctor's arrival at the door may offer a slim chance of survival or at least some respite. However, it's also frequently heralded disaster. A neighbor who saw the plague doctor enter a home knew that the residents were probably infected and soon would perish. As a result, the presence of plague doctors on the streets was viewed by many residents as a sign of impending death. The satirical broadside Dr. Schnabel from the 17th century, for instance, portrays the doctor as doing nothing but terrify people and make money from the dead and dying. In fact, there were complaints of dishonest doctors, even in the 14th century, who would demand extra fees for fake miracle cures from desperate patients, capturing this mixed reception in later folklore and art. There were differences in the reliability of plague doctors. While some remained loyal to their duties and showed great compassion, others exploited the chaos for their own benefit. Quackery accusations are also included in accounts of the time. For example, Boccaccio refers to an enormous number of ignorant men and women set up as doctors, suggesting that many so-called plague healers were simply incompetents or frauds who blended in with the real doctors. Treating patients was frequently a heartbreaking task for those who were legitimate. Despite their best efforts, they frequently witnessed agonizing deaths due to the plague's rapid progression. Marchione di Stefani, a Florentine physician, described how the streets and homes were so crowded with plague victims that the doctors could only provide consolation, while the victims perished without medical attention. In his account of Avignon in 1348, Guy de Chauliac wrote, "People were buried without priests, died without servants." He observed that during this period of social collapse, physicians did not dare to visit the sick for fear of infection, and when they did visit them, they could do very little and accomplish nothing. This moving statement from the doctor himself demonstrates the emotional toll and sense of hopelessness that these doctors would have experienced. Another quote from the work: "Father would not visit son, nor son his father. Charity was dead." In response, some plague physicians like Guy doubled down on their work. He famously wrote, "Did not flee, unlike some physicians who abandoned their charges," and kept treating patients until he contracted the plague himself. Indeed, Guy de Chauliac contracted the illness, experienced a protracted fever, and developed a large bubo in his groin. After 6 weeks of suffering, he survived. He later attributed his survival only to God's will. Patient interactions could include anything from brief examinations to compassionate bedside care. Direct physical contact was reduced in many instances. Using his cane to lift clothing or check for swelling without coming into contact with the patient's skin, a plague doctor may examine a patient from a safe distance. Since uroscopy was a common diagnostic technique in medical medicine, he might look at the patient's urine flask if he needed to verify symptoms more thoroughly. In fact, there is an illustration from 1574 from Leyden which depicts a doctor holding up a flask of urine among plague patients, suggesting that this practice was still in use, though we don't know how widely. Doctor-patient conversations were probably brief and formulaic. The doctor would inquire about the onset of symptoms, possibly the smell of the patient's breath. Breath odor was thought to be a diagnostic sign, and check the patient's pulse and buboes. In response, the patient or family would be, of course, bombarding the physician with nervous inquiries, asking if they could help, to which the physician may cautiously offer regimen recommendations. Common recommendations included praying for divine mercy, taking warm baths or steam inhalations with herbs, if one was well enough, and altering one's diet, avoiding cold, moist food and eating more bread and soup. But most doctors, no matter how logical, frequently suggested prayer as a component of the treatment, perhaps not for a medical case, but just to offer some comfort. In the eyes of the public, plague physicians occasionally became suspects, or even scapegoats. People sometimes feared that doctors themselves spread the disease, because they frequently handled the belongings of the dying, either to burn them or, perhaps for research purposes, and moved among the sick. In certain areas, there were rumors that a naive physician treating a plague might unintentionally spread the disease from home to home on his clothing. Due to numerous contracts that stated that plague doctors should not interact with the healthy population unless absolutely necessary, this resulted in cases where doctors were shunned, or even shunned outside of their duties. In essence, the physician was also regarded as contagious in and of himself. Although it was not specifically directed at doctors, it illustrates the type of fear in which a plague doctor operated, where any association with the pestilence aroused dread. In one extreme case, public paranoia about plague spreaders in Milan in 1630 during a later outbreak resulted in the torture and execution of people accused of purposely spreading the plague, i.e., plague carriers. However, there are plenty of stories that highlight the bravery and kindness of some plague physicians. When everyone else who could ran away, many had stayed. Even priests would not go into the affected hovels they entered. Some plague physicians became local heroes as a result, at least to those they helped. Venetian city records, for instance, commemorate the sacrifice of a number of doctors who died in 1348 while caring for the ill. Chronicles in England mention doctors who died while on duty in places like Norwich and Bristol, suggesting that they were well respected for their work. A sort of archetype of the plague doctor as a selfless martyr to duty developed over time. The plague doctor in Albert Camus' novel, The Plague, which is set in the 20th century, is portrayed at the same level of perseverance, demonstrating how prevalent this archetype is in later literature. The very existence of plague doctors represented society's refusal to completely give up in the face of the Black Death, holding on, if only just by a thread, even though many individual doctors in immediate medieval context failed or faltered. They were gloomy, solemn individuals trudging through deserted streets, in an attempt, perhaps a futile one, to restore some semblance of order or healing to those communities torn apart. And now we will have some notable personal narratives. We are quite fortunate to have some first-hand accounts from Black Death doctors that shed light on their experiences and ideas, but among the most well-known is Guy de Chalier. Guy served as Pope Clement VI's personal physician and was in the center of the 1348 plague outbreak in Avignon. We've already talked about him briefly, but we'll go into a little detail. Later in his medical treatise, Inventarium Sive Chirurgia Magna, 1363, he included a section specifically on the plague. And he doesn't hold back when describing his own fear and illness. He gives a clear, clinical account of plague symptoms as follows. It was so contagious, especially that which involves spitting of blood, that one man caught it from another just by living near him, but even by looking at him. Then he sees the collapse of society, where people were buried without priests, and died without servants. Father would not visit son, and charity was dead. Guy's candid admission that physicians did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection is remarkable of itself. Shows that a doctor is aware of his colleagues' limitations, and he also isolated himself and just waited after he got his own disease, which was probably the bubonic form and was caused by the aposteme or bubo in his groin. He said he only survived because God let him. Guy de Chalier's account is valuable because it blends personal narrative with medical observation, and he was a model of the devoted plague doctor. Because of his bravery in carrying on his own work, he even returned to duty during another outbreak in 1360. The previously mentioned Faculty of Medicine in Paris report 1348 is another recent source. Although it isn't a single doctor's private journal, it does reflect the opinions of the learned medical community at the time. In it, they analyze the causes and then offer suggestions for treatments and a schedule. They suggested wholesome remedies, like moderate bleeding, using laxatives to cleanse the body, eating herbs that aid in digestion, and avoiding taking too many baths. Now, why is that? Well, because open pores could allow toxins to enter. In order to purify the air, they also suggested avoiding swampy and odorous areas, sprinkling vinegar and starting fires in homes. Of course, in a safe manner. You don't want more problems on your hand. This document from Paris demonstrates the official medical position and what doctors would have advised at the time. That is just to stay away from excess, bolster your body's humors, and maintain a hygienic and fragrant environment. Some of the advice, of course, such as avoiding spoiled food or dirty areas, had slight advantages, but the majority was still pretty useless. The voice of Jacques d'Agremont of Catalonia, who wrote Regimen of Protection Against the Pestilence in April of 1348, comes from the Iberian Peninsula, that is, Spain, or thereabouts. With the intention of educating lay people, he spoke to the people of Lleida in the local dialect of Catalan. Jacque's treatise stands out for providing methodological explanations of the plague. He makes it quite evident that every plague begins in one region, before being conveyed from place to place through a variety of methods. This suggests early comprehension of geographic spread and contagion, whether they knew it or not. Although he did not support the persecution that followed such rumors, he did acknowledge that human agency or evil men could spread the plague, a reference to the widespread fear of conspirators or well poisoners. Jacque's text contains detailed regimen advice because he wanted to calm his neighbors by giving a sense of control. He advised avoiding fatigue, using protective perfumes, and maintaining a healthy diet to balance the body's humors. As one of the earliest works on the Black Death, his treatise serves as a first-hand public health guideline from a plague physician to the general public. Gentile da Foligno, a physician from Bologna, who was one of the first researchers to examine the plague, also provides us with an indirect voice. In addition to writing multiple consultations, Gentile might have conducted an autopsy on a plague victim according to some accounts. He studied the body of a pig infected with the disease in order to comprehend it. That's a good start. He postulated that a miasma had infiltrated the blood, which was the cause of the plague, and like many others, he attributed its beginning to the planetary alignment in 1345. The fact that Gentile died in 1348 while teaching that one must stay to treat patients, well, that's testimony enough. This type of anecdote emphasizes the personal risk that doctors simply had to accept. One of his students wrote that his master became ill after working among the plague victims continuously, and that he died, I quote, as one who tested his theories to the end. The actions of plague doctors were discussed also by non-physician observers. In Florence, Boccaccio tells of a vivid story about how many doctors were afraid to visit patients with the plague, and those who did frequently failed to achieve anything. Many doctors in England disregarded the oath taken by the monk Henry Knighton, who wrote, "Doctors were bound by oath not to absent themselves." Even when doctors ministered diligently, the outcomes were seldom happy, he continued to write, adding that those who stayed were either extremely compassionate or had no choice. Chronicles such as these, though not from the medical field, support the idea of the plague doctor as a person fighting against insurmountable odds, and you can't argue with that. So let's talk now a bit more about the regulations and the authorities overseeing the doctors. Of course, this is going to be different from place to place and time to time, but we'll provide a general overview and some examples. Now, in essence, plague doctors worked for the city or the state, and their contracts and rules show how officials attempted to control the situation. A normal plague doctor's contract would specify expected duties, salaries, and length of service, which was usually for the duration of the epidemic. Giovanni de Ventura's contract in Pavia, 1479, for example, probably contained provisions requiring to treat all patients, regardless of class, that he could not refuse to enter homes infected with the disease, and that he could not leave the city without authorization or until the pandemic was over. These provisions were required because in the event that things simply became too bad, some hired doctors might become frightened and just get their things and leave, quite literally running for their lives. According to records, some towns had to deprive their plague doctors of their wage or threaten punishment in order to prevent them from abandoning their posts. In order to maintain public safety and compliance, plague doctors were occasionally placed in quarantine themselves. They may have had to reside in a specific home, which could include a temporary medical facility or remote housing. During their tenure, a plague doctor essentially lived in a constant isolation, since they frequently, according to one, had to serve a long quarantine after serving a plague patient. To prevent spreading the infection from patients to others, they were not allowed to go to public events, marketplaces, and they weren't even allowed to go to church. Doctors typically had to go through a rigorous quarantine, 40 days of isolation after their service ended or the plague subsided before returning to normal society. These regulations show that authorities considered plague physicians to be both essential but potentially hazardous carriers. Black Death-era city ordinances provide insight into how plague physicians were incorporated into more comprehensive policies. By the end of 1348, public health regulations in many Italian cities had established pest houses or plague hospitals. I mean, neither name is very inviting. But they also had special cemeteries outside of city walls, prohibited the healthy from interacting with the sick, and mandated street cleaning. Some of these measures were supervised by plague doctors themselves. After all, you better bring the experts. A physician might be assigned to oversee a plague hospital if one existed, where the ill, impoverished were gathered in order to keep them apart from the city. Think of it kind of like a leper colony. While the renowned Visconti method of confining the sick to their homes was being used in Milan, doctors were assigned to periodically visit those homes from a safe distance and report any changes, basically ensuring that if anyone died or recovered, that information was recorded properly. A chief plague physician may have had help from barber surgeons, who performed bloodletting and lancings, apothecaries who prepared medications, and local barbers or bath-keepers, who may have performed some of the regimen of tasks like bleeding or fumigation under the doctor's supervision. According to accounts of multiple tiers of medical staff, a whole team could be hired by the government, with the top plague doctor providing guidance. Cities employed 2 plague physicians in certain instances, particularly later in the century, and assigned them different responsibilities. One may have been in charge of autopsies and research, while the other handled the daily patient visits. Flip a coin. They're both not very nice. But even with the best of intentions, rules may not have always been applied consistently. Long after the plague was over, some doctors petitioned for their promised pay, showing that governments weren't always quick on the wages. George Ray, who worked as a plague doctor in Edinburgh in 1645, is one example. 15 years later, he was still attempting to get his full payment. This implies that although cities took these contracts seriously, payment may be delayed due to political or financial unrest. Earlier accounts of the Black Death mention town councils rewarding the widows of plague physicians who lost their lives while on duty with bonuses or pensions. The role of plague doctors in the medieval medical hierarchy was one particularly intriguing feature of their work. University-trained doctors typically worked privately for pay and refused to follow directives from public authorities. However, health enforcement's civic role expanded during plague emergencies. In an unusual move at the time, city governments successfully imposed public control over medical practice by employing plague physicians directly. The idea of public health officers was certainly inspired by this. This made some well-known doctors uncomfortable, and some of them turned down such positions, leaving them to less experienced. According to one historical analysis, this is just one of the reasons why many plague physicians were second-rate doctors, or just young doctors trying to make a name for themselves. In a larger medical community, accepting a position dealing with municipal plague might have been somewhat stigmatized, because it was risky and less prestigious than caring for affluent patients during peacetime. But occasionally, those who did serve, if they survived, became quite well known. Since he could claim to be an expert in pestilential disease, a successful plague doctor could later use the experience to boost his reputation. Front page of the resume, that is for sure. A doctor who worked during a plague outbreak, for instance, frequently wrote a treatise on the disease later on, which could improve that reputation further. According to one account, more than 281 plague treatises appeared between 1350 and 1500, indicating that a large number of them were published in the latter half of the 14th century. These were often written by frontline medical professionals, essentially the plague doctors imparting their hard-earned wisdom, but surely a few of them must have been copies or fakes. After all, to improve one's resume, one tends to embellish the facts just a little bit. And now, stories from the plague. There's a few kind of unusual or interesting occurrences that had happened at this time, or within the context of the greater happenings. So we will go through a few of these that has been documented to put a more human face on this. Now, we have mentioned the fires of the Pope, that is Pope Clement VI of Avignon. This was at the advice of his official physicians. He kept 2 large fires burning constantly on either side of his throne room and just sat there, waiting for the plague to be over. Apparently, this was supposed to purify the air. It was probably advised by his doctors, who also provided the aromatic woods to feed the fires. Additionally, he sat alone. It's noteworthy that none of the papal doctors perished during that outbreak too, which some attribute to this fiery quarantine. The extent to which they went is demonstrated by this striking picture of a ruler surrounded by flames, as the medical professionals dash in and out to treat the ill. And then we have the critique by Matteo Villani. During the time of the Black Death, the chronicler from Florence, Matteo Villani, wrote harshly about physicians, claiming that doctors with their medicines killed many more than the diseases did. Now, this is a little bit exaggerated. It suggests that some of the members of the public believed that certain treatments, such as bloodletting and powerful potions, were actually just accelerating deaths. Villani also described how, until the city raised payments, there was never a doctor in Florence available for any price. They'd all either died or fled. And then, of course, we have the well poisoning story. Jews and other minorities were blamed in many places after being accused of causing the plague by poisoning wells. Some plague physicians contributed these incidents by either dismissing the charges as unfounded. Some urged authorities to view the disease as natural rather than malevolent, or by actually giving them legitimacy, depending on their personal feelings towards that group of people. It was all fueled in one Geneva case, when a doctor allegedly testified that a powder discovered in a well was poisonous. It shows how during those anxious times, everyone's always willing to point the finger of blame at someone. But something that you probably didn't see coming is Nostradamus. He did some bit of work on the plague too. Despite being a 16th century man, Nostradamus is frequently brought up in relation to plague physicians because of his creative methods during subsequent outbreaks. You see, he wasn't just a fortune teller, or, well, arguably he was one of them, but he was also a trained physician. He avoided the typical bleeding and purging during the Provence plague in the 1540s. Rather, he concentrated on preventative care and hygiene. Among his well-known recommendations were to remove the infected corpses as soon as possible, clean the streets, expose patients to sunlight and fresh air, and give them a vitamin C-rich rosehip jam. Reports state that his cure rate was remarkable at the time. Because it depicts a plague doctor departing from medieval customs and hinting at contemporary ideas, this is a pretty remarkable story. We're talking about isolation, cleanliness, and nutrition, rather than going back to the old Galenic theories. A minority view at the time, Nostradamus was also cautioned against bloodletting for plague. He is famous for other reasons, of course, but his time as a plague doctor shows how some practitioners in later times took note of the mistakes made in 1348 and decided to try something different. Well, eventually the image of the plague doctor became so ingrained in popular culture that it was the subject of gloomy jokes. A satirical poem ridiculing the doctor's inutility was included with the Polish first engraving Dr. Schnabel. According to what is written about Dr. Beak, he is a foolish character, despite the fact that he wears an odd mask and carries a cane. Exaggerated features such as a large beak, claw-like gloves, and a winged hourglass on his staff are all purely artistic additions to the doctor's appearance. The widespread circulation of this print suggests that the plague doctor was as much of a folklore figure as a real person by the 17th century. As a macabre joke, people even dressed up as plague doctors during the Italian carnival celebrations. The tradition is still carried out today in Venice's Carnival with the Medico per la Peste mask. Pretty interesting example of how trauma is processed, I think. Such a terrifying role became a masquerade theme. What was once terrorized can now be mocked. Everyone has to deal with the trauma in a different way. Well, finally, we have that tale of John Paulitus and George Ray. Now, we already mentioned George Ray, the Edinburgh plague physician. John Paulitus was practicing there too in 1645. It shows the unappreciated nature of the work, at least in some places. Paulitus began during the outbreak but passed away a few months later. Guess what from? After taking over, George Ray survived the pandemic. But as we mentioned, they didn't pay him. So what did he do? he petitioned the city for the unpaid portion. But he was still attempting to collect the debt 20 years later. Now this leads me to believe that this debt must have been a substantial amount, and I can put a story in my head. Think about it. We're going into a little bit of imagination here. But after poor old John Politus died, it would have been a little bit hard to find someone's position to take over that one. You think about it. If you're going in as a plague doctor, well, what's the worst that can happen? Well, if you look at what happened to John Politius, well, that is the worst that can happen. You can die from the plague. So what does the government do? To get a new doctor, they have to have a plague doctor, right? Well, they offer a sum that is so ridiculous that it is too good to turn down. Of course, George Ray, seeing the dollar signs rolling around in his eyes, of course couldn't refuse that one. But the problem was, it was an upfront payment. And then when the time came where the bill came in, well, there were problems. Always problems. Poor old George Ray. Well, at least he survived. That's one thing. Of course, I'm sure he survived with quite a bitter taste. Well, every one of these little stories, it just adds to the story of how plague developed in a more human sense. The mosaic of the experiences and representations of plague doctors. Occasionally they too were victims of fate, subjects of art, heroes in retrospect, and villains in rumors. The lives of the doctors were linked to the worst disaster of their time, whether they were walking through towns with staff and herbs, or lying fevered in their own beds. Well, for the final part of the video, I'd love to be able to tell you that the plague ends around 1352, somewhat like that, and it just goes away and everybody lived happily ever after. I'm afraid that's not what happens. In fact, we still got the plague today. So we're going to talk about the subsequent plague epidemics, and of course, how did the doctors of the time deal with them? Sure, it's a couple of 100 years, and medical technology and research isn't quite where it is, or it should be, to deal with such a problem. But there were some advancements. So, the plague recurred in waves throughout Europe for centuries following the first Black Death in the 14th century. The function of the doctor evolved and remained constant over time. Societies continued to use designated plague physicians in subsequent outbreaks, ranging from the second pandemic that included the Great Plague of 1665 in London and the Marseille Plague of 1720, to all the little intermittent outbreaks in the 18th century. But as public health infrastructure and medical knowledge gradually advanced, the methods of the plague doctors eventually changed. During the late medieval era, the 15th century, plague struck Europe every few decades. The 1361-62 Children's Plague, and the plague of the 1370s, etc. It was just an unfortunate fact of life. At the time, permanent health boards were in place, in places like Milan and Venice. But in those days, the plans of these boards frequently included plague doctors too. More formalization is evident in the establishment of quarantine stations, or as they called them, lazarettos, in the use of health passes to restrict travel, and the role of plague doctor as part of the large response that may have included inspectors, grave diggers, cleaners, and guards enforcing cordons sanitaires. Strict measures, such as sealing off any household with plague, contributed to Milan's success in 1374. They did very, very well, actually, and later in 1630 in controlling the disease. However, doctors continued to visit and confirm cases, albeit from outside the sealed homes. Charles Delorme's description of the plague doctor's costume spread through continental Europe by the 17th century. Many physicians wore heavy protective gear during the Great Plague of London in 1665 and the Great Plague of Naples in 1656. But not all doctors in London in 1665 wore plague suits. For those who worked in particularly dangerous positions, such as the city pest house, might have. Ugh. Just the word pest house. I can only imagine the most miserable place on earth. Well, debatable, sure. Even though they were unaware of the mechanism, more doctors by this point had to accept the concept of person-to-person contagion, and were more careful to isolate themselves whenever feasible. Dr. Nathaniel Hodges, for example, bravely remained in London to treat plague victims before writing Loimologica in 1672. He explained that he kept a sponge soaked in vinegar and camphor to breathe through while visiting patients, drank wine infused with tobacco as a preventative, and self-quarantined in his quarters every night. A clearer understanding of contagion and some chemical disinfectants, tobacco, smoke, and camphor, strong-smelling compound, were believed to clean the air. At least this shows somewhat of an evolution from the 1348 pandemics. The growing use of inoculant-like procedures was another trend over time. Some late plague doctors in Turkey and Russia tried crude forms of variolation, that is, using the smallpox concept, by applying bubo material to superficial cuts on healthy people in an attempt to create a mild illness for immunity, even though there was no real vaccine for the plague. Although these trials weren't very common or effective, they do show that some practitioners in the 18th century began to adopt a more experimental approach, and it was somewhat based in scientific method. They were on the right track. Many people believed that the Great Plague of Marseille in 1720 was the final significant outbreak in Western Europe. Organized efforts played a significant role in the plague doctor during this event. There were several physicians and surgeons in the city, some from outside and some from nearby, and they did dress up in various plague costumes. An illustration from that era depicts a physician in Marseille's lazaretto donning a hooded outfit, long waxed robe, boots, gloves, and of course, a crude mask. Although medical theory had not significantly progressed beyond humors by 1720, some people improved practices, and they were made possible by empirical experience. For instance, the mass burning of contaminated goods and airing out of homes was supervised by plague doctors in Marseille. A compound cordial, plague water, and even an improvised plague vaccine were tried on prisoners by one doctor, Giovanni Pilarni, with varying degrees of success, of course. The outbreak was the last of its kind in Europe, though the death toll was still very high and many doctors unfortunately perished. The plague then disappeared from European life for a time, either as a result of improved quarantine at ports, alterations in the climate, or changes in rat populations. The traditional image of the plague doctor vanished as the disease began to subside. There were still outbreaks in the Middle East and Eastern Europe in the late 18th and early 19th century, though. For example, in 1771 there was a severe plague in Moscow, during which the doctors were working, and, well, one of them was eventually killed by a riot when he attempted to shut down a church to prevent gatherings. However, the role virtually vanished in Western and Central Europe as a result of the disease. And by the 19th century, medicine had moved on to new problems, and even a better understanding of infectious diseases. when the third plague pandemic struck Asia and then some other parts of the world in 1894, doctors were wearing the hats of modern epidemiologists. Equipped with microscopes, they quickly identified the plague bacillus and the flea that spreads it. The days of the ancient plague doctor, complete with beaked masks and astrologically timed bloodletting, were all but over. So looking back, the legacy of the plague doctors is not entirely positive. In most cases, they did not significantly reduce mortality or even cure the Black Death. Many of the remedies they used were actually quite harmful, or at least ineffective, and their knowledge was limited. But don't write them off. They were by no means useless. When there wasn't much available, they offered care, albeit limited. They documented important information, comforted the dying, and urged authorities to address the situation. Some secondary aspects of the disease environment were at least addressed by some of their preventative measures, such as isolating the ill, burning trash, and using perfumes to cover up some offensive odors. In a time when escaping was frequently necessary for self-preservation, their bravery, for those who served with true diligence at least, is quite remarkable. As one chronicler put it, like a pilot in a storm with no harbor, the image of the lone plague doctor wandering the empty streets still endures. What plague physicians witnessed and experienced over time established a groundwork for public health, including the significance of cleanliness and isolation, as well as the eventual notion that disease may have particular cause that can be looked into. Their autopsies and case notes fed into later scientific inquiries. Well, in any case, the tale of what the plague physicians truly accomplished is still gripping. It's evidence of how people try their best to face the unknown, imperfect, scared, occasionally misguided, and occasionally brave people, standing between a terrible disease and the communities so desperate for help. Under all this tremendous pressure, they represented the nexus of medieval science, civic responsibility, and compassion. Even though they were unable to save the millions that died, their efforts were not in vain. They left behind records, gained knowledge, and demonstrated that people could care for the sick, even in the most dire circumstances. And isn't that what a doctor's meant to do? It's an early chapter in the lengthy history of public health epidemic response, and the plague doctor, with his strange cures, his bizarre costumes, and, frankly, sometimes questionable behavior, continues to be a potent symbol of the medieval struggle against the Black Death. Thank you very much for listening, everyone. Oh, didn't we have fun today? I suppose it's a little bit of a macabre topic, but come on. You love it, don't you? Let's thank the top-tier patrons and supporters, all plague-free. At least I hope so. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfadnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, the HMS HH, Crystal, and Taubery. So, if you have enjoyed the video, please consider liking and subscribing or visiting the Patreon and telling your friends about all the things that you learned so that next time you're having a conversation about the plague, You can tell them all of the little things you learned today. Good night, everybody. Take care of your health. Open a window. And lots of love to you all.